Hey, everybody, Kevin Harned and Carson Meredith with you here. We are glad you're in on here we are on a Sunday. I'm getting tired of working the weekends.
Yeah.
I mean, I like seeing you, but, you know.
I don't blame you. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to deny it.
Yeah, well, here we are. And again, it's another night where severe weather looks likely, and we're already tracking it. We've got our sister stations lined up out to the west. We're going to check in with those folks. We've got a number of sources of weather information, whether that's stations just outside of our viewing area that include Evansville, Memphis, Cape Girardeau, areas over toward Jonesboro, Arkansas. We're going to tap into those. We're also going to roll through the data that we have. And if you've been watching Wave, you just saw Carson on the air giving our latest forecast for what to expect this evening. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, Indiana. That storm continues to intensify and is showing some signs of rotation. So we're going to show you that coming up in just a second as well. We have Fernando Garcia Franciscini in our storm tracker. We'll check in with him. So let's get to the radar. I want to point out a few things that we have going on. First of all, we've talked about this alert day for a week now, and that is something that we said, hey, you're going to have to be ready for Sunday. We
issued the alert day on Monday last week, I believe, and here we are 6 days later. By the way, the tornado watch has just been issued for the rest of the coverage area. We'll get that map worked up here in a second. Yep. Here's where things stand now. Most of us have escaped the supercell threat this afternoon. However, that severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County is for a supercell that has developed in the last 30 or 45 minutes that is still showing signs of rotation. So it's really going to be those far western counties in our coverage area that we'll have to watch for the supercell potential. But for the most part, we're now turning our attention to the line of severe storms that's crossing the Wabash River, crossing out of Illinois, Missouri, into southwestern Indiana, and crossing the Ohio River, moving into western Kentucky. That line of storms is going to impact everybody in wave country, and all severe modes are still on the table as we go through this evening.
If you have a chance to share this video, we want you to do that just so as many people as possible can see and get in on the conversation. If you're watching us on our digital platforms, there are many, right? We have all of the social platforms, but then we also have our weather app and our news app and our 24/7 streaming channel, Wave Weather Now. Valuable tools for severe weather. We want you to know we can't control the streaming channels. So if something goes down, well, that we can't fix it, in other words. However, we encourage everybody to watch on our streams, which would be on the Wave Weather app. Scroll down, click Watch Now. So that's the place. If power goes out, if something happens, that's our app. That is a place where we have at least the ability to make some changes, or at least phone a friend, so to speak, in the technology department to say, hey, fix it.
And we're not going anywhere tonight. No. You know, these storms are just getting started. We are here until these storms completely clear out. There will likely be a situation tonight where we have to abandon this studio, our smaller studio, and transition to the big TV studio should we get tornado warnings. And that is very much possible throughout the evening. So if that happens, hang tight for a couple of seconds, and we'll pop right back on the live streams from the big studio instead of this one.
We have our severe weather threats lined out. This is going to be a big wind maker for some folks. So wind takes the lead in the category of the highest threat. That's followed by the tornado threat. That's followed by the hail threat. That's followed by the flooding threat. These storms are going to be progressive. They're moving. And so we don't expect the flooding to really be all that big of a deal, at least with this round. However, as we look to mid to late next week, big things on the horizon with more severe weather opportunities and a whole lot of rain. We'll focus on that later. Let's get you through this evening. Obviously, we've had the enhanced risk area put in place, 3 out of 5. Now we have the tornado watch across a good chunk of the area. It's the damaging wind and isolated tornado threat between now and 3 a.m. That covers the whole viewing area that we're watching for.
And again, that does not mean that you at your house are going to see severe weather for the next 8 hours straight. A lot of you will only see severe weather for 1, maybe 2 hours, and then you're done. We just have to cover all 34 of our counties in wave country. So the further north you are, the faster that threat's going to end. The further south you are, the longer that severe weather risk will persist. So again, that in time for 3 a.m., that is mainly for the last of the storms to get out of our southern counties overnight tonight.
Yeah, let's take a look at what to do now. You have to have a way to get the warnings. Clearly, you're tuned in here and you are looking for that weather information. This is a great place to have available. So we're going to be on the streams and on our weather app and on TV if tornado warnings are issued. That's going to be the bottom line. This is a place. So this is the Wave Weather app. Make sure you have your alerts in settings turned on for your location. That way, if you get the warning for your location, you'll be notified. I think every home should have a NOAA weather radio.
Yep.
Frankly, view it like a smoke detector for storms. It's your first line of defense. That is where you will get the warning, and they're programmable now. So back in the old days, remember
The
they
numbers,
go off for
yes.
every,
Yeah.
and then
Well,
they
that
would
too.
go off for every alert. It's like, man, I don't care about the flood warning, way down wherever.
Right.
I'm curious about severe or tornado warnings, and you can program that now.
Yeah, county by county. It even used to be difficult doing that. You had to punch in 6-digit numbers for each county. You don't even have to do that anymore. Just set it to your county and you'll be good to go. Outside of the storms today, it's been windy again. Sounds like a broken record.
Yeah, right.
Wind gusts right now, 26 miles an hour at Lally International Airport, 25 miles an hour in Bardstown. And you can see those gusts on the backside of this system are around 30 to 35 miles per hour. That will be a cool wind that moves into our area tomorrow once the storms move out. And there's the big picture. New severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. And I believe that's going to be for Du Bois and possibly Orange County. So we'll take a look at that. But you can see that line of severe storm stretches all the way down to Missouri and Arkansas tonight. There's that new warning.
Yeah, and this is for parts of Orange County, as you mentioned. So it's going to include the Paoli area. I'll move it over where we can get the query on it there.
Might have to move it the opposite. There you go, right there.
Yeah, it's underneath the box there.
Yeah.
So that's going to include French Lick, Jasper, Paoli, 1-inch hail. Again, radar indicated this is a severe thunderstorm warning as that line approaches. They're moving fairly fast, and then you see the other warning just north of that across parts of Lawrence County.
Need to keep an eye on that cell south of Bedford. That's the cell we were talking about when we first jumped on the stream here that has shown signs of broad rotation. It's one of the few supercells that we've had developed today. Quite frankly, the only supercell in our coverage area. And that's actually decent rotation that we need to really watch here over Mitchell,
Yeah, very
which is
close
right
to
there south of Bedford.
And no tornado warning, at least at this point with that storm. But as Carson mentioned, that storm has had our attention because of its tightening and that rotation. So that is something that we're watching, and it's something the Weather Service has their eyes on as well. So when we look at the warnings, that is a warning that we do have for a good chunk now of Lawrence County. And you'll notice the threat on that say tornado possible. And that is because of the rotation that the radar sees.
The Weather Service not necessarily confident enough to go with a full-on tornado warning, so they use that tornado possible tag within a severe thunderstorm warning just to give you that heads up that, hey, this could drop a tornado quickly without a tornado warning possibly.
Yeah, not everybody is seeing severe weather at this point.
Right.
In fact, it's just now beginning to move in. This was the time expected. There's the view. You can see that area that was being watched as we were preparing this was the watch coming soon. That watch is now out for a good chunk of that area, but not everywhere. And they're saying that winds over 70 miles per hour and increasing tornado threats likely. It is moving to an environment that is more favorable for that. So the warnings we have, Lawrence and Martin, the tornado possible with that storm, that's the rotation that we see. The additional storms moving across parts of Du Bois and Orange counties also have potential for some very strong winds as that moves in. But that does not include the tornado possible tag, meaning the radar's not seeing as much rotation in that storm at this point.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please.
I was just going to say, we don't want to discount the tornado threat. It is very much there as we go through this evening. But the main widespread severe weather concern tonight is going to be those straight line winds upwards of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. But we'll have to watch those small little pockets of rotation kind of embedded within the line of severe storms for those quick spin up tornadoes, the EF0, the EF1 variety. Weaker, technically, dangerous still as we go through this evening.
Yeah, plenty of fuel. We
Yes.
measure that by moisture. The dew point gives us an indicator for that. This time of year, dew points in the 60s. That certainly is available energy that these storms will be feeding off of. We've been pumping that moisture in from the south on strong southerly winds. We have that. We have the tornado watch. This goes until, I believe, 1 a.m.
That's right. That's right.
So 1 a.m., let me just adjust that.
The initial watches to the west went until midnight. The new tornado watch that you now see that covers the metro, all of southern Indiana, basically down to the Bluegrass Parkway. So Hardin, Nelson County, Spencer, Bullitt, Meade, Breckenridge, Shelby, Oldham, Trimble, Carroll, Henry. If you live in any of those Kentucky counties, you are under the tornado watch. Everyone in southern Indiana is under the tornado watch, and that goes until 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Still seeing that tightening. I'm going to go back to the radar here in just a second because we are noticing near that Mitchell area of Indiana. And again, this will be the rain chance into early Monday. Let me go back to the radar view, and then we'll get into some of the severe parameters that we're looking at. So bear with me as I take our radar view back as we go to our home view here. So
we
with me.
We appreciate the 1,700 of you that are watching us on our social media platforms at this hour, and I got a feeling that number will continue to climb as these storms get closer to even more densely populated areas over the next few hours. There's that severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, goes until 7:15. We're still watching this mini supercell, if you will, mainly because it's just kind of a smaller storm out by itself. That rotation still looks good.
Yeah, it's right over Mitchell.
Sure is.
So that's an area. We're also getting pea-sized hail out of that, I believe. So we're just starting to see some hail reports come from that same area that I have circled there. So that's the storm that we're watching currently that really has our attention and our focus because it is lifting off to the north. It's a little bit of ways from the radar, so sometimes we're shooting up into the storm, and we can see a little more rotation than what would be down closer to the ground. While we're looking at this, I do want to point out we are watching a lot of our sister stations out to the west, and I can point out here's Ryan Vaughn out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. He's tracking storms as they move through his area. We also have from our Evansville sister station, a number of our Mets over in the Evansville tracking some of the same storms we are into the western part of our viewing area. And then Grant Dade over in Cape Girardeau. Likewise, tracking storms and tornado warnings. So we are not alone in tracking these storms from across the area, but we are keeping a close eye on what's happening. And you just saw the other severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. I'll zoom out so you can see all what we're watching.
Looks like that's for the southern half of Du Bois County.
Yeah.
So the first warning for Du Bois County was Jasper points north. This one is for Huntingburg, down towards Ferdinand, the southern half of Du Bois County, for that cluster of storms along I-64 closer to Evansville.
Yeah, coming in right along 64, not far from Santa Claus, Indiana, right?
Right,
We all know
Holiday World.
World.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, I want to bring in, we have our storm tracker out, but here's what it looks like back out to the west. This is out of Jonesboro. You can see the skies there, very different than what it looks like here. This is the live view from the wave storm tracker. Fernando Garcia Francischini is on board the storm tracker, and let's just jump in and say hello to Fernando. And I know you're going to have a long night with us as you continue to keep an eye to the sky. And if we have any damage, you'll be first to let us know about it. Fernando, it's great to see you.
Yeah, guys, that is right. We are live in the storm tracker this evening, just keeping an eye on how the roads and conditions are looking this evening. And honestly, it's been really pretty thus far. You know, the sun has been playing a little bit of hide and seek this evening. Some clouds definitely in the sky, but as you guys have been mentioning, you know, that doesn't mean that we can let our guard down. We are tracking those storms that will soon be coming into our area, with the damaging winds being, you know, that primary concern. But of course, we can't rule out the possibility of seeing some hail or even some tornadoes in our area. And again, like, we are tracking those storms that should be coming into our viewing area in the next couple of hours. And I do want to emphasize, you know, even though, again, right now things look pretty calm, as you can see from the storm tracker live right now, those storms will be coming into our area in a little bit. And because they're coming in at night, you want to make sure that you have ways to stay weather alert, and that you have ways to receive notifications when those storms do hit. And that includes, you know, your cell phone notifications. Make sure that you can hear those, your TV, your weather radio. You want to stay weather aware throughout the night, since that's the time when we are expecting the strongest storms to hit our area.
Yeah.
But we are going to continue here in the storm tracker throughout the evening, checking out road conditions and keeping you informed on what's going on right here outside. But for now, though, I'll go ahead and send things back to you guys.
All right. And Fernando, I'm not exactly sure your location. Where are you?
So right now, and honestly, let me switch the camera right now. We have been driving all around the Louisville metro area. Right now, we are in Browns Lane. We were driving towards heading west out of the Louisville metro. And again, as you can see right now, things look pretty calm here right now. But that's where we are at.
Okay. Well, appreciate
seeing how things look.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having a little trouble hearing you. I tell you, if you want to get on 64 westbound, we'll intercept these storms not far from southern parts of either Du Bois County or just on the western side of Crawford County. So let's get across the river, zoom out westbound on 64, and we'll check back in with you. All right, that was Fernando Garcia Franceschini in the storm tracker tonight. You can see that live view there of what it looks like downtown. We have had some breaks in the cloud cover, which will yield more instability, as we say.
Now, fortunately, that instability has not led to too many supercells yet, but that's just going to keep the line of severe storms holding on, staying rather intense deeper into the evening, deeper into more parts of wave country. So I talked about this a lot today. This is not one of those nights really where the line of storms is going to weaken a ton. It'll weaken some, but not a lot. Looks like we got a new warning for Jackson County.
And this is the severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll take you over to that. And you can see that tornado warning just north of the viewing area. That one's just south of Bloomington. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. Again, I'll zoom into it so it gives us the correct display of the county because it's querying. And this is it. This is Bartholomew, Jackson, Johnson, and Shelby. Again, radar indicated no threat of tornado possible with this one. This is just that strong wind maker moving through.
Right.
That one is pressing off to the east. That one, too. These storms are moving at a pretty decent clip.
65 miles an hour is what I saw a moment ago. 60, 65 miles per hour has been kind of the ballpark of the storm motion tonight. And that's a good thing. Not only does it mean we can get these storms out of here faster, obviously, but that's going to help limit the flooding threat, which is also an extremely good thing when you think about what we might have in store later this week. We'll deal with that later on, but this is not a huge flooding scenario. It will be raining extremely heavily when these severe storms get to your backyard tonight, but it's not going to last more than 30 minutes to an hour max.
I'm taking off the lightning so you can better see what is happening with the storms. So I'll take that lightning off. You'll notice the weather that's moving to Louisville. These storms are really tracking to the northeast. The storms that will be moving toward the Louisville area are the ones back out across West Kentucky, southern parts of Illinois. Those are the ones that will move toward us.
And they're still kind of semi-discrete. In other words, they're like cells, individual cells within a broken line. They haven't merged into one solid line of storms yet. So that's why you see, looks like 3 tornado warnings just outside of Paducah, close to Cape Girardeau, Missouri, close to Grant Dade and his crew at KFVS. That's the live view. Looks like a Trimark, or their version of Trimark, in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, along Interstate 55. Look at that lightning. Oh, boy.
Yeah, isn't that wild? I mean, they really are seeing quite a storm there. That's, again, Cape Girardeau that we're looking at. Let's take a closer view of that. We'll just kind of listen in. And I'm going to turn up their audio here.
On CBS that maybe not be able to hear me right now.
Looks like they may have taken a power hit.
Kind of put out a message.
So again, you're listening to coverage from KFVS. This is our sister station in Cape Girardeau. They've got 80-mile-per-hour winds with that storm.
80-mile-per-hour winds possible. Some people are what now?
I'm just getting a lot of responses of how we're not live right now. I think people are kind of confused with scanning the QR code on the screen.
Right.
That takes you to our live coverage. We're also covering it on Facebook Live, on our streaming services. So if you want to watch our live coverage there, scan the QR code on the screen.
It sounds like they've been knocked off the air, or maybe they're
right to our live
having
coverage.
some issues.
Yeah, this line of storms just went through
we've
Cape
got a
Girardeau.
Possible tornado that is in Commerce
5
right
minutes
now.
ago.
It's more likely very strong gusty winds. More likely very strong gusty winds. Moving.
Some people
towards
are
the
asking
Olive Branch.
in our chat, is this what's coming to our area? And the answer is yes. I mean, those are the storms that will be moving in. Will they stay as strong as they are now? It's possible, especially with those strong winds. I think what we're going to notice are far more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings. Oops, sorry, went to the wrong one. But we do have the tornado warnings lined up as well. And you're seeing new warnings come out just across the northern tier of our viewing area. So just outside of it. That's going to take you through Columbus, Indiana, Nashville, Indiana. So right up 65.
Looks like an embedded rotation kind of within that line of storms. I tell you what's happening here, Kevin, is you've got these small supercells that developed right ahead of the main line, and now they're merging together, the little cells and the big line. When that happens, when you get that kind of cell merger, that allows for quick spin-up tornadoes. So that looks like what might be developing. This is in Bartholomew County. That belongs technically to the Indianapolis television market. So that's why we're not on TV for Columbus. But we know a lot of folks travel up there, travel to Nashville, Brown County too.
Yeah, and they can get our signal. Well, of course, now you can get our signal anywhere because we're streaming everywhere now.
Right.
But that is a signature on the radar where you can see that rotation, as Carson pointed out, sort of a cell merger taking place where you get that brief spin. Typically, they don't last long. Typically, they're not that strong. But boy, if you're under one, you get the damage, and that's where it's at.
Yeah, and we're going to be shifting away, I think, from the threat for stronger tornadoes as an EF2 or higher. That's still not, or it still is possible, but the common factor, I think, with any tornadoes we might see tonight would be those weaker tornadoes that spin up along the line. They're on the ground for 3-5 minutes, and then they go back up in the sky. Okay. Now, obviously, those tornadoes are just as dangerous, but they won't be quite as intense as what we were concerned about earlier today had we had any more of those supercells develop.
Yeah, and just sort of scanning the radar, we've seen a few small hail reports, but no large hail out of these, and that's also good news. I put the radar into motion. You're looking at it over the last 3 hours here, and you can see the general movement, those storms moving into a more favorable environment for rotating. So we do have more shear in this area. There's a lot of low-level moisture. You see additional warnings firing up across southern Illinois. Those are going to move toward the Evansville Evansville area, Western Kentucky, obviously with the tornado warnings in place.
And again, it's going to take a little while longer for the southern flank of this line of severe storms to get into our area, because you kind of see that break. Basically, west of Evansville, you got a break in the middle. Then you have the northern wave of severe storms and the southern wave of severe storms. That's all eventually going to congeal into one gigantic line of storms.
With
as it
massive
pushes
wind.
east, with significant amounts of wind. Straight line winds for the most part, with perhaps a few spin up tornadoes in the mix too.
Well, if we want to talk about that, let me just go to, I'm going to zoom in just to point out there is nothing going on here in Louisville.
No.
We have had a downpour or two, but equal to that or opposite of that, we've also had a few breaks in the clouds. So we have seen at least some sunshine too.
And it's not a lot, but given the moisture we have in the atmosphere, given the wind energy we have, it was never going to take much sunshine to see an enhanced risk or a greater risk for severe storms today. We didn't see a ton of sun, but it was enough.
Yeah. And so consequently, we have the enhanced risk area. When we break this down, we can look at the tornado potential. Obviously, you see that's a 10% tornado potential with the hatched area. So that just elevates it, meaning that it could be significant for some of those that develop.
And by significant, we mean EF2 or stronger tornadoes. And keep in mind with these maps, the yellow zone that covers all of us, that is a 10% chance that you're going to see a tornado within 25 miles of your house. When you put it in that perspective, that's still a fairly low risk, but it just goes to show you that even then, we don't get these kind of elevated tornado risks very often. So
Yeah. What may be more rare are the winds. You know, when you look at this is up to a, 45%?
Right.
That's pretty intense for us, especially, well, any time of the year, but especially this time where you're looking at 45% across the area for winds of severe limits, 58 miles per hour or greater. So that's pretty intense.
Usually we talk about 15 or 30% when we're looking specifically at the damaging wind gust potential, not tornadoes, wind. We don't get 45% wind risk. And again, similar concept here. This means there's a 45% chance that you'll see severe wind gusts within 25 miles of your house. And that is a fairly high probability, to be honest.
And when you look at the hail chance, you're going to notice that is much lower for us. The farther east you go, that chance is lower. It's back out to really the west. The radar view, once again, and I'll turn the lightning off as promised so we can see what we're working with in terms of the radar. There we go. And all of the warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings for our viewing area, mainly to the north. It includes parts of Orange, Lawrence, and Jackson counties. Tornado warnings are situated just north of our viewing area and just south of Indianapolis. And then, of course, you see what's going on out to the west, additional storms that are really individual storms. These are the ones where they are feeding on the environment until that line catches up with them or they become a solid line. And that's where we have the greatest potential for rotation and consequently the stronger tornadoes.
It looks as if that northern tornado warning near Paducah, looking at our colleagues at KFVS, I believe that is now a confirmed tornado warning moving towards Paducah.
Yeah, let's listen in and just see what they're saying. This is going to be Grant Dade from Cape Girardeau.
He's focusing on a different storm, but one of those storms does have a confirmed tag with it, a confirmed tornado.
I think it's the one he's getting to here.
Looks like
Yes.
they've upgraded that warning to a particularly dangerous situation as it's moving towards the Thames area.
The one for into Alexander and Scott tornado warning, considerable hail.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Considerable hail with
Oh,
that.
But
goodness
look
gracious.
at the, but there should, is it purple on GR yet?
Oh, it
So
just turned
Grant
purple.
is-
Yeah, click on the purple. for
Okay.
me.
Grant
See
is
what it's saying.
asking,
Damaging tornado.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah,
Debris
there it
on the
is,
ground.
debris
We've
ball.
got
Yep.
debris. So that's why they did it. And there's
This is a
so we do have a
significant tornado
that is
between
moving
Cape
through
Girardeau
Olive
and
Branch right
Paducah.
now and headed towards Thames. This is a confirmed tornado doing damage right now.
Boy, I
in
tell you what, you
Alexander
really can't
County
see that on the
in
regular
southern
radar, can you?
Illinois.
no, it's tough.
In
Yeah,
Alexander
you know, the
County.
velocity
It's gonna
shows
stay
that the
south of
CC
Union
showed
County.
it, you know, you can see the
It's gonna be
debris.
headed towards the I-57 corridor.
And of course, you
area
can see
here
the inflow
shortly
there, which
as
gives
we
the
head
notch,
throughout,
but it's like,
the next
ooh, you really got to
20
analyze
to
the
30
radar
minutes. Again, this
to
is
see
a
that. And that
confirmed
happens with
tornado
these
that is
linear
on the
storms.
ground
You
as
know,
we speak
they're
in
a lot tougher than just a
Alexander
supercell
County.
that's
It is
moving
headed
at you.
towards,
Whack-a-mole,
Yeah.
truly, where
into
the
Pulaski
rotations
County
develop
shortly.
on one radar scan, next radar scan,
Confirmed
they're gone.
An extremely dangerous tornado located
Oh,
over Olive
goodness.
Branch, 10 miles east of Scott City, moving east at 55 miles per hour.
For folks that are just joining our stream, we're keeping an eye on our sister station, KFVS. This is out of Cape Girardeau. Grant Dade is their chief meteorologist on the screen. They are tracking a tornado that is large and on the ground. This is just past Olive Branch. This is just off to the south and east of Cape Girardeau. This is not too far from the Paducah area, but will be moving just off to the north and east, I believe, of Paducah.
Even so, yes, this tornado is going to stay just barely north of Paducah. But if you know anybody in Western Kentucky or Southern Illinois, give them a call, text them, make sure they know that this is starting to unfold. This severe weather situation is unfolding because we all have busy lives and want to make sure that everybody's aware as they're going out and about their business tonight. But again, here in our area, there are no tornado warnings at this time. We've got tornado warnings just to the north, and we've got tornado warnings out to the west. But right now, we just have severe thunderstorm warnings for a handful of counties in southern Indiana: Du Bois County, Orange, and Jackson County under severe thunderstorm warnings at this time.
Yeah, and let me address Kathy. She's saying, you guys scared the living daylights out of me. Well, here's the deal. This is why we're on. You shouldn't be scared. We're walking you through the storm. If you're in our viewing area, right now you don't have anything to worry about. Hopefully by now you've been watching us all week where we've said, hey, Sunday's the day to watch. Hopefully you're prepared, which I'm assuming you are since you're watching, and you have a way to get warnings if they issue a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning for your area. So there's no reason to be scared. It's just about being prepared, really. And this is part of the prepared process. We're watching these storms out to the west. They are moving in our direction. Will they be this strong? That's tough to answer at this point. They certainly have enough available energy in terms of fuel, which we would measure in terms of energy as well as fuel or moisture content in the atmosphere. So yes, they will be strong. Will they produce tornadoes? It's possible. Will everybody get a tornado? No. So that's where we are in this as we track these storms across the area. And again, it's just beginning for us. This will take us from this point all the way up to or past the midnight hour as we move these storms through our viewing area. The strongest are on that southern edge, down across West Kentucky, southern parts of Illinois. That will be moving across southern Indiana and into central Kentucky.
And that is where, Western Kentucky, that is where the greatest tornado risk has been consistently. Looking over all of the data with this system for the last week. Now, again, that's not to minimize our tornado threat here at home. We could certainly still see tornadoes. Not everybody will. And I'm optimistic the tornado risk here will be a smidge. I mean, just a little bit lower. And I don't think we're worried about those stronger tornadoes necessarily either. There would be these quick spin-ups. Could still cause damage, of course, are still dangerous, but not as intense as what we might be seeing happen now across southern Illinois, parts of Missouri, and western Kentucky.
Not to minimize what is happening in our viewing area. I mean, we may not have the tornado warnings, but again, from our storm tracker, now headed out west on 64, you can see the skies are darkening. You can see the towering cumulus cloud. And in fact, Brian Good's watching this as well. And he is saying the one in Crawford County. And if I show you what the radar looks like on that, you'll notice there is a storm trying to develop across southern Crawford County, right along Interstate 64. That storm just developing. Let's check. Any velocity with it? No, not much in terms of rotation, at least. And it's in its infancy at this point.
And it's just now getting its act together. So I would not be surprised if this storm continues to intensify and it's out by itself. It's not within the line of storms. So this is one of those potential supercells we've been talking about that might try to produce a tornado here over the next little bit. Nothing alarming at this point, just a heavy storm, something we'll keep in mind or keep watching.
Well, and that's certainly true, because when you get out ahead of the storm or the main line, you wind up getting in an environment that you can feed off of in totality, meaning you have the whole environment.
Right.
It's not being impacted by other storms or being robbed by other storms.
That's why they're called supercells, to be quite honest with you. They want to be by themselves. They don't want any other storms taking away their energy. They want to do their own thing. That's not a good thing, because that's when you get the more intense hail. That's when you get the more intense tornadoes, when you have these isolated cells by themselves. And what we're going to have to watch is whenever this cell in Crawford County merges with the main line of storms, that's when you could get another quick spin up too, when that cell merger takes place, similar to what we saw a few minutes ago up near Columbus, Indiana.
I'm just looking at the velocity on the storms to see if we have any rotation along that line, and there's not a lot, which is good news. So that's a plus. But we are still seeing these storms move into an environment that is favorable for rotation. That's especially true in Southwest Indiana and far western Kentucky at this point. Andrew is noting that it is raining hard in French Lick, Indiana. Go back to our view here in Jefferson County. Nothing here. Back to the home view. Put the radar on. Here comes the radar. I'll take the lightning.
Oh, yeah. Heavy rain in French Lick for sure.
Yeah.
And you're likely seeing some gusty winds too, with the leading edge of this line of severe storms.
Logan is asking, can we show the Futurecast? Well, we could show it, and I can show it in a second. But the fact is, we have ongoing weather, and the Futurecast, or that modeling like that, is not very helpful at this point in the game.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like, now includes Jennings County. So again, this is in the far northern portions of wave country. North Vernon, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches into the southern suburbs of Indianapolis. That warning goes until 8 o'clock. It's your classic severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, perhaps some quarter-size hail, no tornado tag. That storm that was in Lawrence County earlier by itself, it's kind of merged with the line, and it's not really exhibiting much in the way of rotation anymore. Gusty winds, yeah, absolutely, but not much of a tornado threat with that cell that was in Lawrence County. Now it's in to Jackson County. And we also have this severe thunderstorm warning for northern Du Bois and a good chunk of Orange County. It goes until 7:30. I got a feeling that will be extended here in the next few minutes further east.
Yeah, and again, seeing more storms pop ahead of that line. You'll notice those now in Perry County, and then another one down a little closer to the Ohio River, not far from, let's see, it's tough for me to see, Grass, I guess.
Yeah, near Rockport, north of Rockport, Highway 231. That connects Holiday World to Owensboro, if you're familiar with Spencer County, Indiana, and Owensboro. So that particular area is where those cells are trying to get going. We'll go back down towards Paducah and Cape Girardeau, still watching that, what was a confirmed tornado a few minutes ago, a confirmed large tornado.
Yeah.
And that rotation still looks strong.
You know, we've been keeping an eye on it.
Severe thunderstorm warnings as well.
That supercell looks impressive too, that
Sure does.
Grant's looking at.
Excuse me. Yeah, we can see it right here.
And again, he's pointing out the rotation in that storm.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Now we got a
Progressive ad.
the progress. Yeah. We'll wipe them off.
Don't know how that happens. Ay. Don't you love
That's
live
what
TV?
happens when you're tapped into to the stream, if you will.
But they'll get that fixed back up here
Yeah,
shortly.
they're coming back.
So again, this is what we call nowcasting. We talk about forecasting, looking ahead. Nowcasting, we're looking at what's happening now. That's kind of why Futurecast, it's not necessarily the best tool to use at this point. What you really have to use is your own set of eyes to what's happening now. And then you can kind of get an idea of what this is going to mean for our area in the coming hours. So from here on out, quite honestly, we're going to be really focused exclusively on current radar and current satellite imagery, current camera views, things of that sort.
I'm just looking at some of the stuff offline here just to see the general movement. When we check this, you really do have two distinct areas, and they're broken. You can even see it. I mean,
Yep.
we've got the front part that is now moving across southern Indiana, and then really another part that is across West Kentucky, the Boot Hill of Missouri, and southern Illinois. Eventually, that may all congeal together and press through. But at this point, this one is outrunning the one further to the south. And that's not unusual. We see that forward motion as the low pressure drags that through. These are sort of on their own at this point, but they will speed up as the evening wears on. We're just now at 7:25, so that's where we have it.
Got a ways to go with the severe weather event. Looks like they extended that warning for areas just north of Paducah, further down to the south. So. Yeah, southern Indiana, you're kind of seeing your show now. And across our central Kentucky counties, it might take a little while longer for this southern flank of severe storms to move in.
Now, let's take a look. Again, we're not just keeping it on the radar here. We've got a number of folks that we're watching on our sister stations. This is going to be out of WFIE, Evansville, Indiana.
Necessarily threatening at that point.
You're listening to Jeff Lyons, the chief meteorologist over there, and one of our Gray counterparts from Gray Media.
Moving in when we were on the air with our warnings just a few minutes ago. So those are the most recent pictures here. Michael, let me check over here and see if we've had.
They're checking some of the viewer pictures just like we would. And we always ask you, hey, if you have the opportunity to send those in, we appreciate it. This is Ryan Vaughn. He's the chief meteorologist at KAIT. That's K8 over in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And likewise, they are tracking storms, tornado possible. This is going to be across northern parts of Arkansas and southern Missouri.
That's if not very, very heavy rain. That is some sort of hail and likely probably some pretty large hail there as well.
And Perry Hutton is reporting that the fire department is reporting golf ball size hail in Strawberry.
Wow.
Yeah.
So.
And they're getting ready to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for northeast Du Bois County, it looks like.
That makes sense. We might have a little bit of a hail core trying to develop with that particular storm.
We'll zoom into that. Again, we're keeping an eye on the western part, northern part of our viewing area. No tornado warnings for us. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in place for Jennings, Jackson, parts of Lawrence County, down into Orange and Du Bois. And you can see Du Bois County showing really a little bit of purple. That would be the storm that has the greatest potential to organize. A little bit of hail is possible with that storm, not far from Huntingburg. That should be around 231. That's US 231 going from Huntingburg to Jasper. That would be where we have the greatest potential for hail.
Pretty good hail core possible here. And we're talking quarter size hail, basically between Jasper and Huntingburg. Winds, nothing rotating. That's good. Still certainly some strong wind gust, no doubt. So that's another reason they'll keep the severe thunderstorm warning going. I would imagine that would also include parts of Crawford and maybe Perry counties when that new warning is issued here over the next couple of minutes. It'll likely be out.
One thing for sure, lots of lightning. And as it sort of night falls, we'll be able to see that lightning even in the distance. So you'll see the approaching storms. We have been watching this storm in Crawford County continue to increase in intensity with some heavy rain. Tough to tell on the rotation.
Yeah.
We'll give it a couple more scans. Don't see it on the storm relative velocity. But we could be trying to see a little bit of rotation not far from Riddle down to Beechwood. That would be that zone as it wraps in. But that's something that's, again, not certain at this point. Back to the home view we go. I'll put the radar back on. I'll take the lightning off. I take the lightning off on these views because it's takes up so much space and you can't hardly see the warnings. So
the lightning count was close to 600 right there just before we turned it off. And there's going to be so much lightning tonight that you really can't see the details of the storm on radar because of the density of that lightning.
Right. And that's something that's important to keep an eye on. Just lightning increasing, severe storms still building. When the lightning begins to decrease, the good news is we wind up seeing the decaying nature. That won't happen for quite some time, though, for us.
A tornado warning, by the way, north of our area in Columbus has just been extended into towards Greensburg, Indiana. That's not in our area, but there you see that warning being adjusted and expanded just a little bit.
And again, that close to that cell merger, you can sort of
Right.
see along the boundary there.
See that notch kind of intensified there as it moved east of Columbus.
Let's
So
take my drawing off and let's just put on the velocity.
yeah, something trying to spin just outside of Columbus, which was just hit 10 days ago by an EF2 tornado
Right.
south of Columbus. Very close to the same spots in that
It's
part
been
of
such an
the world.
active year,
Yes,
from
it
the
has.
winter
Mhm.
where we had, storm after storm, it seemed, one of our snowiest in quite some time. And then to launch into the spring season here with repetitive severe weather episodes.
With that February flood in the middle.
Yeah. And likely more flooding to come
Yes.
as we get into the spring season. And we're not finished with the severe. I mean, by Wednesday, we've got another round very similar to what we're looking at now that looks like it's going to be rolling through. So if you've seen our 10-day forecast, we've got 3 more alert days lined up mid to late next week.
Yeah, Wednesday in particular, that severe weather threat is concerning. And we don't say that to alarm you. And any severe weather threat's concerning, right? It's just that one on Wednesday night could actually be a little more intense than what we're seeing tonight. So we got to keep a real close eye on Wednesday night. And then Thursday and Friday, the alert days aren't necessarily for severe storms. They're for heavy rain and flooding. Some of us could see over a half foot of rain this week, which would certainly cause some problems.
Pocket of heavy wind just south of Jasper, moving just north and into St. Anthony. That would take you right through Du Bois. It's going to move you to Birdseye. So we still have quite a bit of wind with that. Not a lot of rotation. Good news there. Back to the radar. Heavy rain is falling across Du Bois County at this point.
So we're still waiting to get that new warning that the Weather Service was discussing for Du Bois County. I'm sure they're drawing it up as we speak. But I believe that, we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings for Jackson and Jennings County, but Du Bois County is also under a warning. But they're all severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Still have to watch that cell out near English and Marengo, though, since it's still kind of on its own at this point. We'll have to also watch that cell when it merges with the main line of storms here shortly. That would likely take place around Orange and Washington County.
Yeah, again, we have a little time before these storms even reach us here in Louisville. It's probably not going to be before, some of these out ahead of it may clip us by that 9.
I think it's going to be closer
time
to
frame.
10.
Probably closer to 10.
The models have been struggling, to be honest with you, with the timing of this whole severe weather event. When I came into the office Saturday morning, it looked like a late night for us, like not even until midnight before the storms get into Louisville. Then last night, those storms, looking at the data, sped up several hours. And today it's kind of in the middle. And that appears to be where we're heading, where we might see these storms here in the metro, possibly in that 9 o'clock hour, maybe closer to 9:45 or 10 at this point.
They're obviously a lot closer to Louisville than they would be across our central Kentucky counties. So as you work your way down, say, E-Town, you're still a ways away from seeing these storms approach your area.
It may be 11, possibly midnight before those storms get into E-Town. It really just depends on the evolution of these 2 branches of severe storms, the northern branch in Indiana and that southern branch that has the tornado warnings across western Kentucky and southern Illinois. If they become one gigantic line, then the forward momentum will be a little quicker. If they stay separated, it might take a while for that southern part of the line to get into our central Kentucky counties.
What do you say we take a listen to Jonesboro? This is going to be Ryan Vaughn tracking tornado warning going through parts of
Jonesboro.
Yeah.
Here is what separates the National Weather Service warning area from Memphis, and everything from here this way is the Little Rock National Weather Service.
So now his immediate viewing area, including Jonesboro, under the tornado warning.
And Ryan's referring to the different boundaries between Weather Service offices down in his coverage area, which we have to deal with as well.
We have 3.
We have 3, right? Many of you get your warnings from the Weather Service office here in Louisville off of Smyrna Road. If you live in Lawrence, Jackson, or Jennings counties in Indiana, you get your warnings from the Weather Service in Indianapolis. And if you live in Carroll County, you get your warnings from the Wilmington, Ohio office, Cincinnati, basically.
We're just kind of watching our colleagues, again, part of being among a group of television stations. There are 113 working newsrooms across the United States that we have, and we can tap into them. And we know these guys. We work with them equally on a weekly or monthly basis, but we communicate. I'm always
You talk to
talking
Ryan a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, we are on a corporate team, and you can see what he's tracking with those winds moving right into his viewing area. So this is an idea why we're showing it is because this is the weather that's moving in our direction.
And it's going to take a few more hours, but this is what we've been talking about for days. We called the alert day on Monday for tonight. And sure enough, here we are tracking these storms.
Yeah, and there is a view from their storm chasing vehicle. We'll check in with Fernando coming up as well. He's riding out 64, going not too far from Corydon is where he's at. So he's going to run into some storms. That's not this view. This view is coming from Jonesboro. I'll point out our view here so you can see the difference. Still not raining there.
No, but they will be running into that Crawford County storm, I believe, here in the next few minutes. So, fellas, if you're listening to us, keep an eye on those storms about a few miles away.
I've just brought up Fernando's microphone. So, Fernando, give us an idea. I know you're close to Corydon, I think. So, you're rolling through an area where sometimes we take cell tower hits. But you guys should be rolling into some rain fairly shortly. Let me zoom in. I'll show your position. Can you hear us, Fernando?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I think you should be able to hear me as well. Like you mentioned, we are probably about a little less than 10 minutes away from Corydon at this point. And yeah, like as you drive away from the Louisville Metro and drive on I-64 heading west towards Indiana, we passed New Albany, all that. The clouds definitely feel a lot gloomier, a lot thicker. We still haven't seen any rain where we're at again on I-64 driving west towards Corydon right now. Everything is still looking very smoothly, but definitely a lot cloudier. And like you mentioned, we are expecting that we are probably going to start running into some of those storms in a little bit.
Yeah, we appreciate that. As you move past Corydon, let me just pop up the radar here. You will run into some of the rain. Probably it's going to be in Crawford County by the time you reach it. But we have had hail that was just reported out of the Jasper area.
Yeah, and there was that hail core with that particular part of the storm in DuBois County a little while ago. So, again, the hail threat should drop as we go further into the night. But if you live in our western counties, certainly have seen some quarter-size hail or close to quarter-size hail. And we'll continue to keep an eye on that as we go through the next hour or so.
Yeah, not a lot happening in the viewing area. We've got the tornado warning north. That's just north of Jennings County. That one's moving through Greensburg, Indiana, and Westport, Indiana. The severe thunderstorm warnings for Ripley, Jennings, and Jackson counties continue, as well as the severe thunderstorm warning. And we're just now seeing the 1.5-inch hail out of Jasper. So that was just a few minutes ago. Decent size hail.
1.5 inches, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, that is quite large hail.
And you can see that storm has weakened as it approaches DuBois just a bit.
So the Weather Service might be waiting a little bit to extend the warning because it's very messy right now with all these storms kind of colliding or about to collide with each other. And again, when those storms collide, when they interact with each other, it takes them a minute to get their act back together. Once they all join up as a team, that's when they'll start to intensify once again.
I'm looking at the velocity, not seeing a lot in the way of rotation, but you see these pockets of heavier wind moving past Bird's Eye. That's lifting to the north. Patoka Lake, if you have friends or family there, you should let them know that they do have some wind coming in. I know it's not quite camping season yet, but some people are on spring break.
Exactly.
That's where people may be. So just let them know they've got a storm coming at them if they're near the Patoka Lake area.
It always seems like spring break week. We're tracking severe weather,
doesn't it? Yeah, well, it's that time of year.
It's that time of year, obviously, but it always seems to land, or a severe weather episode always seems to land on spring break week, it appears.
And you can see on that latest scan, that purple showing back up, an indicator of where we would have the hail, or at least the best opportunity to see that hail moving right toward Patoka Lake.
Yeah, so we're going to have to keep watching that. That's probably the strongest storm we have in this little cluster with that small hail core, but I mean, we just got the report of 1.5 inch size hail in DuBois County a moment ago. Somebody in the comments looks like they're reporting some hail up near Seymour. So there's still some hail out there, but we do expect that threat to diminish a bit.
Yeah, and just as a note, when you report the hail, it's good to not just know the location, but also the size of that hail. We appreciate that.
Right.
People wishing other people well. We've got pea-size hail in Valonia. So, again, not too far from that general area. So some small hail moving through. I'm going to go back to the radar view here. I'll pop it up between us. There it is. And let's just zoom out on the radar. We've mentioned the warnings that we have pretty much for just 3 of our counties at this point.
Oh, now the new one.
Now we've got, I spoke too soon. This is going to cover several of our Indiana counties as we go to that radar. You're going to notice Crawford, Du Bois, and Orange. It is for that storm we've been talking about, up to 1.5 inch size hail.
And remember,
that storm.
This cell's still kind of on its own to an extent. So that's why the orientation of the warning is more northeast as opposed to east. They're focusing on that one specific cell with that little hail core that's about to go right over Patoka Lake, right where Du Bois, Orange, and Crawford counties all come together. And that warning goes until 8:15. It's for the 60-mile-per-hour winds, yes, but mainly that 1.5 inch diameter hail right on top of Patoka Lake, it appears. There's the lake.
Moving in. You can see the lake. I put that on the hail tracker's not seeing it just yet. There's the latest blip on it. Underdone, most likely. It has pea-size hail, but it's not able to capture fast enough the true size of some of those stones coming out of the sky. This is the velocity, just checking rotation and back to the radar view. And there you'll see the intense, still intensify. It's getting even deeper in that purple color. And then Matt Phillips is saying hail in Du Bois. And that is now moving into southwestern parts of Orange County.
Train spotters reporting some ping pong ball size hail east of Jasper.
Okay.
That was that report.
That's earlier.
So that's why this warning is out.
Same general storm.
Yeah.
If I put Jasper on, you'll see it right there.
Yeah.
So that storm likely fading toward Du Bois, but re-energizing just a little bit further to the east, now over Patoka Lake.
So that warning goes until 8:15 tonight for eastern Du Bois, far northwestern Crawford, and a good chunk of Orange County. And we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings for Jackson and Jennings. That goes until the top of the hour at 8.
All right. Lots of folks tuned into our stream here. We appreciate you being on. Obviously, we're under severe thunderstorm warnings. We are giving information nonstop on all of our streams as these storms continue to move through. And if we still see ping pong ball size hail coming out of that storm, where was that?
That was east of Jasper about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we see that tick up again, we're going to jump into our main channel just for a quick update. And I know they've sent us the commercial
I was just looking
times.
at that.
So you guys may just have to come in here and tell us when the next break is or talk into our ear.
Let's get that connection hooked up with them in case they want to talk to us.
Perfect.
We have a lot of different ways that we can communicate within the building. So bear with us. We have to.
It's not easy when you got lots of voices in your head already, right?
I'm leaving. What? I'm leaving that alone. But it is true for all of us, I guess, to an extent. But no, we have to juggle all the different audiences that we have. We're blessed to have a lot of different groups that watch us in different ways in this new age of technology that we're in. We're staying here on the air on the digital side of things so that folks that want to watch NBC shows can keep watching those shows until we have to go on air for an emergency situation. And like Kevin said, we'll likely do some updates on our main NBC channel throughout the evening, should conditions warrant.
Yeah, and we've got our eyes to the sky, not just from our viewpoint here in the studio that we're in, but also from our storm tracker. And Brian Good's helping guide Fernando into this storm in a safe way. And again, we're pointing out that there is some small hail with this storm near the Harrison-Crawford County line. But as Brian is mentioning to Fernando, hey, there could also be some lightning that they're seeing. And Fernando, I'm going to bring him in. He's saying he could see some lightning as well. Fernando, we've got you live on here. Sorry to be bouncing back and forth, but lightning, you guys have started to see some of that lightning already?
Yeah, as we keep heading north, I mean, it's getting a lot darker now, and we finally have started seeing the first raindrops. Again, nothing too substantial, but we have started seeing some rain falling and some considerable lightning as well. Of course, like right now, while we're doing our live hit, there's not really a lot going on. But again, as we keep driving on I-64 west, we have started seeing lightning and the first couple of raindrops as well. And it's considerably much darker as well. So it's very evident that we are starting to drive it towards these potential storms.
Fernando, let me ask a quick question. Do you have is the laptop on in front of you?
Yes, it should be on right now.
Okay.
Yes, I have it open here.
Perfect. Once I can get into it, I can plot your location on our map here, and that way folks can see the storm that you're rolling into. In the meantime, I'll point out to them that you're on Interstate 64. You're moving westbound. You're moving past Corydon and should be getting close to Crawford County. And with that, those are the storms that you'll be seeing. Once you hit those storms, you can start to track back. Let's see here. Hang on.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Perfect. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings for the south. Sorry. Thank you, Carson.
See, that new warning was an extension for Jackson and Jennings.
Yeah, that just carried it on over. I saw that tornado warning, and I had to get my bearings together there. That's just north of our viewing area. Right. So, again, Fernando's near this warning, which is for Crawford, Du Bois, and Orange. He's undercutting that right across southern parts of Crawford County. So he'll go south of English. But once he gets into that rain that you're looking at from the view, that'll be where we start to pick up not only the rain, but the lightning too.
And Brian Good is guiding Fernando as far as how to navigate those storms, make sure we keep our team in a safe position. And then once they kind of intercept the storms, we'll turn them around and they can kind of follow it back as they keep moving east towards Louisville. They're getting closer to the metro. We still have a little ways to go, but they are getting a little bit closer. And another thing too, the sun's about to go down. So we might not have these good cloud shots that you saw from the storm tracker, but we might have some light shows tonight.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of lightning with these. Yeah. Latest warning coming out includes parts of the metro. That would be Clark County. So Clark, Crawford, Harrison, and Washington. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Wind speeds possible 60 miles an hour, up to 1-inch hail with this. Getting a little closer. This is part of that same storm that we've mentioned. Could have the small hail, a brief push of wind, but it's fairly small in geographical coverage.
Yeah, let's talk about who's not in this warning first. Corydon, you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning. Clarksville, no. Jeffersonville, no. This is for far northern Harrison County, Palmyra in particular, a good chunk of Washington County, including Salem, basically Salem Point South, and then far western Clark County, really just Borden. That's it. So that's kind of the locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8:15 Eastern time. And the time right now is 7:50, almost 7:50.
Yeah, we've been on for over an hour now, just tracking these storms as they've moved through. We've had nothing more than severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't want to downplay that because those can be powerful too, especially with the wind field that we have setting up across the area. So these storms have the ability to produce not just very strong winds, but as we've seen, ping pong ball size hail in a few cases. The lightning makes them also dangerous, even though we don't issue severe thunderstorm warnings for lightning. It's still a danger and poses a problem. But the one thing that we haven't seen, at least in our area, have been tornado warnings in the immediate southern Indiana vicinity, out of the counties that we serve. But boy, they've been close.
They have been very close. In fact, we had the first warning of the night for our area was for Lawrence County, and it was for a cell that was trying to rotate. It was rotating, but it just wasn't enough for the Weather Service to go with the full-on tornado warning. So we've had some close calls, but so far the tornado warnings have stayed to our north and to our west. In fact, that tornado warning is getting extended, the northern one, close to the Cincinnati metro, the western parts of the Cincinnati metro there in southeast Indiana. Do we still have that tornado warning in Paducah? No, we don't. I think they dropped it. So that's good.
Just far west Kentucky, just south of Paducah. We have that one, and then the one for Jonesboro. And they're tracking that one too. Now I'm going to switch vehicles here. This is going out to Jonesboro, Arkansas, and this is their live view.
We'll check back in with you here in just a little bit. This is still concerning. This is why they issued the.
This is Ryan Vaughn, chief meteorologist at KAIT. It's KAIT, Jonesboro, Arkansas. And he is one of our colleagues from Gray Media.
So that is what's causing the tornado warning in Craighead County. In Greene County, this is the area that we're watching right here. Let me zoom in but really there's gusty winds all along this thing.
A number of tornado warnings on that southern flank, which is where you would expect that to be. So when we're looking at that, you can see the bulk of the tornado warnings from West Kentucky down into extreme southern or the Boot Hill of Missouri and far northeast Arkansas. That is where we're going to see the bulk of the tornado warnings, not only because it's on the southern edge, but that is where the environment is far more favorable for the rotation.
That's been the case with this system since we started looking at it last week. The higher tornado threat was always going to be west of us, not by much, but for the most part to our west. And those cells down there are still kind of somewhat separated. It's a broken line of cells, if you will. They haven't come together just yet. Once they do, the tornado threat will still be there, but it will be lower than what they're dealing with right now. But that western Kentucky line is going to be the problem for our Kentucky counties here in a couple of hours.
That's correct. And it may not weaken a whole lot.
No, because the environment over our area has been by and large untapped today. There hasn't been a lot of storms to work over the atmosphere so far. Go back to the home view.
Yeah, and there you see the warnings that we have, severe thunderstorm warnings. Kentucky, in our viewing area, nothing. And then you get just across the river and you get some action across southern Indiana, especially from the northern part of our viewing area right down to the Ohio River, which is where we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, but no tornado warnings. And when we look at the rotation, which we've been doing, it's sort of a repetitive process. And I know if you're watching and we're in nonstop storm coverage, you're like, man, this seems like they're beating a dead horse. But the fact is we have to go through each of the scans and we're looking for rotation that may show up on the next scan. It happens like that. I mean, it's not something that, you can look at and give it 10 minutes and go back and check. No, you constantly have to be checking to see what that storm is doing. Very little in the way of rotation across parts of Orange County, Crawford, but you see those pockets of wind between Patoka Lake and English. And then a little bit of rotation possible as we get into that southern part of the warning that I have on the center of the screen, right near Whiskey Run. So let's see.
It's very messy, but there's some indications that we need to watch it, but it is at minimum gusty winds, no question. Maybe some hail in the mix too.
That would be passing with some pretty strong winds, not far from Daisy Hill, not too far from Borden, Martinsburg.
close to Huber's. Maybe
Yes.
just a smidge to the north and west, but mighty close.
Our storm tracker is now in some rain, so they're seeing at least some of that rain as they move in that direction as well. So again, live view. Let's just check in. I'm going to give Fernando just a second, so so he knows his microphone's getting ready to be turned on. I've been just popping it up, and it's like, well, maybe I should give him a heads up.
That's a dangerous game.
I know. I've been in that seat before. I know. Especially when the weather's like this, and you're like, yikes.
Oh, man,
All right,
yeah.
Fernando, here we come. Let's go to Fernando Garcia Francischini. He is in the storm tracker. I see the brake lights on the Amazon truck there. You guys are moving through that storm. Any hail or just heavy rain, Fernando?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate the heads up, Kevin. Thank you so much. Only rain right now. We still haven't seen any hail as of yet. It's gotten so much darker, and the rain has gotten much heavier. You can see that people are taking it much slower on the roads as well. There isn't a lot of traffic, I should say, but the people that are out on the roads are taking it much slower. But right now, what we're seeing is mostly just heavy rain. We haven't really ran into hail as of yet, and there is that lightning out there as well. But that's kind of like what we're seeing again as we're on I-64 continuing to head west.
And are you close to Leavenworth yet, or what is your exact location? Do you know, Fernando?
That is a great question. I'm not entirely sure right now how close we are, Kevin, and I apologize for that.
No, that's all right. I have a feeling, just based on the radar, that's going to be where you're at. I know. Let me just see if I can pop your location on here. No, it's not popping up just yet, but you're pretty much in the core of that. You may see some small hail, but it looks like it's going to be mainly to your north. You see the southern edge of that warning being trimmed back. So not under the warning, Fernando, but take it easy in that rain. As you continue to drive west, whenever you want to turn and start to come back slowly, we'll see if any of those storms make their way back, or if you want to chase them north, that's fine as well. But we appreciate the views you're bringing to the viewer. Obviously, they can hear it, and now they can see that heavy rain on Interstate 64 as you go westbound. Appreciate that, Fernando.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
All right. Again, we'll be checking back in with the storm tracker.
Loud rain.
Yeah, I know. It's those heavy raindrops.
Yeah.
So much moisture in the atmosphere. And that's really going to be the problem for the latter part of the week, too. We have multiple waves of rain and a front that gets hung up near us. It delivers another severe chance on Wednesday. But as that front hangs up, it's going to tap into plenty of moisture, and that could give some pretty decent flooding signs.
Yeah, tonight the front's moving, which limits the flooding threat. Wednesday night, it is the total opposite. We had that severe threat Wednesday night, right as the front's moving in, and then it's flooding Thursday into Friday. So it's a concerning setup towards the end of the week, but we got to get through tonight first. Quite a incredibly busy 5 days ahead, huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Goodness.
It's that time of year, and throw in
Sure is.
spring break. That's always fun.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to punch up our sister station from Jonesboro.
What looks to be
And you're covered?
yeah.
You're
I'm
hearing
fully
what we're
covered.
hearing.
I'm at 18 in Bradshaw Road.
They're tracking storms
Yeah,
out that way as
completely.
well.
Yep.
The Weather Service
Can hear
office
the
is saying that area
tornado
rotation
sirens.
silo
Yep.
contaminated again coming into Cricket County. So
That's what I was wondering, because it's not matching up with where we're seeing the inflow on reflectivity. As long as you're covered right there, I think any wind or rotation is going to pass to your north.
Covered so they can
You're-
avoid
you're
hail
probably going to
and
get some
that
hail,
possible
so that's why I was
rotation.
asking if you're covered.
That's why we
Yeah, that helps.
always
I
recommend, if
covered
you
it.
want to go storm chasing, to get proper training.
Covered at the top. What about,
Because if you don't know what you're looking for or what you're looking at, that's when you can get in a dangerous situation. All of the storm spotters here at KIT at Ryan Station I'm very confident they're trained to do stuff like this.
Keep us updated on that.
1 inch.
And again, this is down in northeast Arkansas, where there's still supercells within a line of supercells, not necessarily a solid line of severe storms. So that's why you have more tornado warnings down to the south and west of us.
Yeah, and they still have them right through Jonesboro all the way up into the West Kentucky. And then from there, it sort of fades a bit as it goes into Evansville, up into the western part of our viewing area. Fingers crossed it stays that way.
Right. Severe thunderstorm warnings at this point still for Jackson and Jennings County. That actually has been allowed to expire here at the top of the hour. They might tack on a few more minutes to Jennings County, but in fact, I tell you what, they've got warnings overlapping each other. So let me make sure I'm getting the right one here. Still some very heavy rain over North Vernon.
Yeah, and still pockets of wind in
pockets of
that
wind,
too.
right.
So I'll pump in the velocity here, and you're going to see that moving across northern and northeastern parts of Jennings County. Those brighter colors just showing where the pop of the wind is there. Back to the radar view. Again, that is the severe thunderstorm warning. There is plenty of lightning that stretches back. Certainly Jackson County will be out of the warning. We still have the warning that extends into the Washington County area. That's not far from Salem, Pierce, Becks Mill. That storm also doesn't, it's not very well organized, but it does have decent lightning with it, especially at the core near Becks Mill, and possibly severe winds right in that area. Tough to tell on the radar. Velocity, storm relative velocity. No, not showing it.
Mm-mm.
So that storm showing a little signs of weakening too. We did have hail with that storm. You'll remember that was the one that had the large hail with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now seemingly much weaker.
Yeah, that's really been the most significant report so far tonight in our area, at least, is ping pong ball size hail east of Jasper. That was about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that if you look at that. That was that storm. So likely still putting down some hail. Sean is bringing up a good point. He says, make sure you share your reports of weather, and that includes hail, on MPing. And that is I'm going to put the radar on here, and then I'm going to show you the MPing reports that we have, because here's why it's important. We get all of those reports, and we can pop them in to our system very quickly. And here they come. And these are the hail reports that we've had. So you can see a few dime-size reports,
mostly
a lot of pea-size.
Yep.
So those are the hail reports that we've received from viewers like you that go onto the MPing site and report those. It's easy to do, and it's super helpful.
2 weeks ago, when we had those big hailers move through the metro that Saturday morning.
Oh, yeah, those were huge. 2-inch hail.
2-inch hail.
Indiana,
and it was so helpful for us to know what had just happened with those hail cores, those hail storms that went right over the metro that morning. 2-inch diameter hail. It feels like an eternity ago, but it was only 2 weeks ago.
Right.
It was as much as we've been having to deal with over the last couple of weeks.
Oh, we are watching the radar. We've got a lot of your comments coming in. Carson, if you want to roll through some of those, we can answer some questions, and we'll be showing you your comments.
So let's see. Adam has a good question, kind of talking about coverage areas. Is Brownstown in our area? They are. They are in Jackson County. Adam's saying they've got some pretty good hail that went through a little while ago. A lot of you asking about your particular towns. Just remember, we love all of you. We appreciate every single one of you, but there's literally hundreds of little towns in Wave Country. If we went town by town by town, we would literally be here for a month.
Well, we always say know your town
and know your town,
and know
right?
what's around it, and you can sort of extrapolate what's going on. It's not that different, right?
Right.
Obviously, if there were a tornado bearing down, we'd be street level showing you exactly where it is. But when it's like this, there's a new warning coming out. This one butts right up to Louisville.
Okay.
So this is that southern Indiana storm that we've been watching. The one that we pointed out had the hail.
You know what? All of these individual cells are congealing, and now they're starting to shift east as opposed to that northeast motion we had with the individual storms. Now the line is kind of wanting to go more east now as opposed to north and east. So that's why the warning goes east.
Right? Yeah, it's kind of odd because you've got the other one just north of it going northeast, and this one what appears to be capturing the southern part of that. So it looks like it's southeast, but it's really just east. As that storm moves off to the east. Again, mainly for wind and hail, which is really going to be the theme of the night for most of our counties. I think because what's happening now across southern Indiana, where that top part has sort of outrun the bottom part, we're going to wind up getting our severe weather threat out of Indiana much quicker than central Kentucky. So that's going to happen.
Yeah, it might be 10 o'clock when the severe weather threat's done in southern Indiana, 10, perhaps 11. But in Kentucky, it is going to take a while because we got to wait on those storms out near Paducah. That new warning, by the way, it covers Corydon, Lanesville, Georgetown, and basically all of Floyd County. Of course, Floyd County is pretty small as it is, but everybody in Floyd County is under that severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 8:30 tonight. And we'll go back out live to the wave storm tracker. Traffic picking up. The rain not quite as heavy, it appears, as what we saw from Fernando's shot just a moment ago.
Yeah, and I know some areas up in Washington County seeing not far from Cauble Road, C-A-U-B-L-E, nickel-size hail being reported. Fernando's on board the wave storm tracker. They're going to turn around and head back into Louisville as we track that storm back into the city because that storm is now warned for a good chunk of Harrison County and almost all of Floyd County. So that's the same storm he's been in. It did not appear severe as he was driving through it, or he and Mark. We've got two people in there. It's not just one. It's never safe to chase alone.
Right.
So we've got a number of folks helping guide the storm tracker. And obviously, as they come back toward Louisville, we're going to see some of that heavy rain move back into our area here as well.
Again, so we'll go back to the radar view. We'll show you the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. This is for Harrison and Floyd County until 8:30. And we also got to watch this cell in Spencer County, Indiana, close to Holiday World. Kevin zooming in on the metro.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Wrong button.
I'll tell you what, we'll go back to the storm tracker view while we adjust the radar settings for you. Traffic is pretty heavy, so take it slow if you absolutely have to be out and about in this mess. Again, we're going to get that storm tracker turned back around. I think it is now moving back to the east. And these storms that the storm tracker has been chasing, for lack of a better term, or watching, they will continue to push eastward towards Louisville. I think here in the city, we could start to have some problems during the 9 o'clock hour, it appears. So there's the big picture, or Kevin's getting the big picture set up. We'll go ahead and show it to you. Yeah,
warnings all along the line. That is going to be the line. So we're seeing the front part sort of outrun the southern part. So we're getting more of this angle as opposed to how it was earlier when it initially looked like it may be more like that. That's why Indiana's going to get out of this first, and then it will continue to race to the east. And as it makes that move, we will still likely see pockets of embedded high wind. The greatest tornado potential is going to be across West Kentucky and probably into northwestern parts of Tennessee. Obviously, it's goes to show we have tornado warnings already there. It's not out of the question that as some of these cells bump into each other and merge, that we would have enough rotation to see some type of tornado warning within that area that I've circled because of the collisions.
Katie is reporting pea-size hail in Scottsburg with those storms in southern Indiana. Let's see. Dime-size hail a few minutes ago from Cora, who's watching us on YouTube. That came out from Salem, dime-size hail.
Well, just remember, if you're getting these reports, those two are easy to pass along to us through the Wave Weather app. If you go there, you can scroll down, submit the report, take a picture. It sends it right to us. It gives us permission to use it on the air, which is super helpful.
So lots of dime and pea-size hail reports so far tonight. The biggest hail we've had was about a half hour ago in Du Bois County, ping pong ball size hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter. And we still expect the hail threat to continue to drop tonight. Pea-size hail isn't severe hail technically, but there could certainly still be at least some small hail as these storms keep on pushing eastward through the night tonight. So we're just kind of watching these storms as they continue to approach the metro, approach the rest of our coverage area. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison and Floyd County. You can kind of see where that cluster of storms is bowing out, right where that new severe thunderstorm warning is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some enhancement of the wind gust in northern Harrison County over the next few minutes. And that warning goes until 8:30. So another 20 minutes on it.
Another little storm trying to pop over Oldham County. That's out ahead of the line. And then getting close to us, and I'm going to pop up our, I was looking at the storm tracker here, and our SkyTrack cameras also will be a valuable source as we see these storms move in, because not only are you going to be able to see the lightning, but you're also going to be able to see some of that wind whip the trees around that we can see in those views.
Right. We'll go to the storm tracker view one more time. Look at those clouds. How about that?
Yeah, moving back toward the city. So now we should be turned around on 64 coming back into the city. So now we're moving eastbound. And as the storm tracker comes back in to Louisville, we're just ahead of the main part of that storm. So if they were to pan that camera back to the north, which would be to their left, you'd really see the dark sky.
And again, they're kind of, they went head on into this cluster of storms. Now they did a 180, and now they're kind of tailing it, if you know what I mean. They're letting the storms kind of had the lead, and they're watching them from behind or next to them, I suppose.
The real active weather, I mean, we've got active weather here. Don't get us wrong. These are severe thunderstorms. They have produced some hail, sometimes large hail, but those reports have been few and far between. There's Fernando changing his camera view. We'll go back to him. I'll give him just a second here so he knows we're going to come to him. But again, those are the dark skies of southern Indiana. The rain starting to pick up. Here comes Fernando. Fernando Garcia Francischini's with us from the Storm Tracker. Fernando, we've got you on here. I saw you moving the camera around. You can give us a little view from your seat on what you're looking at there. Obviously, the skies are darkening. One, because the sun is set, but two, obviously, you've got a pretty strong storm near you.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. I mean, by the time we were doing our last live hit with you guys, it was raining very heavily. It was actually kind of like hard to see on the road because of what you mentioned, right? Like naturally the sun has started going down, so visibility is already reduced as it is, but the rain was coming down so heavy that it actually made it hard to see on the road. And now, however, like you mentioned, we are driving back towards the Louisville metro area. We're still seeing some raindrops, but the rain at this point has kind of like gone away from the part where we're at right now. We're nearing the Corden area again, heading back east towards the metro area. But you can still see, and I apologize as I try to, maneuver the camera here while I talk to you guys as well. But, the clouds are still there. It still looks very gloomy. And again, all of that rain that we saw in our previous hit and that we know is also coming from other storms is now heading towards the metro area.
All right, Fernando, we appreciate that. We'll check back in with you as you get a little closer to Louisville, and thank you for staying with us here this evening.
Of course, happy to help.
All right, we appreciate that. Fernando Garcia Francischini, again, providing helpful information as these storms approach Louisville with the severe thunderstorm warning that you see butted right up against Jefferson County. It includes a large chunk of Harrison County, almost all of Floyd County. And at this point, no damage outside of some small hail that we've seen.
Yeah, the biggest hail we've talked about is that one report near Jasper, ping pong ball size, 1.5 inches in diameter. But yeah, a lot of the hail reports, virtually all of them, aside from that one, have been pea to dime size hail.
I'm going to take you on a little tour of our sister station. So we'll start with KFVS. This is going to be out in Cape Girardeau. Grant Dade has been leading their coverage.
The best chance of seeing damaging winds right now are in Hardin County and in Crittenden County. We may even
that is not Kentucky, by the way.
Right there. I mean, that. Right. Yeah, I need to get on the air.
They're tracking that line of storms that have the bulk of the tornado warnings, again, from Cape Girardeau. KFVS, Grant Dade, tracking those storms. If we were to go to Evansville, you'd see Jeff Lyons on the air. His weather radio is going off with another alert.
and I'll just hop back onto the radar here real quick, and we'll go back. But anyway, my point was the air is starting to dry out, and that's our first warning now for Western Kentucky.
So there you see
that
the
we've
latest
had so
warning
far this evening. That's
that
going
Jeff
to
is
include
reporting coming
Webster,
into West
Southern
Kentucky.
Union
We see that one
counties
as well.
Only. It does not include Hopkins. This warning will continue here for about 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes until 8 o'clock. Hail size of around.
Ryan Vaughn tracking storms through Jonesboro, Arkansas. And look at that.
Is that a
wow?
I wonder if that. That looks suspicious. Let's listen in.
Here's Harrisburg Road. There it is, right there. Here's the lowering right through here. And like I said, excuse the buttons up here, but everyone in the control room has gone back to our safe spot right now.
You're watching live from Jonesboro, Arkansas. This is our sister station, KAIT. That's Kate, Channel 8 out of Jonesboro. This is Ryan Vaughn. They are tracking these storms with live camera views. You've got the lowering of the clouds, the wall clouds, tremendous amount of lightning with those storms. And you can see some of that rotation on the upper part of that screen when you saw it.
I think Ryan said he asked his control room to go to their shelter in the building. So this must be close to their station. Well, it's going right over Jonesboro. When you look at radar, it appears.
They've been hit several times this year,
yes,
too.
They have.
We're going to get some hail here at the station here shortly. Let's see if I go from this side to get the.
For those on our stream, you're watching from Wave out of Louisville. These are our sister stations that we've been showing you. Well, we've got a number of them we can tap into. This is Ryan Vaughn, Kate, out of Jonesboro, Arkansas.
But anywhere along, see this little bitty line right here? I can't rule out any kind of little spin up through here. See this?
Powerful wind where you see those pushes of blue as well.
I'm surprised Jace is not seeing really strong wind. Jace, has the wind not picked up on you yet?
His mic is potted down just because we were getting interference whenever.
Oh, okay. All right.
Since the control
Jace must be in one of their chase vehicles.
All right, so let's look at a couple of the cameras once again. This is looking out toward the north. The best vantage point I think we had was this one. Now it's starting to get covered up with rain looking up from Central Baptist. We can still see some lowering through here.
You can see that lowering on the NEA Baptist camera.
NEA Baptist looks.
Okay.
Well, that's impressive.
Yes, it is.
I would say, wouldn't you say right through here would be the greatest concern?
Yeah.
Because you got your.
Not very often you see a storm look that clear in this part of the country.
Well, and a nice, I mean, you see the whole structure of that storm
Right.
from the wall cloud to the.
For safe metals eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Let's go back to radar.
And again, all of this coming out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Those storms are moving east.
Clay and Greene County, just like we did on the 14th and 15th, we're triaging what the greatest priority is right now. Obviously, the tornado warning is the greatest priority. And don't immediately come out of shelter and go outside and look around, because we've got this hail core sitting back here also that we're going to have to watch. If you look at this, notice that the storm's coming.
And bring our radar back up here in Louisville, what we're watching. And just to give an idea and an update of what's happening here, the National Weather Service keeping an eye on this storm moving closer to the Louisville metro area, saying that the good news is with this line of storms, the outflow is pushing ahead of that line, which means that the winds won't be as strong as they could have been, likely sub-severe, which you can almost tell by looking at the reflectivity. That's the case with this pocket that's pushing through Palmyra and English, Indiana.
Now, there'll still be a good bit of lightning, and there will be gusty winds, 40 miles per hour perhaps. As that outflow moves in, it'll be different in the sense that you have the strong gust of wind, the outflow boundary, and then you'll start to see the heavy rain and the storms roll through kind of behind that initial outflow. This live view is from, is this the storm tracker? Yes, it is. They have shifted the camera, it looks like, to the north. A lot of lightning with those storms. And that's really all you're going to be able to kind of rely on is any lightning flashes when you look at the clouds at this point of the night, now that we're well past sunset here at 8:19.
We're just marking on the radar where that outflow is pushing through.
Uh-huh.
We should be feeling a pretty good push of wind downtown within the next probably 15 to 20 minutes as the outflow sort of dominates that storm, where the heavy rain will continue back to the north.
Might need to keep an eye on the cell near Santa Claus. Pretty good wind with it in Spencer County, would potentially make a run into southern Du Bois County again. Du Bois County, we talked a lot about you guys earlier tonight. We'll watch that cell.
And it is warned.
And it is warned, yes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Spencer County, Indiana, Santa Claus. So we'll keep an eye on it.
We've got a number of folks sending in photos. Appreciate Ryan Hoke for putting these together. See what you get when you get severe weather. You get the whole team in here. We've all been on calls today, and we appreciate everybody jumping in to help. Let me just show you what we've got here. I'll put this up so you can see what we're looking at. And as soon as it spins up, you're going to notice the hail. This was Medora, Indiana, sent in from Kenny. That was just about 5 minutes ago, it looks like. So coming in just after, 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
So,
little coating on the ground.
I'm assuming that is hail and not just leaves from like the Bradford pear, right?
Well,
tough to tell.
I didn't even think about that. It certainly does look like some hail. You notice how it kind of blanketed the sidewalks. Ooh, how about that?
Yeah, that was Mitchell, Indiana. Cody sending in this one.
And that storm had a little rotation with it earlier.
Yeah.
Right over Mitchell in Lawrence County.
How ominous, right?
Yeah.
You look at that, like, wow.
Whew.
It's a nice little wall of wind and rain coming at you if you see something like that, no doubt.
But again, we've had no tornado warnings in our area tonight. We've been close. We've had a couple of tornado warnings to our north, and obviously we've had several to our west, but no tornado warnings in our area so far tonight.
Strongest winds are up around the area of low pressure, and obviously you get into that line of storms that we're watching. You get embedded wind that is strong. This is a line of storms with a lot of lightning. That's the lightning. When I put it on, you can see that lightning count jump over 700 and almost 50. And then I'll just take it off so we can see, and then I'll pause the radar.
Look how quick that line is moving, though.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's 8:20.
Yeah.
Out of here in the Louisville area, probably within the next, hour and a half?
Yeah. Again, it's one and done tonight for the most part. Storms roll through, give it a half hour, 45 minutes, all good. The severe threat will end in southern Indiana first, it appears, generally speaking. It might take a little while longer for that threat to end in central Kentucky, but this line of storms is moving rather quickly, which will allow us to sleep tonight.
Yeah, we're not the only ones tracking severe weather. Look at the lightning on
Yeah.
this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Look at that lowering the center part of the screen.
You can see it right there in the center of your screen. It's way, turn off your headlights, maybe get a better view of it.
Jace, are you in Lake City?
There we go. No, I'm just to the west of Jonesboro.
Just looking at our cameras right now, we look like on hilltops, some pretty good hills falling near NEA, First National Bank, so up towards NEA Baptist. It's also very, very dark, and the wind is howling through Jonesboro right now with this storm pushing through. So we're dealing with some pretty good large hail in Jonesboro and driving winds.
Do any of our weather cameras show some of that hail right now? There we go. Oh yeah, there's the drive.
We'll get back to Jonesboro in a second. Wanted to point this out. Carson was analyzing some of the storms moving toward the Cincinnati area, and they've just issued this tornado warning. So much of Cincinnati and that metropolitan area seeing a tornado warning moving in. And we were just saying we really squeaked out because we had tornado warnings lined up to our west and now to our east, but we've had no tornado warning here in Louisville. So this includes Boone, Dearborn, Ohio, and Switzerland counties. And again, that is radar indicated as that tornado moves just outside of Jefferson County, Indiana. Southern Ripley County would be in that. That's just south of Johnson.
So if you know anybody that lives in northern Kentucky, the Cincinnati suburbs, make sure they're aware of this. This is moving into a very a heavily populated part of the world. A lot of people commute across the Ohio River out of northern Kentucky into Cincinnati every day. So if you know anybody up there, make sure that they know what is happening. Again, that's just barely outside of our viewing area, but wanted to pass that along because we know a lot of folks have connections up there in Cincinnati and northern Kentucky.
I'm going to turn the lightning off again here. Obviously, we're dealing with the lightning. That's going to happen.
Yep.
I'll point out these storms back to the west are still a concern for us. We have a number of those that are severe. By no means are we in the clear for tonight. We still have to track these storms through the area. What you see out toward the Evansville area and back toward Paducah will still have to move through the viewing area tonight.
And in near Evansville, it looks like that line is not only starting to congeal into an actual line, a solid line of storms. It's bowing out just a little bit closer to Evansville, and that's going to be moving to the east as we go through the next 2 hours or so, and that's where we're going to have the severe weather concerns in our Kentucky counties in particular, likely closer to that 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, mentioning the hail out of Seymour,
Wow.
There's Natasha sending that in again just after 8 o'clock. So these are real-time photos coming in from you guys. We appreciate that. Another one that shows that lowering cloud from Madison, Indiana, from Josh Mosley. So we appreciate the photos you guys are sending in. We keep an eye on those, and they are super helpful to us, especially in times of severe weather. We have the tornado watch in place for parts of the viewing area. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for others. And I'll get back to the radar view here so you can see what we have going on across the viewing area.
That warning for Floyd and Harrison is gone.
Okay.
So
and no additional warning issued.
No, just significant weather advisories, which that's a fancy way of saying, hey, this is a strong storm, not severe just yet. Now, you do see on our radar that the yellow warning for Harrison and Floyd County, it's still there, but the Weather Service has allowed that warning to expire early. So the only warning we have in our area is for Jackson and Jennings County up to the north, but those severe storms have exited.
They're pretty much out too.
They're gone.
Yeah.
So
no severe weather for us. Moving out of our area towards Cincinnati, a pair of tornado warnings. Those will be approaching the Cincinnati metro area.
we might want to get our friends at Fox 19 dialed in.
Yeah, I can do that.
See their live coverage. I mean, these are a pair of tornado warnings, one for the northern part of the Cincinnati metro, one for the southern part of the Cincinnati metro, Florence, Kentucky in particular, Newport. They're in Boone and Kenton County. So again, we're living on the edge just a little bit with the tornado warning so far tonight, just staying to our north and east. I might have spoke too soon. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out, it appears. So we'll take a look at that while Kevin gets our friends up in Cincinnati dialed in. Let's see here. Again, we're just still watching these storms continue to progress to the east, slowly but surely. I mean, they're moving at a good clip. I shouldn't say slowly but surely, but they are humming along around 50, 60 miles per hour. They have been for most of the evening. The new severe thunderstorm warning is for Du Bois County for that storm that we were talking about that was in Spencer County, Indiana, near Santa Claus, starting to make its way up towards Huntingburg. We'll get that set up here in just a moment. But again, what you're looking at now on radar are two tornado warnings for Cincinnati or nearby Cincinnati. And again, we'll get our friends at Fox 19, another gray media station that covers our outlets in, or our friends up in northern Kentucky. So we will get that set up here. Right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning in our area is for southern Du Bois County. It's a short warning, too. It only goes until 8:45. So,
hang on a second.
Yeah.
It's got to run through the server here, so it'll be just a second. But we'll get Fox 19 up. In the meantime, let me just zoom this radar out.
Yeah.
You could zoom it out if you want. And
Sure.
if you want to tap dance a minute, I'll work on the radar.
Yeah. So the severe thunderstorm warning, as we mentioned, for Floyd and Harrison County is gone. We'll take radar full here. There we go. A lot of different little buttons that we can push, which can be a blessing and a curse if you're not careful, right? Anyway, severe thunderstorm warning is gone for Harrison and Floyd County. It is also gone for Jennings County and Jackson County. The only warning in our area is for southern Du Bois County. We're talking Huntingburg Point South. So just that southern portion of Du Bois County. It's not an issue for Jasper just yet. Still kind of a cell out there by itself in between the two big lines of storms that could still have some 60 mile per hour, or mainly for hail, actually, is what the warning is for in Du Bois County. Also includes a teeny tiny little sliver of Perry County, too. But that warning is short-lived. It's only in effect until 8:45, so only 15 more minutes.
A lot of folks are asking, hey, can I go to sleep? Am I able to go to bed yet? There's really no one in our viewing area out of the woods just yet. Bedford, Indiana is getting close. Seymour is getting close. North Vernon is getting close. But outside of that, no, everybody is still under that threat for severe weather. Steve Horstmeyer is at our Fox 19 station in frozen Cincinnati, Ohio.
Might have to.
We'll come back
fix
to
it.
Steve. Meanwhile, Jonesboro tracking storms, showing what that looks like there. And you can see the heavy rain and the hail.
Warning with a severe thunderstorm.
Okay, so we're going to replace the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. We're getting a lot of pea-size hail in Jonesboro, so obviously much better than some of the other reports that we've been getting, so that's good news. So let's go back to radar. We may come back to you here.
Look at the wind with that live camera from Jonesboro, Arkansas. Ryan Vaughn
warning. There's a new radar scan coming in.
tracking a tornado warning for Jonesboro,
really
Arkansas.
Strong winds. I'm assuming the new severe thunderstorm warning will probably have tornado possible tagline with it.
And
because if you notice,
one thing
there's
I'm encouraged by
little
down to the
things like
south
that.
is there is not
the new
quite
severe
as many
thunderstorm
tornado
warning.
warnings as what we
But
had
here in a
earlier
second, we
tonight.
won't have a tornado
Yeah,
warning.
that's
we're still
steps in the
worried
right
about
direction.
Little bitty spin up tornadoes.
Storm, you can end up
Here we
with
go. This
mini
is Fox
tornadoes touching
19,
down there.
WXIX
And again,
in
you can
Cincinnati,
see
tracking
the
those
green
tornado
line
warnings
here,
for the
and you can
Cincinnati
see
Metro.
some other
Listen up.
spots. It's not
Steve
really
Horstmeyer is their
clear
chief
here on this, but
meteorologist, and
you do see the rotation.
you can see
mainly
he's
south of
tracking that
Oxford,
storm
north
right
of
into
Shandon,
the western part of
at
their
the
viewing
present
area.
time. So again, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the leading edge of this. And I saw those little notches on the leading edge from up in Eaton down to around Camden, along the Butler County, Preble County line, to the south of Oxford and all the way down. Okay, so the tornado warning continues here. And you can see that it includes St. Charles Township, Millville, Morgan Township, Ross is included in that. And that would be the Great Miami River there, all the way down into Hamilton County, including Crosby Township, moving out of West Harrison. Well, it's still in West Harrison, still under the tornado warning. Coleraine Township, the northwestern part of Coleraine Township is. Taylor's Creek, not quite in the tornado warning area, but then the rest of Hamilton County, pretty much the rest of Hamilton County, west of Interstate 75, is included in a severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Now, while Ethan's doing things and I've been in the background, I've been looking, and I haven't found any wind gusts there, but that doesn't mean the wind gusts just hit right at the airport or the observation point. So overall, we're still talking about severe thunderstorms. Hail, not an issue, but in every thunderstorm, there's a lot of lightning. And you want to flip on the lightning really quick?
Yeah, I can do that.
Show everybody how much lightning's in with this. It's an immense amount of lightning. Okay, so it's moving.
Make those bolts bigger,
here.
Steve. We can't see
all
them.
kinds of lightning taking place right now. That means all kinds of thunder.
There is a
Connersville,
tremendous amount of lightning.
Liberty, you know what I
again,
mean when I'm
Steve
saying a lot of
Horstmeyer, you're
lightning.
listening to. That is our sister station, Fox 19, out of Cincinnati. We also have a number of stations that we're watching. This is, again, looking over to Evansville. And Jeff Lyons has been there a long time. He's their chief meteorologist. So we're watching folks on both sides of us.
Davis County. Now, this is not right into Owensboro yet. It's going to be.
And really, when you check what's happening here,
storm tracking on that, but I did.
You can see that it's really been outside of a few hail reports, nothing.
Speaking of hail, new photo coming in from our Facebook page, courtesy of Jose in Lawrence County, Indiana. That was some pretty impressive hail there. This is a video crossing the Ohio River from Milton to Madison.
This is less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, about that dark cloud cover with that leading edge of the storms that rolled through a few minutes ago in that area.
All of these storms have been moving through. The National Weather Service saying they're adding Ohio and Grayson counties to the current tornado watch. So that too is something that we can show you.
Yeah, we'll pop that up because initially the tornado watch did not include everybody in our area. And you can see Grayson County has been tacked on, Ohio County too. So this is basically from the Kentucky Parkways, so the Western Kentucky and Bluegrass Parkways north. And it looks as though Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings have been dropped from the tornado watch.
Yes. And we're starting to see some of these reports of pea-size hail coming in from Madison. Not just one report, but we've got several coming in, hailing hard, and strong winds in Carrollton. And then you see some other reports saying, hey, while you have hail, there's none here in Madison where I am. So
right.
It just really depends. Everybody doesn't always get the same weather, especially with these individual storms that we're seeing. It can be pretty localized.
It can be a little confusing, too, to figure out, all right, are we looking at storms on the line? Are we looking at storms by themselves? So we're slowly but surely seeing that process where this will all congeal, for the most part, into a fairly solid line of storms as we go through the evening.
Back to the radar we go. A lot of folks chiming in, and we appreciate that. Sorry, we can't get to every comment on the screen. We're looking at a whole lot of information in front of us, namely to see how these storms will impact us as they move through. At this point, we've sort of, I mean, you hate to use the word lucked out, but the facts are we haven't seen a whole lot of severe weather across our counties. It's been off to the west of us, just up to the western part of our viewing area, and then just to the eastern part of the viewing area. So you see that gap where there are no warnings. That's us. And while we do have the one warning out for Du Bois County, I suspect we're not finished, and we will see some warnings extend into parts of Breckenridge, Meade, perhaps additional warnings for Harrison, and still possibly for Louisville here that we could see severe thunderstorm warnings. And we can't rule out at this point even tornado warnings. Here's what I can tell you. If we were to get tornado warnings at this point in the game, these would be those weaker tornadoes that you would see embedded within the line. So sometimes tougher to pick out.
Yes.
But nonetheless, they are typically almost always weaker than what would occur with front-running storms that would be supercellular.
They could certainly still cause damage, and they're dangerous, but they're not necessarily. I think that risk for strong tornadoes, EF2 or higher, it's not zero, but it is considerably lower than what we had earlier tonight. Could we still have little spin-up tornadoes? Yes, absolutely. That's what Kevin was just talking about. But strong tornadoes, not necessarily as great of a concern as what they were when we came on here on our live stream a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, we've been on for just about 2 hours now. We continue to track what's happening across our area and others. You can see, watching some of our colleagues showing some of the wind speeds of 60 to 65 miles an hour with those storms pressing through the Evansville area. That, again, the wall of wind that we will notice across parts of our viewing area. We can still see damage without having tornadoes.
Yep.
And severe thunderstorm warnings are important to pay attention to. And it's likely that we're going to be seeing more of those issued as this line from Evansville and Owensboro moves into the western part of our viewing area along the Ohio River.
That's what I was about to talk about, is that push of wind, kind of a little bow echo trying to show up right over Evansville. It's moving due east. So we're starting to see that eastward motion with the storms that Kevin is zooming in on. And this will start to become an issue for Perry, Breckenridge, and Grayson County in the next, let's say 15 or let's say 30 minutes. And those storms could certainly hold together long enough to cause issues in Meade County, Harrison County, and possibly here in Jefferson County as well as the evening goes on.
Yeah, for folks that are chiming in the chat, we see you. If you're going to put fake information in there, we're going to block you. So we did. I don't like to block people. I typically don't block anybody, but we can't have rogue warnings that are not true being pushed out. So go somewhere else.
Well said.
How's that?
Well said. I like it.
Yeah, check them out. Let's jump back again. When we're looking at the radar, we're watching these storms near Evansville push in. A wall of wind is exactly what that is. We see all of our colleagues from Evansville to Jonesboro tracking that same thing. The different stations that we have in front of us are tracking different weather. I'll put a sort of zoom out. You'll notice the tornado warnings, northern Kentucky, moving toward Covington. Additional tornado warnings, northern suburbs of Cincinnati.
Kings Island.
Right around Kings Island. Those are the only tornado warnings that we have in our scope. Now, if I zoom this out more, you'll see a few more across far western parts of Kentucky. And again, still down near Jonesboro, Arkansas, which is where Ryan Vaughn is tracking.
Yeah, Lake City, Monad, anywhere in between there. Yeah, I would make sure that you're still taking cover. You still have as many
That's a
walls
good looking
on the outside
rotation
as possibly
signature
can.
right there.
If for nothing else, stay away from the hail that is falling right now.
At the very least, Ryan, with that inflow, that's at least going to keep that just shows the updraft is pretty good in that storm, and that's going to keep that hail suspended and help that hail grow a little bit before it falls back to the ground, probably around
You just
Monet.
read my mind. See it? There it is right there.
So as he tilts us into the third dimension to 3D, you can see the towering of that storm and the hail within that storm. You can oftentimes see the inflow as well, where you'd have the greatest rotation.
The longer the hail is suspended in the cloud, the larger the hailstone would get.
Probably pick up somewhere between Leachville and Bay.
It's a small hail core right there, but it's could be large hail.
But
And again, we're watching our friends down here in Arkansas and up in Cincinnati because we're all being affected by the same line of severe storms tonight. And this will continue to push east. And I wouldn't say we're done with warnings just yet. We'll likely have more severe thunderstorm warnings. And
I think that's a guarantee, really.
yeah, and you can't rule out maybe a tornado warning or two with these smaller little spin-ups that may occur.
New tornado warnings coming out for just south of Jonesboro, you see. So they'll be tackling that warning next from Jonesboro as that moves through. And then, what we're watching happens to be those storms passing through the Evansville area. So let me just zoom into those. When we see what's happening southern Indiana, folks up around Bedford, Seymour, you're just about out of it. I mean, you might get a little more rain, but the threat of severe weather ending for you folks. However, any place south of you is still fair game for these storms. If I take the radar view off, you'll see the warnings that we have. So I'm just going to pop that off. So you can see that warnings from southern Du Bois County back across the river to Evansville, Owensboro. Those are the storms that are moving in our direction. And the odds of those weakening below severe limits would be very low at this point. So that means we are likely going to see some strong winds in the western part of the viewing area. First, from southern Du Bois into Perry, Crawford, Breckenridge, and Meade. And I suspect warnings will come out for those.
Those will likely be issued in the next 15 minutes, I'd say, as this push of wind continues to move east. Just got a report a few minutes ago, Duke Energy reporting 5,000 customers without power in Columbus, Indiana, just outside of our area. But if you remember, we had a tornado warned storm go through Columbus a little while ago, earlier tonight. About 500 folks without power in Brownstown, which is in our coverage area. But that's the extent of what we've seen so far, other than a lot of small hail reports and some larger hailstones too, around quarter ping pong ball size. But we're okay for now.
Jefferson County, Indiana, dispatch is reporting quarter-size hail.
There you go.
In southwest Jefferson County. So again, that's the storm closer to the Cincinnati area. So Madison, for instance, is in Jefferson County, Indiana. When you look at that southwest, maybe towards Saluda, Madison, that's the area. So wouldn't be surprised even Trimble County perhaps seeing some of that small hail move through, and it may already be passed, but that would have been an area that saw quarter-size hail.
And again, the only warning we have for now, this is going to change. We're going to get more warnings, but for now, the only one in our area is for southern Du Bois and a small, tiny little sliver of northern Perry County. That warning actually, I think, is expiring here in the next 10 seconds, technically, at 8:45. So we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do next.
What a nice gap in the warnings.
Yeah, right?
Right.
Sometimes
right over
lucky.
us. Thank you. You know,
sometimes it's better to be lucky.
Right. I don't think we stay that way for long. I do think that Louisville South particularly will have warnings that come into the picture within the next, let's say, 30 to 90 minutes. Okay.
Southern Indiana's worked over from these storms that have rolled through this evening. The northern wave initially jumped out way ahead of the southern wave. Now the southern wave is trying to catch up, and it's going into an untapped environment. So most of the warnings, I think, the rest of the night are going to be basically along and south of 64.
Look at this hail falling in Medora, Indiana. This coming in from Todd Kearney.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Covered
the ground.
Covered in the ground, yeah.
So pretty good hail there. I mean, we just went through this not long ago. When you think about the middle of March, here we are at the end of March. We've had 2 big severe weather instances. We've got another one on the way for Wednesday.
Look
and
at
wow,
that.
It's like the spaceship right
Holy
there.
cow.
Yeah, you see.
Wow.
This was coming from Milton, Kentucky. And then they had a lot of wind.
I would imagine.
Rain, yeah.
I would
so
imagine.
that's just that forward push of that mesocyclone.
Impressive photo there, Libby. Thank you for sharing that with us. And again, if you have any photos of your own, you can post them through the Wave Weather app. You can also tag them on Facebook. We have a post at the top of our Facebook page that says, hey, if you have photos, put them in the comments. If you do it that way, we can show them on the air very, very quickly so we can get the copyright cleared for you guys.
We've got a number of folks sending in their photos, which we appreciate. And we've got a number of folks that are without power as well. Ryan Hoke's mentioning that several folks in Indiana starting to see power outages. So let me spin up our power outage map.
Might want to look at Jackson County. I saw a report about 500 without power in Brownstown.
Okay.
That was one of the initial areas that was hit earlier this evening with wind and hail.
As soon as this spins up, you'll see those reports from Duke Energy out of southern Indiana. There you see a number of reports coming in. So this will be Jackson County, over 1,000 customers without power there.
It's gone up just a little bit.
We got a new warning that's coming out. Let's go
to
that.
Bet you that's for Breckenridge and Perry and others. And there it is.
And this will be Breckenridge, Crawford, Hancock, and Perry counties. You'll notice considerable damage, tornado possible, the tag on this. Winds up to 70 miles per hour.
This is going to keep intensifying as it pushes east and gets more organized.
And it's running into an environment that did see some sun today.
Mm-hmm.
It's untapped because we haven't had a lot of rain push by.
Right.
So the wind fields are strong. So I'm going to give a little instruction to, because it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not sure if Jeremiah is listening, but I can hear you if you can hear me. And Jeremiah, if we can jump into, and I'll type this to you too, to the main channel during a commercial break, we'll do an update. Because as we get closer, seeing these strong winds of 70 miles an hour becomes a concern, especially at night, because people can get caught off guard a little more easily. So this is kind of where we're at on this. I'll let you take over.
Yeah, sure. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:15 Eastern time, 8:15 Central time. We have a few counties on Eastern, a few counties on Central time zone in this warning. 70 mile per hour winds now, straight line winds. Is the threat. Again, this area has not been really touched by much in the way of storms today. There was some sunshine. So now it looks like things are going to start to ramp up over the next few minutes, next couple of hours. And the tornado possible tag, I think it's for a couple of reasons. One, spin ups within the leading edge of the main line of storms, but also where you've kind of had a little outflow develop. There's been storms that have developed ahead of the main show. And eventually you're going to have some sort of a cell merger. So that's where a spin up might also come into play. But yeah, that is a wall of wind about to move into Perry County and Breckenridge County as well.
Yep, very strong winds near Grandview, right across the Ohio River. So that would be an area that, 60 plus mile per hour winds certainly possible there. If you're in that area, let me go back to the radar. Sorry, I've got the power outages up. Let's come back to the radar and I'll be able to show you. That would be an area of concern because of the intense wall of wind, as Carson pointed out. The radar is spinning back up. That will come up in just a second here. A lot of folks are tracking tornadoes at this hour, from Cincinnati to Jonesboro to Evansville. We're sort of sandwiched in between. And while we're seeing some severe weather in terms of strong winds, we have not had tornado warnings in our viewing area at this point. Does that mean it will not happen? No, we can't say that. It's still possible. There are still the ingredients are still there that we had to begin with, which were all of them.
And it again, along and south of I-64 has not been touched today. So that is an untapped environment that these storms can feed on, and they love these kind of environments. So I would not be surprised as these storms continue to push east that they continue to intensify or at minimum hold their strength. We talked about how a lot of times at night, these clusters, these lines of severe storms like to weaken. That may not necessarily be the case tonight because of all the ingredients we've had in place and the fact that the environment hasn't really been touched in the southern half of our area today and tonight.
A very strong wind moving through. I suspect we'll start to see more and more reports of wind damage coming in from this area. At this point, wind damage reports are minimal, but we have had a number of hail reports. And you can see a few of those here, from dime size to pea size hail. And then as I zoom out, you'll see even more across that line of southern Indiana. There have been a few reports upwards of quarter to even ping pong ball size hail. But most of the hail reports you can see have been much smaller, on the order of pea to dime size. When we look at the damaging wind threat and reports, there have not been a lot of those. In fact, I don't really see any of those across the area. But I suspect now with that, what we have moving in, we could start to see more of those reports, especially in that Boeing segment. Let me point that out. I'm going to zoom into that.
Yeah, it's getting more organized. So we're going to see this wind concern grow.
So it would be this area here. I don't know if you can see that, but that's going to be a strong push of wind, and it's likely just ahead of that main area. So you'll feel that wind move in. Tell City, be on standby, passing south of Ferdinand. This is going to go just south of 64. This will push close to Santa Claus, Leopold, and as you work your way toward Tobin Sport.
And we'll have to watch those cells ahead of the main wind, if you will. Could be a cell merger that allows for some embedded rotation to develop too. I really think that's one of the reasons why they had the tornado possible tag with the severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, that's very strong wind. Very strong wind moving into Perry County, Breckenridge County, Hardinsburg, heads up along Highway 60 throughout much of Breckenridge County. And as far as Meade County is concerned, we're focused right now on areas west of Brandenburg. In Meade County for the interim, for the short term, for the next half hour. But this threat will likely continue eastward, closer to Brandenburg and eventually closer to Louisville by 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And I'm going to go back to the radar here. So we have that. Again, lots of lightning. We've been seeing from our SkyTrack cameras what's happening out to the west of us. So I don't know. Can you log in to control the cameras?
I can try. I will see what I can do over here.
All right. Oops, mark this out. There we go.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to keep an eye on, obviously, the radar that we have here. As this moves in our direction, you can see those storms passing through with the wind from Leopold to Ammons to Patesville. That's most likely. Multiple trees are being reported down near Canaan. Again, this is going to be back up across Jefferson County, Indiana. That's why the tornado warning was issued just past Jefferson County, Indiana. So we're getting some real-time reports coming in from Halls Ridge Road, Lower Dry Fork Road, all from the fire department there. Let me take you to that view. The warnings have transition towards Cincinnati, but this is Jefferson County, Indiana, where you see Canaan in the top of the screen there, or top of the radar view. Madison, Canaan, pushing north of Carrollton. So those folks did see some wind damage and even had pea-size hail near Hanover. So that was one storm. That became tornado warned, now to a severe thunderstorm warning for Cincinnati. And then on the northern part of the suburb there, in the northern suburbs, tornado warning for the Cincinnati metro area. Louisville, no warnings, but the rain is nearby. We see the showers and thunderstorms moving along the Ohio River from northern Oldham County, Trimble County, back across Jefferson, Scott, Clark, Floyd, northern Harrison, southern Washington, all with thunderstorms. And then you can see additional downpours with that wind and the severe weather pushing closer to Leopold, moving very close to northern Breckenridge, or through northern Breckenridge County and into northern Meade County. So that will be what we watch, again, affect parts of the Louisville metro area within probably the next, I'd say, half hour or so. So that is what we're watching. I'm going to switch back over. We have our storm tracker up, and let me just pop that up. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was going to mesh you.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. Let's try this.
There we go. This is the wave storm tracker. Again, dry roads coming into Louisville. That is not the case as we look at the storm tracker out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Quite a different picture. Both showing that it is dark outside, and that poses problems of its own, especially when it comes to chasing. Now, these storms have a tremendous amount of lightning. I'm going to pop in our SkyTrack cameras for us here.
I'm going to get you cord and set up, since this is the closest one to the severe storms that are about to roll in.
All right. And then
Just a second.
I'll let you do that. Yes, but I am plugged into the IFB to the desk. So if you can talk to me through the master control desk IFB. Oh,
You flip the green on.
yeah, but I won't be able to hear through the desk. Can you talk to this IFB?
No.
You can't? Okay, then I'll put it on this one.
We're just figuring out some
Sorry, you're all hearing all of the
behind the scenes stuff.
behind the scenes.
Let me get the while you do work on that, Kevin. Let me get to the cord and SkyTrack camera. I got it pointed west,
Okay.
so we'll see how this how these storms roll through Corden. I'd say probably in about 45 minutes for Corden, closer to 9:45. We'll see these storms roll in, and we'll keep adjusting the other SkyTrack cameras as we get closer and closer.
904.59 will take it, Jeremiah, and I can hear you on the green, and I'll stay plugged into that until you tell us. So let's get just a little, I'm going to prepare something here so we can bump into our wave coverage. While I'm getting that prepared, I will show you, there's some lightning for you.
There you go.
Yeah, boom, it's headed in. So that is moving in our direction.
Correct.
And you'll notice the radar view shows those storms approaching that camera. That camera was looking west from Corridon that you see. Our SkyTrack network is very valuable at times like this. And these photos are also valuable. You'll see this storm was northeast of Versailles, Indiana at 8:02. I don't know if they say it Versailles or Versailles in Indiana. I should know that.
Obviously in Kentucky, we know how to
yeah,
call it,
I feel like we were the ones that say it uniquely. How's that?
There you go. There you go. Uniquely.
6 minutes until our hit on wave.
And again, we're getting into a situation now where we're going to have to jump back and forth between those of you watching us on social media and on the Wave Weather app and on our live streams versus those watching us on TV. So we'll have that update here at about 9:04. Looks like that'll be about a 60-second update, by the way, for
Yes.
planning purposes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to go ahead and get that prepared. So bear with me as I work on the radar.
While you
here.
do that, I'll just
Yeah,
kind of do
sure.
a tour of the SkyTrack cameras. So this is the live view from Corydon. I'm showing you this one because this is the furthest west SkyTrack camera that we have. It's the closest one to the severe thunderstorms that we have moving in at this hour. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Breckinridge County, a good chunk of Breckinridge County, Perry County, Southern Crawford County. Not an issue for English or Marengo right now. This would be down towards Leopold in Crawford County. And then the western half of Meade County. So Brandenburg points west. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That means there's the potential for wind gust upwards of 70 miles per hour. Corydon is probably, let's do a little track here behind the scenes. Corydon is a good 20 miles away still from this leading edge of the storm, so it looks fairly calm, relatively speaking, right now, but we'll see a lot more lightning, I am sure, here over the next little bit as these storms get closer to Harrison County. Let's go to, we'll go to downtown while we have a few moments. Downtown Louisville. Haven't seen those storms just yet here in Louisville. They got close. They were right across the Ohio River earlier. But they are now we're kind of waiting on what's happening to the west. I think that's what's going to cause Louisville problems by the top of the hour, closer to 10 o'clock, maybe just after. So that's the story here in the metro. Let's go down to E-Town. We haven't talked a lot about you guys down in Hardin County tonight because there really hasn't been much to talk about further to the south. It's been a quiet, warm day down in Hardin County, but that's going to hurt us here over the next couple of hours because it's an untapped environment for these severe storms, and we'll likely see those storms continue to intensify over the next little bit. We will go now to, tell you what, we'll go to New Albany. Look at the flags along the Ohio. Not too bad. The breeze isn't bad yet. That might be a different story here in a moment, little while. And then finally, we'll go to Bardstown, and then we'll go back to, if you're ready, we'll go back to the radar.
Yeah, we're good here. I'm going to start with this, and then we'll just thumb through this. It'll be a quick 1-minute hit that we have on Wave when we come up. So we will we'll start with this radar view of the warning. We've got about 3 minutes until we're on the main channel. Everybody that's watching, and we've got tens of thousands of you tuned in across our apps and on our social pages. We've had no tornado warnings in the Louisville viewing area. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We're watching and analyzing each of these storms with our entire team. So we appreciate you guys watching, and we can see several of your comments. We've got 2.5 minutes, they're telling me, until we're on. This will be if you're watching at home on Wave. We've got the lightning showing up from our SkyTrack camera in Corydon. And just looking at the wind again, I can swap us over to the velocity here to see these pockets of wind. Pretty good push of wind near Leopold, Ammons, Patesville. So that's what's moving closer to Louisville. This will likely clip southern or at least southwestern Jefferson County with this wind. Right now, our latest wind gust is just shy of 30 miles per hour.
And
2 minutes.
The warning goes until 9:15. It will very likely be extended beyond that point. And again, we're seeing fewer tornado warnings. We're not eliminating the tornado threat. It is still very much there. In fact, this severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag with it. But the main threat, as we've expected for this entire event and leading up to it, has been damaging winds, and that is still coming to fruition at this point.
90 seconds, a quick 1-minute weather hit. We'll ping pong back and forth. We've got a couple of radar views, and then the imping hail, and then the watch that goes until 1 a.m. So we're just shy of a minute, and then we'll be up with a coverage on Wave, and then we'll get back to some of your question. I see some folks talking about Kings Island and the possible tornado. Todd Richmond mentioned it. Brian Good mentioned it. So, we'll show you that coming up in just a second. We're coming up at, it's 9:04 now. We're less than a minute away from our live hit on Wave. We're getting reports of hail in Bedford. We appreciate that. Some folks watching from all across the area and some of you from not even in the area. So thank you for tuning in. We're just about 30 seconds away from being on the air, and we're going to just pause a moment, and then we'll come up and give a quick 1-minute update to the folks watching Wave. And to be honest, I'm not even sure what we have.
Suits LA.
On. Oh, Suits LA. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it there. We're just 15 seconds out.
We'll be quiet here while we join the NBC channel. Stand by.
10 seconds. Hi, everybody. Wave Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned with meteorologist Carson Meredith. We are tracking severe weather just to the west of Louisville. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Breckenridge, Crawford, Hancock, and Perry counties.
This warning goes until 9:15. It does have a considerable tag with it, or it did, for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it also has the tornado possible tag. No tornado warnings in our coverage area at this time, but we're going to be watching for potential spin-ups along this leading line of severe storms.
And it's that cluster of storms along and south of the Ohio River that will move closer to the metro Louisville area, and especially just south of us over the course of the next half hour to 45 minutes. A number of warnings along that line and a number of small hail reports. We've got a number of power outages coming in from southern Indiana, and you'll notice this tornado watch in place until 1 a.m. We're on live streaming.
We'll be on Wave Weather Now throughout the night, and we'll have updates on the Wave main channel as needed. For now, continue to watch us on the live stream.
All right. Thank you, Jeremiah. Appreciate that. Again, we're sort of breaking into different platforms here to keep viewers updated. You're on the nonstop stream, so you see it all, even the sort of the dirty side behind the cameras here, where we are sort of just working to make sure we have everything out there that needs to be. You know, the whole communication business has changed over the years, where it used to just be, on the air at 6 and 11, and now it's constant, as we know. So we're watching the lightning. I want to pop it up.
Yeah,
record, and this is our SkyTrack camera there, and
of course we pop it up.
Yeah, it always works like that, doesn't it? It's like, well, there was lightning. It was nonstop for the whole time we were on the air.
We do want to mention there's a new mesoscale discussion out. New tornado watch is coming for southern Kentucky shortly.
Okay.
So we want to pass that along. So south of the parkways, Hodgenville, Mumfordville, Campbellsville, Greensburg. Kevin's going to pop that up here. We'll show you where that area we're watching is. You can see that red circled area. There will likely be a new tornado watch coming down for our far southern counties here shortly. And as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it along.
Yeah, so that'll be coming out for, the area that was not covered in the watch. Clearly, we still have the severe threat moving through, especially along that boat out area where we have some very strong winds.
Ryan Hoke has just told us about 10 minutes ago there was a debris signature near Kings Island.
Yeah, and that's the one Brian was mentioning, and several folks in the stream pointed that out as well. So did something touch down there? We don't know.
Right, exactly.
But
there was something suspicious on radar, so we'll work to get more information on that over the next few minutes.
Braden is asking, is there any chance that this tornado watch will get expanded into the Bluegrass region? It's possible. I mean, we'll see if these storms weaken, but for now, they're maintaining their intensity. It's a wind maker that's moving in, and we'll see what reports we start getting. We've had upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds with this line, and we still have the tornado possible tag.
And this warning is supposed to go for 7 more minutes. I'm almost certain it will be extended. We're just waiting to find out who's going to be in this new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get that information from the Weather Service shortly, I am sure. We're just looking at various sources behind the scenes here. Make sure we have all the angles covered as we keep tracking these severe storms rolling in.
And Austin is asking, hey, in Louisville, quiet after 11 p.m. and lasting through Tuesday, question mark? Yeah, I think that's about right. I think we wind up getting this past us, and then we're good for through Tuesday. So Monday and Tuesday are our calmer days.
Right.
And then we go full tilt again on Wednesday with a similar situation, followed by what could be more severe weather Thursday and there you see the warning getting extended there.
So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much all of Meade County, western Hardin County, far western Hardin County, not E-Town yet, western Grayson County, and just a little sliver of Harrison County too. That goes until 9:45. Still has that tornado possible tag, but the winds have dropped to 60 miles per hour, which is better than 70, right? So this line of storm is really getting its act together. This is going to be an issue for Louisville, I'd say, by the top of the hour. It appears. So,
and that has winds up to
60.
So it's
1
dropped
inch
a hail.
smidge. Yeah.
All right, so that's the one we're watching as it gets closer to Louisville. That is the wind maker. Very well, the strongest part of that's going to go. I mean, it could scoot southwest Jefferson County,
south end. Yeah.
So it could hit the south end right through Bullitt and Hardin. So that would be the area to watch. Tremendous amount of lightning with that as well. So it's wind and lightning. It comes with the tornado possible tag. Let's just look at the velocity while we have it zoomed in. Again, it's mainly that push of wind that we see. So less rotation, but there is a notch there. So you can sort of see a little bit of
just west of
inflow,
Hardin,
perhaps.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Nothing alarming, but we'll watch it. More than anything, it's damaging winds. Well, when you look at the
and that's the storm relative.
Yeah.
So that would be the area to watch that we're talking about, would be in this area here. Possibly could see some rotation. We won't know that until you get multiple scans coming in. So 9/12. When's the next one after that, Jeremiah? Let's take the 9:23 unless this really spins up. 4 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Again, we're just talking to our folks in the control room, giving us updates on when we can do an update on the television side of things. So, a little inside baseball talk there.
Kimberly, I always like to take the app questions because a lot of people are on our app during severe weather. So we want to make sure you know how to use the app. It can be confusing. The radar on the app doesn't show anything but light rain for E-Town. So confusing. Well, first, let's just make sure that you have the wave weather app. Sometimes we dive into this and it's not our app. So ours will have the storm tracking team. It's sponsored by Coil Automotive. You'll see it. And if you scroll down to the radar and you tap on live radar, it pulls it up. And then the button at the bottom right-hand side should say, there's three options. There's past plus future, and future. And that's where I think people get confused.
Yes, because it used to be the original setting would be on the future radar source. And we don't recommend using that for various reasons, but we recommend you use the past setting.
So just make sure it says past on the bottom right corner.
That way you can see radar from the last hour, I believe it is. Maybe 2 hours. I can't totally remember off the top of my head, but that shows you the actual current live radar.
Yes. And in Hardin County, there is nothing. So you shouldn't even see light rain in Hardin County.
Nothing yet.
The western part of Breckenridge County is seeing that heavy rain that we have on the screen.
We need to keep an eye on that near Clove Report. It's just a little notch right there.
I'm going to go back to the storm relative.
Going along Highway 60. It's nothing too alarming, but this is the kind of situation we've talked about throughout the day, where right along a leading edge of a big wall of wind, you could get these little spins in the wind, and that's where you could have a quick spin up tornado as a result. No tornado warnings at this time, but something we're watching.
And again, we've zoomed in. We're focused on that one area near Mattingly. It's just south of Tobinsport. It's just off to the west of Hardinsburg. That is the area where if we were going to see some tightening take place, it would be right there.
I'm going to get the E-Town camp. Oh, there's a tornado warning for Breckenridge. Right
Okay,
there.
so here it is. We're going to now transition to the studio with the tornado warning for Breckenridge County.
So Kevin's going to head into the main studio. We're going to switch the TV source here on the live stream. Don't move anywhere. We're just moving from the smaller studio to the main studio as we begin long-form tornado warning coverage. Tornado warning now for Breckenridge County. Kevin's getting everything set up so he can start our severe weather coverage on that side of things. And then I will switch the source so you guys can see the actual broadcast that we will about to take over on TV. Okay. So again, tornado warning for Breckenridge County. We'll go to the radar view first, and we'll get everything set up. Stand by.
Hi, everybody. Kellen Harned with you with Alert Day coverage. We have been tracking storms all evening long on our live stream. If you've been watching there, you notice the tornado warning has just been issued for parts of Breckenridge County. This was the area we've been keeping a close eye on. A little bit of an inflow notch noted, which means along that line, we could have a little rotation showing up. More importantly, or equally as important, this wall of wind pushing through. We've had a number of warnings surrounding the viewing area, mainly severe thunderstorm warnings, but there have been a few tornado warnings. And obviously for our viewing area, this is the first tornado warning that we've had. This includes Breckenridge County. This would be the Hardensburg area, Irvington, Custer. This is the zone. Very narrow window of opportunity to see it. But let me show you why, because when we look at the velocity on this, you'll be able to see right in this area here, very close to the Hardensburg area, that rotation that's showing up on the radar. Still a pretty good push of wind, even outside of the tornado warning. So even in the severe thunderstorm warning, we're going to get a pretty good blast of wind. Winds could exceed 60 miles an hour in some cases. We've had a number of power outages reported from across the area. So this would be another zone to watch, not just for that possible tornado, but also for some very strong winds that are moving through. This storm is radar indicated. So it's not been sighted by spotters. It's radar indicated. And this was located very close to Hardensburg, as we pointed out. That's the inflow notch that I mentioned. It's moving off to the east at 50 miles an hour. So this will take it to the east. If it continues, it could travel into southern parts of Meade County, northern parts of Hardin County. Radcliffe would be in line should it hold together that far. Let me take off the velocity and we'll go back to the radar view that we have. Plenty of lightning with these storms as well. And we're seeing that from the city of Louisville as we look to the west. We've had no storms here. I'll go to our home view. This is the severe thunderstorm warning that we have outlined in black, which means tornado possible. And then, of course, just the most recent warning was the tornado warning coming out because of that notch that we see, that rotation. We sometimes see that on these lines of storms that move through. The collision of these storms happen and we can get a quick spin up tornado. These would not be large or long track tornadoes. These would be small, quick hitting, and they're in and out. So you have to put your severe weather plan into action now. You have to be in the lowest level, away from windows. Let this storm pass. That is where we have the rotation at this point. Back up to the north, Cincinnati's been dealing with tornado warnings, including Kings Island. For us, Louisville has been dry, but that's not going to last long. This is the wall of precipitation moving toward us that will be bringing in heavy rain and lightning. It will also bring the potential for some strong winds. So our severe weather chance in Louisville will be ending once this line passes through. And that should happen within probably the next hour. So it's moving at 50 miles an hour. That would take it through here. We are focused on Breckenridge County. That is where we have the current tornado warning, the only only tornado warning and the only one of the day so far. I'm going to zoom into that whole warned area. So that includes the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning. And you say, well, what's the difference between the northern, southern part and where we have the warning? Well, there's not a lot of difference. In fact, the winds are just as strong along this line, but there is a little bit of a notch, and you can see that in the radar view, and that is where we would have some potential for rotation. It's just now to the east of Hardinsburg, moving right along US 60. So if you're familiar with that area, in fact, Carson is zooming in for street level mapping, and I'll go over to him in just a second as we get a close-up view of what's going on. But let me pop the velocity on once again, and you can still see some rotation, not far from Hardinsburg, moving just to the east. And if we were to look at that down to the street level, we can give you some of those communities. Carson?
Yeah, Kevin, this is right over Hardinsburg, basically, as we speak. This is right on top of Highway 60, at least where the strongest rotation is. We'll go to Max 2 full screen if we can, and I'll show you some of those more specific neighborhoods in Hardinsburg. This is going to go likely right over Hardinsburg. Any possible tornado that were to touch down. Again, we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this time. This is just radar indicated. But if you live along State Highway 261 in Hardinsburg, if you live along 5th Street, 3rd Street, we keep going east on the east side of town near the Codyville community, Fred Phillips Road, Oak Street, O'Connell Park Road. If you live near any of these smaller neighborhood streets in the heart of Hardinsburg, or perhaps just on the eastern side of town, now's the time to put that severe weather plan into action. We've been lucky so far throughout the day and throughout the night, but our luck has run out. This is our first tornado warning of the night, and we're going to keep that chance for these smaller spin-up tornadoes as this big wall of damaging straight-line winds rolls through. You got enough wind shear in the atmosphere, Kevin, for some of these little spin-ups right on that leading edge, and that's why the tornado warning is now in place for Breckinridge County.
Yeah, and that's going to be out for just a bit longer. That warning goes until 8:45 Central Time, so for the folks over in that time zone, you know what to expect. Again, let me just go quickly to the home view, and then I'm going to move the radar around. I'm going to go back to our radar view. I'm going to put on our base velocity. Let's see if we can go back to that. And with that, let's see, we'll just go into let me go to the storm relative, and we'll zoom into this area. I want to show you what we're tracking when it comes to that very little bitty notch that we pointed out was right over the Hardinsburg area. Sometimes can be tough to pick out, but you can see right along, I mean, that would be it right there, moving through the Hardinsburg area. Garfield would be next in line. This is not far from Harned, Kentucky. What a coincidence. Kingswood, Locust Hill. This is going to be taking it from 992 to US 60 over to Garfield. That takes you up 86. So if you're familiar with that area, all of this is just north of Rough River Lake. This is in central parts of Breckinridge County. The potential for that rotation moving along and north of US 60. We've had no confirmed reports of the tornado at this point, but we do have strong winds moving through. Heavy rain and lots of lightning. Earlier, and I'll go back to the home view so you can see this, we had a tremendous number of reports of small hail. So when we look at our imping hail reports, you're going to notice a lot of those, especially across southern Indiana. We had some as large as quarter size, but many of those were pea to dime size hail reports, even coming in along this line. Let's go back to the reports just to see if, and now we're getting in from the fire department out of Custer, multiple reports of power outages coming in from across Breckinridge County. All right, so again, just to speak to whether that's a tornado or just the wall of wind doesn't really matter at this point. What we know is that storm is strong enough to cause some problems. So when we look at some of the wind reports, while we may not have them plotting just yet, no, we don't, that will be plotting, and we have them across Breckinridge County. Even where that bow is, that's a strong push of wind, regardless of tornado warning or not. So back to the radar view we go. And again, the tornado warning we have is only only for central Breckinridge County. We'll zoom back in. New tornado warning being extended now into parts of western Bullitt County, northern Hardin County. So let me just go to that warning so we can get the details on that for you. This is going to include parts of Bullitt, Hardin, Harrison in Indiana, and Meade counties. This is, again, radar indicated. To point out a couple of towns for you, that's Brandenburg, Radcliffe, Shepherdsville in the path of that. The hail size fairly small at this point. This warning will go until 10 p.m. So we're at 9:23 now, 37 more minutes on that tornado warning that's now being extended over into parts of Hardin County. I thought we could just scoot just south of southwest Jefferson, and at this point that's the case, but we'll see how that sort of reacts as it gets a little closer to us. Again, watching this line, the Boeing area embedded within that line, these little mini vortices that we know can spin up small tornadoes. We've seen it time and again, and we continue to watch that as it moves a little closer to us. I'm going to zoom in to that particular storm. Again, along that line, several areas of potential. So it's not the same. It's not just an extended version of the tornado warning, right? Because that one's there. This one's further to the north. So that's what's important as we look at the velocity in this. So we go back to the base velocity. And let's just look at the relative velocity. And again, when we check the rotation that we have within this storm, there's a clear pocket of rotation just east of Hardinsburg, and then additional rotation just off to the south and west of Brandenburg. So those are two areas that we're watching. Carson?
The Breckinridge County rotation in particular, Kevin's really tightening up. It's right on top of Highway 60, just to the west of Garfield. I've been looking at our debris tracker to see if we have indeed had any debris with this rotation. I don't see anything at this point. When you're looking at our debris tracker here and we're talking about a possible tornado touchdown, you want to see those green or blue colors. That would mean the radar is saying, hey, something's flying around, and it's not necessarily rain. It's not necessarily hail. So at this point, we haven't seen much in the way of those greens and blues, although I will say maybe this was something getting tossed around by a brief tornado. We have no confirmation of that at this time.
But what we do know is we have power lines down.
Yes.
We know we have some type of damage because we've got a lot of power being reported out in Breckinridge County.
Right.
Yeah.
And that rotation continues to intensify. It's right on top of Highway 60. There you see Kevin pointing it out, just about I'd say a mile west of Garfield. So let's do some street level tracking. We'll take max 2 full if we can. If you live in the Garfield community, you need to be in your safe place now. Let me circle that rotation. There it is. Those bright greens and bright reds tightly packed together.
And keep in mind the image could be just a few minutes old.
Right. So
it takes a while.
That rotation that I have circled, remember, we get radar updates every 4 or 5 minutes. It might be closer to the areas due south of Garfield. These storms, Kevin, they're also moving incredibly quickly tonight, upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So this storm will likely be crossing out of Breckinridge County into Hardin County within the next 20 to 30 minutes.
And that's one of 2 tornado warnings that we're tracking tonight. Carson pointing out some street level mapping there to help you get your bearings together. Garfield, the small community. I mean, you blink your eyes, you almost miss it as you drive through. But listen, I know there are folks there. You've got to get in your tornado safe place. A lot of rural farmland out in Breckinridge County. But if you're hearing my voice now, please get to the bottom level, get away from windows. New tornado warning coming out. This is likely an extension at this point because of the rotation that we're seeing. So we go to that one, and you can see it's being extended into Breckinridge, Hardin, and Meade counties. So 2 pretty much on top of each other, 2 tornado warnings. This one will go also until 10 o'clock. This includes Cecilia, E-Town, and Vine Grove. So we're going to track this into a much more populated area as we move into parts of central Hardin County over near E-Town. So that is the latest tornado warning that we have. 2 tornado warnings, one with the circulation rotation that we see. Notice the reds and the greens. This is a blast of wind. This is moving along US 60. There's Hardensburg, there's Harned, there's Garfield. We mentioned all of those areas. This is moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So this storm is moving at a very fast rate as it moves off to the east. Let me go back to our radar view, and then we're going to continue to bounce back and forth between reflectivity and velocity. To show you the reflectivity, tough to pick out. You can't hardly pick out the rotation there, but we can tell you with that we have some very heavy rain. We have a tremendous amount of lightning as well. I'm going to go to the home view momentarily just so we can show folks at home where the area is of most concern. Storms are approaching Metro Louisville, Floyd County, Western Clark County, Jefferson County. These storms are moving in. These are not severe at this point, but just south they are. And it doesn't mean we're out of the woods. It just means the area of most concern at this point is just south of Louisville, down across Meade County, Breckinridge County, Hardin County. That's the area we've been focused on through the evening hours as we've been tracking these storms out of Missouri and West Kentucky, Southwest Indiana, all moving to the east, and now they're moving into our viewing area with these little mesovortices on the edge of this. So we're looking for these little wiggles. There's one there. You can pick that one out. When you look to the north, you can see that one. So moving through there, those are the instances where you could see a very small tornado touch down quickly. Typically, they would not be on the ground long and they would not be very strong, but they can do damage. In addition to that, these tornado warnings are also embedded within a severe thunderstorm warning. That's normal. And that just means that we still have strong wind pushing through as well. So we will continue to see the strong wind push even south of the tornado warnings. Okay, that takes us down toward Axtell and parts of Grayson County. These storms are moving east at around 50 to 55 miles per hour. We have a number of power outages now being reported across Breckinridge County, likely to extend into Meade County, perhaps even into Hardin County with this wind that's moving in. Let's go back and show the velocity that we have just to point out where that rotation is showing up. There you see one couplet. This one has been moving, and you saw how fast it moved, right? I mean, we haven't been on the air that long, and it was at Hardensburg, then over to Garfield. Now it's already approaching the eastern side of Breckinridge County, moving into western parts of Hardin and western parts of southern Meade County, not far from Big Clifty. This is going to take it to the east, should take it close to, I'd say, just north of Elizabethtown. But again, we'll watch that and see. That is the center of circulation. Strong winds also moving past Brandenburg. New warning coming out for southern Jefferson County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is the latest warning we have for Jefferson County. That severe thunderstorm warning will be in place until 10 o'clock as well. So these storms are moving fast enough that they're going to be in and out, potentially producing some very strong winds. We have wind reports with trees down over on Leon Prawl Road in Atisco, Indiana. So likely with that report, the warning was issued. And now we focus on the southern half of Jefferson County, the very northern tier of Bullitt County for potential winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. That's what's possible. And then, of course, the tornado warnings that we have. Let's go over to Carson.
No reports of damage yet in Breckinridge County. We just got that in from Breckinridge County Dispatch. No reports of damage at this time. We did have that report of power outages, however, in Breckinridge County. That was about 10 minutes ago. But again, we have not had confirmation of a tornado touchdown just yet. And we have not had any reports of damage, just power outages. That's in Breckinridge County. We're working to get information for possible damage in Meade County with this particular rotation that I have zoomed in on right between Brandenburg and Ekron. If we don't see a tornado out of this, we're going to see a very strong push of damaging wind gusts, upwards of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. So again, we have two tornado warnings for smaller areas, if you will, within this bigger line of severe storms. So along this entire line of storms from southern Harrison County down through Meade County, Brandenburg, down towards High Plains and Breckinridge County, there will be a wall of wind. But right embedded within parts of that line of severe storms, Kevin. It's going to be these little rotations that could drop quick tornadoes that are only on the ground for a couple minutes at a time.
Yeah, and again, both of these have the ability to produce that excessive straight-line wind damage. So let's not get caught up in whether it's an actual tornado touching down or if it's just that wall of wind. Both of those have the potential to produce very strong winds. We're getting 67-mile-per-hour measured winds out of the Meade County Mesonet site. So that, again, Meade County's right here. We've measured 67-mile-per-hour winds. All right, in Louisville, we're at 25. Just to give you a point of reference. So we do have some very strong winds moving in that has the ability to produce damage. 67-mile-per-hour winds going to do some damage, going to knock some power out, that's for sure. Could cause some structural problems, especially for mobile homes or things that aren't attached to the ground. Whether you're in a vehicle or a mobile home or a camper, we know it's spring break for many schools. Some people could be camping. Just know that with these storms moving through, the winds are very strong. You see one couplet there just south of Brandenburg. I'm going to zoom in even tighter. We're going to talk about what to expect as we roll through the next half hour. These storms are moving fast. The warning only goes until 10 o'clock. Brandenburg in the heart of this storm with a pocket of wind between Brandenburg and Ekron. This is going to move across 1638. This will move just north of Buck Grove. It's moving toward Davidson right along the Ohio River. Laconia's to the north. There's Mockport, seeing heavy wind passing you. The greatest part of that storm is just to your south. This is tracking at 55 miles per hour off to the east. As we pan the radar down, that is one storm. We have another one as we rotate down into parts of and there you see Custer, there's Corners, Big Springs, again, the county line as you work your way over to Four Corners and eventually into Hardin County. This will take us out of Breckenridge and push us into Hardin County. Near Custer, seeing some heavy wind pushing through. Tornado warning continues for you folks until 10 o'clock as well. And that is the storm that's moving to the east also at 55 miles per hour. When we go back, let me just go to the home view and I'll put the radar on. Maybe I'll leave the velocity on. That's easier to view. Again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, southern Jefferson, northern Bullitt, tornado warning south of that, and then further back out as these storms sort of bow out or in that line that takes us into West Kentucky, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for Grayson County. When we look at some of those damage reports that we were talking about, mainly hail, but wind reports will be increasing across the area. None from Imping at this point. Let's see if we have any coming in from, and I'm just going to go to our reports, local storm reports, and we've got a few wind reports coming in southern Indiana, and it's a little early to be getting these reports in from Breckenridge and Meade County. Hail reports have been most numerous, some wind reports. That's what we're dealing with at this point. I really think we're turning this into less hail and more of a straight line wind event where we have the potential for 60, 70 mile per hour winds, especially along this Boeing segment that we have pushing very close to the metro, but it is just barely south of us. So let's zoom in. I'll include Louisville in this image. Here we are. We have 67 mile per hour winds reported out of Brandenburg. Right there. Tornado warning. Brandenburg moving over into northern Hardin, western parts of Bullitt County, comes right up to the Shepherdsville area. Another tornado warning across Breckenridge County, now moving into Hardin County. How do we see where those are? We can look at the, again, scope. Let me go to the scopes and I'll just show you the velocity. And when we look at this inside the scope, you're going to notice the winds toward and away from the radar. Now, we're getting close to the radar on this one, but you can still see that pocket of heavy wind, and that's what's moving through. That could breeze into parts of southwest Jefferson County. Valley Station, it's the reason you're under the severe thunderstorm warning. Strong winds are possible. We'll be keeping an eye on this wind gust marker here, 25 miles per hour. That's at the Louisville airport. When we look around the area, that is is a pocket of heavy wind moving past Brandenburg. That's where we saw the measured 67 mile per hour wind gust. If you were to track that to the east, it runs right across the radar. It moves into western parts of Bullitt County, southwest Jefferson County, northern Hardin County. We look to the south, and you can still see moving out of Breckenridge into western Hardin, still a little pocket of wind there, tough to see. That's going to track to the east as well. Should, for the most part, go between E-Town and Radcliffe, but still some strong winds stretching along that entire line. And you can sort of see that. If you could connect that, that is where we have some strong winds pushing now. It's going to move through 31W. Let's go over to Carson.
Meade County Dispatch, Kevin, they are starting to get several calls, but it's too early to talk about what specific damage we may have in Meade County. There are some reports that there may possibly be a camper overturned in Meade County. That's all we can really tell you at this time. We're working to get more of those specific details on any damage we may have had in Meade County earlier this evening. So to give you the reset here, we've got 2 tornado warnings that are in place, both just south of the metro. The first tornado warning still includes eastern Meade County. Brandenburg technically still in this warning, and western Bullitt County, northern Hardin County. That tornado warning goes until 10 o'clock. The second tornado warning is for basically central Hardin County, right over E-Town, for another rotation. That also goes until 10 o'clock. You can see that circulation still there, not as strong as it was earlier, Kevin, in Breckenridge County, but we're going to keep that risk for these small little spin-ups along this big wall of wind, really, as we get closer to Dixie Highway 31W and eventually I-65 here in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, looking at the mesoanalysis, we're still seeing the opportunity for these storms to not only congeal into that line with a powerful push of wind, but also still rotate in some areas, which is exactly what we're seeing. That trend should continue. So that means the threat of the tornado threat is not going away. Most will experience wind, but there may be a few that see those brief spin-ups. This is the big board. You can see warnings will continue for 21 minutes, and that includes the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Jefferson, that's southern Jefferson, northern Bullitt, parts of Harrison, Indiana. And then, of course, we have the tornado warnings, as mentioned, to our south. Those two go until the top of the hour. 2 different tornado warnings that we've been watching. You can see those moving across parts of Meade into far western Bullitt County. And then the second warning is now out of Breckenridge County. So Breckenridge County, you are in the clear of the tornado warning at this point. That's moving now into Hardin County. Let me zoom into that area down there. In addition to the very powerful winds and the possible tornado, we also have a tremendous amount of rain, but it's moving fast. So flooding is not a huge issue, but we are concerned with a lot of lightning as well. So mainly wind, but we've also got a lot of lightning, and that wind encompasses both straight line and the threat of tornadoes. When we look at this edge, we're looking for the wiggles, as we would call it, where we have the ability to see something spin up on the leading edge of this massive wall of wind. And I'm going to go to the velocity, because that's easier for us to pick it out. That's reflectivity. This is the velocity. Again, we can see right along the Ohio River, past Brandenburg, moving over toward West Point. That is one area that we would have some pretty powerful wind, possibly a little bit of rotation showing up. The other would be now out of Breckenridge County into western Hardin County. This is going to be just north of Franklin Crossroads, and we will track that right across 31W just north of E-Town. So that's what we'll be watching for, will be this area here. And that is concerning for multiple reasons. First of all, it's an area that has rotation. That's always concerning. More importantly is as we track this across Hardin County, once we get closer to E-Town, we bring that into a much higher population. A lot of this is rural area across western Hardin County. That is the area that we're watching. You can see the blip. Whether that's one big push of wind or the rotation, tough to tell, but it's certainly an anomaly on the radar that indicates that we have to pay attention to it. So we've got 2 areas we're watching. One very close to the radar site, which sort of gets washed out as it gets closer, or at least over top of it. And 2, the other one down across far western parts of, and that would be northwestern parts of Hardin County as that moves off to the the east. So strong winds certainly moving through. This warning being paired up, and you can see it's just getting redrawn across the area as that moves through. I don't want to ignore the reflectivity and what's moving into parts of Jefferson County, because clearly we have strong storms in southern Jefferson County. Doesn't happen to be a tornado warning, but I'll just square up all of these so we have it all in sight. These are very strong winds as well coming into PRP, Valley Station, even Shively. So that's that wall of wind. It goes all the way down. You don't have to be under a tornado warning to see some very strong winds out of a storm like this. We have a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere. I'm looking at the SkyTrack cameras. We've got a lot of lightning in the sky. So folks whose weather radio's gone off, whether that's because of the severe thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning, now is your chance to get in your safe place, especially if you're in Hardin County, western parts of Bullitt County, or even southern Jefferson County, just to let these storms pass through that may have some very strong winds rolling in. Ryan Hoke is here. Brian Good is working with us as well. We've got our whole team established here, and we've been on our streaming channel, Wave Weather Now, all evening long. Since 6:45, we've been tracking these storms live on the air. Now, because of the tornado warning, we have to break into programming to let you know what's happening for areas to our south. Let's go over to Carson.
I'm focusing on this push of wind that's now crossing the Ohio River into western Jefferson County. If we look closely at the reflectivity, you can kind of see this bow echo, or this backward C shape that's trying to develop right over Valley Station, Cane Run Road, Greenbelt Highway, out towards PRP, out towards Cosmosdale, along Dixie Highway, in far, far southwestern Jefferson County. We're going to have to watch this over the next 15 minutes or so. If that bow or that backward C can get a little more pronounced, we may have some pretty strong wind gusts going right through the south end of Louisville. We'll do a quick storm track focused on the metro exclusively. Again, these storms are moving very, very fast tonight, upwards of 55 miles per hour. So these storms are on top of Valley Station now here at 9:45. Downtown Louisville, you will see these strong wind gusts in the next couple of minutes. And Kevin, it looks like we have a new tornado warning for the southern part of Jefferson County that's just been issued.
Yeah, we've got that here. We'll show it to you. We're also getting warnings coming in with severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a number of power outages coming in. Getting reports out of the Harned area. We pointed that on the map back across Breckinridge County of damage there. I have some good friends that live in Harned, so we'll be checking in to see what damage we have. The latest tornado warning takes us across southern Jefferson County. We were just talking about this, saying regardless if it's a severe thunderstorm warning or not, get in your tornado safe place. Boom. Now we've got the tornado warning. It's that push of wind. Anywhere along that line is capable of quickly spinning up a tornado. It's just the way these types of tornadoes develop and work in the atmosphere that we have. So we're going to track this across southern Jefferson County, northern Bullitt County. That includes Pioneer Village. That takes us over toward the Glen Mary area. Mount Washington is also in that latest warning that we have. That's the latest tornado warning that will go until 10:15. Tornado warnings are lined up from southern Jefferson County through western Bullitt County through almost all of Hardin County, E-Town, now under that warning. Winds continue to increase across the area. You're going to feel it out ahead of this line. E-Town probably seeing winds picking up. Shepherdsville, Okolona will likely see our gust fill in here from the airport up in central Jefferson County. So these winds will be picking up. Our SkyTrack cameras also have this in view. So Carson's manipulating the SkyTrack cameras so we can be looking to the western sky, at least from the Louisville vantage point. Our New Albany camera is certainly seeing a lot of rain at this point, but there is a tremendous amount of lightning. And if we can show that SkyTrack camera, I'll point out just how much lightning we're seeing from our vantage point downtown. And you'll notice that you don't have to wait very long You see the sky light up. And those storms are approaching. The tornado warning for southern Jefferson County is just for that. Okay, back to the radar view. Let me zoom into a few places for you, and then we'll sort of go through what we know now and what's going to unfold over the next half hour. The warning takes us until 10:15 for southern Jefferson County. So I'm going to switch to the velocity. That helps us show sort of the intricacies of the radar. We've got one tornado warning, southern parts of, and again, this is for parts of Bullitt and Jefferson County. That's the latest warning. Moving east at 50 miles an hour is this storm. So let me zoom into it, and I'll just show you the origination point, if you will, as we get a little closer. And we'll zoom in, and there you see over Meadow Lawn, that is the rotation. I'm just diving in deeper. That is where we have 31W from Ethan Allen Way toward Cosmosdale. This is going to track over the Medora area. This is moving across southern Jefferson County. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. Rain picking up downtown. I hear it on the roof. We've got heavy rain downtown, gusty winds. This is going to be tracking to the east at 50, Bullitt County, Jefferson County. Takes it across the Jefferson Forest. You can see as we work our way farther to the north, just outside, this is the Gene Snyder 841. You can see that as we track across, this storm would move toward the Jefferson Memorial Forest, as we pointed out, and then continuing just south of Fairdale. So you've got the warning just south of Fairdale, and then, of course, cross over into Bullitt County. Brooks is in that warning. Hillview in that warning. Pioneer Village, Mount Washington, all in that warning, all right? So I just named a bunch of communities where you need to be in your tornado safe place. There is rotation showing up on the radar. That is not the only couplet that we see, meaning it's not the only area of rotation. That's one of 3 tornado warnings that we have along that line. The other one is moving across the radar. Very strong winds pushing through. You can see that blast of wind, you start to get these orangish colors. That's very powerful winds too within that warning. I'm going to pan down.
Tornado sirens going off in the metro.
So of course we've got the tornado sirens going off because of that tornado warning for southern Jefferson County. So they don't parse the counties out. You sort of, if you get a warning in your county, new tornado warning coming out.
They've adjusted the polygon of the Jefferson Bullitt County tornado warning because that circulation is lifting a little further north, closer to the Snyder.
Yeah, so we have more folks now under that warning in Jefferson County. Remember, we were sort of focused on the very southern sliver. Now this is going to take us all the way up toward J-Town. This includes all of Okolona, Iroquois Park. The reason behind that is, again, we start to get the squiggles, if you will, to the north. This is where we have the radar showing the potential. And while the greatest wind is right over the Jefferson Memorial Forest, we still have some ability to rotate right along the Gene Snyder, pushing toward Okolona. So Fairdale, Okolona, Iroquois Park. This is a zone where you need to be in your tornado safe place. That is the lowest level. It's away from windows. It's in the center, if you can. So is this a tornado on the ground? No, it's not confirmed that it is. We can't see debris on the radar at this point, and we don't have spotters telling us. But what we do know is we're dealing with an environment that is unstable, that we have all of the ingredients needed, and we have strong wind shear, which is producing along this line these mini mesovortices that can spin up small, isolated tornadoes. And it's likely that this will continue as these move
New tornado warning.
And we've got another one coming out farther to the south. We see the tornado warnings that are being issued by the National Weather Service all along this line at this point. So I'm going to go to the latest tornado warning that we have. And again, just pointing out, this one's going to include parts of the rest of Bullitt, Hardin, Nelson, and Spencer counties as we move that storm through the area. All radar indicated. None of these actually confirmed with a set of eyes. As I move that
that, and then I'm going to pop on the velocity just once again to point out we've got roof damage being reported out of Breckinridge County. So we know we have damage with these storms all along this line, these embedded pockets of rotation. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke. He's got some storm reports that have been coming in and a number of areas that have power outages. And Ryan, these numbers are sure to climb.
Yeah, in fact, I've got the terminal Doppler radar pulled up for Louisville here, and I wanted to show you this pronounced notch right here. This is right near the Jefferson Memorial Forest. This is going to go just south of 265 to Gene Snyder. We've got reports of transformers blowing in the distance, basically looking from Hillview west into this line of storms here. We're able to look inside of this line here.
And let me interrupt you because the National Weather Service is now taking shelter.
Oh my gosh.
Is in the path of their office.
Parkway. So National Weather Service, Smyrna Parkway, right off, right near McNeely Lake there, just east of Beulah Church Road. They are taking shelter because of this. You can see the little notch right here near the Jefferson Memorial Forest. This is going to go right toward the National Weather Service Louisville office there, right on the Snyder. We've got, I was reporting about 60-mile-per-hour winds in this earlier, now down to about 38 in that particular segment here. These power outage numbers are big, and you'll see that areas of southwest of Louisville here, of course, dealing with those right now. As we go back to that graphic here in just a second, of course, you'll see that over 3% of customers are without power right now in Breckinridge County. You've got about 2% in what looks to be Harrison County there, Kevin. So this is getting pretty serious pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's moving through fast too, 55 miles an hour on the forward speed. We have the rotation, we have the pockets of heavy wind, we have the corresponding damage reports coming in. The Wave Storm Tracker is on the road. Fernando Garcia Franceschini's been out through the evening. He was over in southern Indiana. Now he's near PRP. I want to show you what it looks like from the vehicle. And please, you guys are following the weather with us here. Don't get too close to the leading edge of that. We'll sort of hold back, which is where you are in PRP. Notice there's not a lot of traffic out, thank goodness. Folks are heeding the warnings. Sirens are sounding. Quickly, let me just dip into Fernando and just ask a question if he's seen any damage from the location that you're at. Fernando? I'm not sure he can hear us. We'll check back in with Fernando coming up. Meanwhile, let's come back to the radar view. I do want to point out that we have the rotation that's showing up across Jefferson County at this point. So if I go back to the home view, we've got several tornado warnings. Obviously, Metro Louisville under the tornado warning, areas to the south, including Bullitt County, parts of Spencer, good chunk of northern Nelson, and a good chunk of northern Hardin County, all under tornado warnings. I'm going to take them one by one. We go to the Metro. It's where we just saw the view from the storm tracker. That is where we have heavy rain falling and powerful winds. We have had no actual damage reports out of Metro Louisville at this point, but you can see the sort of core of that lightning. Anywhere from the airport down to Okolona, pushing down to Hillview. We've got a number of reports of campers, roofs, trees, power lines being compromised across parts of Breckinridge and Meade counties at this point. So that's where the storm came from. It only is an indicator that we are dealing with a powerful wind field as this moves through. Notice Louisville's wind, 64 miles per hour. So that's where we're at now. That is the reason that the folks at the Weather Service office, just off Tyler Lane, seeking shelter. They are in their shelters as we speak, as these storms move through. That storm will soon be past them, and the warnings are in place. So if you are in the path of these storms, lowest level, away from windows. That, again, is the storm in the Metro. When we look at the velocity on that, we're looking at that couplet. In situations like this where they're embedded within a line, they're not always easy to pick out. You can see the most powerful wind we have is just south of the Snyder and right along the Bullitt County line. Let's zoom into that. That's going to take us down toward McNeely Lake. That's going to be not too far from, and I'll just zoom into it, Hillview.
as this storm passes. That would be the rotation that we have. I mean, when we're looking at that, it's approaching McNeely Lake. But look at the communities. This is Charleswood Road, Cooper Chapel. My aunt lives there. Brook Bend Way, Washington Green, McNeely Lake, Quail Chase Golf Course. If you're in this zone, it's moving across you. We've got strong winds passing by, probably 70-plus mile-per-hour winds. I mean, if at the airport we measured 64, and that's way up here, that's the strongest. That's where we're going to have the greatest wind and the potential for rotation. Let's keep tracking this as it moves across. I'm focused on this. Carson, focus on the one to the south, and I'm coming to you in just a second. We're tracking this across Washington Green, Penn Trace. This is going to move towards Cedar Creek Road, Justice Way, Loyal Drive, Lavorne School. So this is the pocket of heavy wind. This is what we're most concerned with. Quail Chase Golf Course, McNeely Lake, two landmarks in the path. Carson, next storm to the south.
Bullitt County, central Bullitt County, we still have pretty strong rotation that's about to cross Preston Highway. This is just south of Shepherdsville. I'd say by 3 or 4 miles. This is going to cross right over Bardstown Junction near Claremont, close to Bernheim Forest. We'll zoom in tighter so we can do street level tracking. If you live along Wilson Lane, if you live close to Interstate 65, near the new exit off of Interstate 65 there in central Bullitt County, near Highway 245. This will cross Interstate 65 in the next, I'd say, 3 or 5 minutes. These storms are moving incredibly quickly tonight. So if you're in Limestone Springs, if you're in Claremont, if you're out towards the Popper Level community in Bullitt County, not Popper Level Road, but Popper Level in Bullitt County, if you live in the Hobbs community, basically anyone along Highway 245 in central Bullitt County, you are in the path of a possible tornado in central Bullitt County, Kevin.
It's not the only storms we have. Obviously, we're taking them one by one. The heavy wind continues to push across southern Jefferson, northern Bullitt County. Storms continue to the south. We're seeing damage out of Breckenridge and Meade County. There was a barn destroyed in the Thornhill Estates. That was over in Garfield. Let me zoom out just a bit as we continue to track this pocket of heavy wind across the Cooper Chapel area. Power is out in that area, by the way, and that is one zone that we continue to track because that is the strongest wind in Jefferson County. As I go to the home view, you're going to see just that. Follow my hand. That is the pocket of heavy wind. We've had 64-mile-per-hour winds in Jefferson County at the airport, but it's likely stronger in the southern part where we mentioned those stronger winds. We're going down into Hardin County in just a second. So listen, we've got a lot going on. Ryan is also keeping an eye, not just on the radar, but some of the damage reports that we have coming in. We pointed out downtown Louisville, thunder, lightning, heaviest rain still pressing through, but the strongest of the winds are over. St. Matthews seeing some heavy wind. J-Town seeing some heavy wind, but the strongest is south of you. GE, Okolona, still strong winds, but the pocket of heaviest wind with that potential tornado is in southern Jefferson County. That's it. That stays strong all the way down past Shepherdsville. This is a wall of wind. Is it rotating? A little bit. Is there a tornado on the ground? Can't tell. Is it something to be concerned with? Yes, because those winds are strong. At least 70, 80 mile per hour winds possible with these as they continue to press through. The tornado warning, again, is expired for Hardin County, but continues across Jefferson County, Bullitt County as we speak. This is the area of wind that we're watching. I'm going to zoom in. We'll work our way down this line. McNeely Lake, Mount Washington Road. This is where it's at, right over Cooper Chapel. Power is out. Let me grab the radar. We're going to go down. So that's the area of most concern. Not the only concern, most concern. Take that through Fairwood Way. It's past, the strongest has passed Hillview. Next in line would be over toward Glen Mary and Mount Washington. Hebron Estates, no stranger to tornadoes. You've seen them in the past, and you're getting some very strong wind that's just moved through. We've got 44 Popular Road, strong winds moving towards you, especially as you work your way from Shepherdsville there over toward Highland Ridge Road. This is another area or pocket of heavy wind. All right. So updating the tornado warning, you'll see it flash here in a second. This storm is now moving off to the east at 45 miles an hour, producing very strong winds. We're still, early in the game of damage coming in, but I'm sure we have it. We know power is out. We know we have damage in Meade and Breckenridge counties. Hailing in Hollow Creek now. Fairly small hail, but it's coming down. We look farther to the south. Again, pockets of heavy wind. Bardstown Junction, that's south of Shepherdsville, not too far from the Claremont area. There's Claremont. Jim Beam Distillery sits there. Bernheim Forest sits just south of 245. So that's Bernheim Forest. Again, strong winds moving right toward the Claremont area. Remember, this is all moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. Straight line winds blasting in. Really, it's that pocket of heavy wind we're watching. We go farther to the south. We're just tracking along that edge. Again, another pocket of heavy wind. Not as strong, but it's there. We can see it on the radar. That's moving toward Lebanon Junction, right along I-65. We go farther to the south. Again, we get into Colesburg. We're going to get closer to Elizabethtown down the line. Those storms have already passing through parts of Hardin County. Not as strong as they were. There's Tunnel Hills. There's E-Town. So now in the heavy rain, the tornado warning will continue for parts of Bullitt and Jefferson counties until 10:15. We're at 10:02 now. Back to our home view just to point out where we are. And then we're going to get a check of damage that we have across the area. The radar view shows the tornado warnings that we have in place. Back to the radar. And you can see that includes parts of Jefferson County and then down into Bullitt, Nelson, and Spencer counties. Lots of lightning. Right where this is bowing out, we have the tornado warnings. Do we have any damage in Metro Louisville? Let's go to Ryan Hoke.
And at this point, we don't have any reports of actual damage in the city yet. That is still forthcoming. We've got a camper that was overturned near Brandenburg. There was an injury associated with that. National Weather Service office in Louisville, they're back on their ops floor right now. So they have come out of their shelter because the tornado warning was right over their office there. We now have a report of a car overturn on US 60 at GE Bennett Lane. This is going to be in Hardinsburg. You can see all the damage icons here, especially through Meade and just west of Breckenridge counties here. And I do want to take a look at the winds because we've had that 64 mile per hour wind gust here at Louisville International Airport, 30 at Bowman Field, 39 miles per hour in Shively. That's significant because these wind sensors are lower to the ground. So when they indicate anything bigger than like 30 or 35 miles per hour, it's going to be a lot higher than that above the ground level there. You see that Breckenridge County now reporting a significant power outage there, 11.2%, about 1,600 customers without power right now in Breckenridge County. That includes Hardinsburg, that includes Irvington. Hello, Meade County. You guys have seen some damage. 1,300 customers without power. That's about 1,388 customers. And we're going to wrap this up here with Louisville, Jefferson County. Now 1,300 without power. Brand new number just coming into our system there. Those numbers will likely rise, Kev.
I suspect all of those will be going up. We're getting more and more power outages as we speak. Sometimes damage, even this late at night, takes a little while to get in. Nighttime, more people are inside, obviously. It's not as easy to see the damage either. 2 tornado warnings remain in place. We've got our velocity that's showing the spin in the atmosphere. Those warnings will take place until just about a quarter after the hour, so another 10 minutes left on each of those. We see coming up at 10:05 new tornado warning coming out, and this is going to be for Bullitt, Jefferson, Shelby, Spencer counties of Kentucky. Let me just go to that one, and we'll walk you through the latest of the warning. It's just an extension of what we've been watching. They've sort of combined them, and there you see that warning coming through. That's going to include Shelbyville and Taylorsville. Also includes Simpsonville, where we have one of our SkyTrack cameras. Here's Shelbyville on the northern edge, Olive Branches in the middle, Normandy, Little Mount, Taylorsville, and Waterford, all in the next tornado warning that's moving through. That warning will go until 10:30 tonight. I'm going to position the radar where we can see it better, and then let's go into the velocity. I'll show you where we have the strongest winds at this point. We've been watching this throughout the last next hour. And this is where we have those pockets of heavy wind and possible rotation. That is where you can see as the storms progress eastbound, anywhere between 45 and 55 miles an hour. So they're moving at the speed of driving on a normal highway. That is where we have the embedded rotation potential, and certainly the embedded pockets of wind that can do some damage. So that's the reasoning behind the tornado warnings that are being issued. In Jefferson County, we can't confirm any damage here, but the same storm system that pushed through Meade and Breckenridge has produced damage. We continue to see that moving across parts of Bullitt County. The strongest is past Shepherdsville, moving toward Brownington. Eventually, it's going to move into northern Nelson County. So you see 150 right up to Mount Washington, parts of Spencer County in line to see the northern part of this. Severe thunderstorm warnings are also coming out. That's mainly south of the Bardstown area. So this is going to be areas on the southern edge of where we would have the greatest push of wind. So tornado warnings on this northern side. Let me go back to the home view and I'll just show you what we have. And again, you can see that latest severe thunderstorm warning down toward E-Town. So no longer a tornado warning. But again, I don't want to get caught up in the differences between, well, severe thunderstorm or tornado. The fact is, we're dealing with the same atmosphere. And regardless if the wind is rotating or if it's just blowing straight at you, it's going to be powerful and it's going to cause some problems. Our gust over 60 miles an hour still, we had it at 64, now it's 61. That's enough to cause problems. We already have power outages in places across Jefferson County. When we look at this radar view, you'll notice the heavy rain will persist only for a short period of time. We have behind it additional showers, but the punch is on the leading edge. And that's where we see these embedded vortices that have the potential to spin, but certainly have the potential to produce those strong winds. Let's go over to Carson. He's tracking the storms across parts of Bullitt County, northern Nelson County at this point. And again, that push of wind is big.
Exactly. So even if we're not seeing these spin up tornadoes, we're seeing this wall of 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. And I think that's honestly the reason why the Weather Service went with the larger tornado warnings to kind of cover both the straight line damaging wind and that spin up tornado threat. When we look at Bullitt County, that rotation we were tracking a few minutes ago near Bardstown Junction and Claremont, that has since weakened just a bit. Right now, it just looks like a wall of wind moving out of Bullitt County, now crossing into Nelson County. Bardstown, you are still under the tornado warning. Don't let your guards down just yet. In fact, there could be some broad rotation trying to develop due west of Bardstown, just north of Highway 150 between Boston and Bardstown, close to the Bellwood community. So we will continue to keep a close eye on this southern line of severe thunderstorms, but nothing at this stage of the game is screaming spin up tornado potential. But to be clear, these spin-ups will spin up quick, so quickly that we may not see them. They could wind up being in between radar scans. That's how quick these rotations could develop tonight, Kevin.
All right, let's roll back through it. We've got severe weather moving through metro Louisville. The bulk of it is passing now across eastern Jefferson County. Allow me to zoom into that for you, and then we'll track the pockets of heavy wind as we take a look at the velocity. So I'm going to zoom in. We'll go from LaGrange. Some folks are like, well, what about me in Trimble County or Carroll County? That is not severe, likely to stay below severe limits. Let me start with Louisville, and you'll see the worst has passed western Jefferson County. The worst has passed downtown in the Highlands. The worst has passed the airport. The worst is now over Glen Mary, Mount Washington, J-Town, Anchorage, and Prospect. That area is still seeing powerful winds and heavy rain. Flash flooding, not out of the question. We go to the velocity just to pick out some of these pockets of heavier wind moving out of eastern Jefferson County, crossing over into Shelby and Spencer, and then down into Nelson County from Boston, where you've seen some heavy wind, picking up in Bardstown. Our SkyTrack cameras in Bardstown and Simpsonville probably picking up some of that intense wind passing by. We'll show you those in a second. I don't know if we have the quad box, but if we can put up the radar, put up the view from outside, and Carson on his computer. We'd like to see that and share it with the viewers. You can see the tornado warnings moving through, and there you see it. Thank you. The heavy rain that's falling in Jefferson County, visible from our SkyTrack camera.
That's Simpsonville.
That's
Kevin.
Simpsonville.
Yes.
And then, of course, the storm tracker in Jefferson County. We have a number of power outages along that way as well. Let's zoom in because I want to point out where we have these pockets of wind. You're looking for the brighter colors. So past Crenshaw, moving near 1319, moving out of the Fisherville area and now into western parts. And here comes a flash flood warning. Remember, we just said can't rule out the potential for some heavy rain that would cause some issues. This is going to be for parts of Clark, Harrison, Crawford, Orange, Washington, Perry counties of Indiana. So the heavy rainfall could also cause a few issues in terms of flash flooding. Most concern is the wind. Don't drive through the water. You'll be okay. It is the wind that is prompting the warnings that we have in terms of the tornadoes. Strongest pockets of wind near 1319. This is western parts of Spencer County, moving past Crenshaw. This is going to move very close to Taylorsville, especially Normandy and Yoder, so just north of Taylorsville, going to get a pretty good punch of wind. The northern edge of this appears to be weakening just a bit, so that's some good news. Let me pan the radar down. We go farther to the south. You can still see powerful wind, but not as strong. Again, we're looking for these pockets of heavy wind or the rotation, the gate-to-gate colors. High Grove, seeing some wind pass through. That's not far from 48 and 150. We go down to Cox's Creek. There's Samuels. Again, pocket of wind there and the potential for some of that to rotate. That's some rotation showing up. That's going to move over the Cox's Creek area. You folks should be in your tornado safe place. Again, as Carson pointed out, it doesn't take long for these to spin up quickly. So that's a zone that we're watching. We go further to the south, another pocket of heavy wind right along 62. That takes you from Bardstown to Boston. So that's going to be an area to watch. And then as we go farther to the south, we get down toward Nelsonville, my hometown, New Haven. Some strong winds moving in, but the strongest is north. That very well could reach into the Bardstown area as that pocket of heavy wind moves right along 62. So I'd be watching that for the Bardstown area. We go farther to the south. We're in the severe thunderstorm warning. Anywhere along this line, moving across now LaRue County. So there's Roanoke, there's Hodgenville, Mathers Mill, Leafdale, Howardstown, southern Nelson County here. That will be pushing through with some wind, but obviously you'll note just by the colors on the velocity, they're not as bright or bold as what we're seeing to the north. Boom, there's one that moves toward Bardstown. There's another one. A little bit of rotation, Bourbon Spring, Cox's Creek, that would be an area of concern. High Grove, still with some high wind. We push back up. We get pockets of heavy wind in western Spencer County and even into parts of Shelby County where we have Simpsonville. Next in line would be Shelbyville. So those are some of the areas. Let me go back to the home view. We'll check in with Ryan Hoke on additional damage reports that we may have. Ryan?
Okay, yeah, Kevin, we just got reported from Breckenridge County. A ton of reports in from dispatch right now. Nothing specific, but they have a ton of damage reports. They say this is the Snyder-Taylorsville Road. You can see the constant lightning there. I want to show you some of the other damage reports that we can now see with MPing. It's an app that folks can submit their damage, hail, and snow reports on. And you'll see there's a pretty significant damage report right here just south of the Gene Snyder, right before you get to the Jefferson-Bullitt County line, likely right along Preston Highway here. And also a pretty significant damage report. This is going to be in southern parts of Harrison County. So these are just now trickling in, and they will continue to trickle in here, and we'll continue to make those calls, Kev.
All right, we've also got the storm tracker out, so if we have a location for that, we'll send them. Let's see the damage so we know what's happening. We see that the winds are still strong on the leading edge of this, where we have it bowed out. New tornado warning coming out, so it's not stopping.
This is for rotation, Kevin, that's starting to spin up right over Bardstown.
So this is over the Bardstown area. This is the one we were talking about, and again, we pointed this out a while ago when we were sort of taking that radar tour. Let me just move the radar. My parents are in Bardstown. My brother and his family are all there. So if you're in there, get to your tornado safe place. In fact, as we go to the velocity, I'll show you what that looks like, and you can see that rotation moving right toward Bardstown. I'll tell you, Carson, if you'll take it, I'm just going to make a quick phone call.
Yes, absolutely. So this rotation has really ramped up here over the last couple of minutes, and it's moving right over Bardstown. We've got the SkyTrack camera in Bardstown positioned to look west as this possible tornado is moving into the city of Bardstown. There you see that live view, and obviously it's the middle of the night, so it's not going to be as easy to pick out areas of rotation or any lowerings in the clouds. We'll have to rely on any lightning strikes to kind of show those clouds somewhat as best as we possibly can. One thing I will also mention, going back to the flash flood warning we have for parts of Clark County, Floyd County, Harrison County, and others, we do have reports now from Clark County EMA of some roads that are impassable in Clark County due to high water. So again, these storms are moving quick tonight, Kevin, but they're still dropping incredible amounts of rain as they're moving through. So we're having some high rises on some area roadways, especially in Clark County at this time.
Yeah, it won't last long, but if you're going to drive through it, it's going to be problematic. So it's why we always say turn around, don't drown. Our focus now is on the rotation moving through the Bardstown area, very much there on the radar. I can zoom into it even more, and I'll name off a few communities and streets that would be most impacted by this. You can see that big push of wind just south of Bardstown, right along 62, that's Boston Road, and I'll move the radar over and call out a few places for you so you know. Again, if you're familiar with Bardstown, you know the Court Square. We've got the SkyTrack camera. Carson's going to punch that up so we can see what it looks like in Bardstown, because our camera is right there, and we're looking to the west. So there is the St. Joseph Basilica. And
here comes the wind.
And you can see that wind picking up. The camera is bouncing, sits on top of the old library right downtown in the Court Square. And you can see the rain picking up, sort of flaring the lens just a little bit. But that wind will be picking up as this storm moves in. Let's come back, and there you have it. This is moving through pretty much downtown. There's St. Monica's School, Pioneer Pass, Broadway, my old Kentucky home. It's going to come right across you. Again, this will take it out as it moves off to the east. We've got new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out for Grayson, Greene, and Hart counties. I'll get to that in a second. I want to keep it on this rotation that we're watching, moving across Old Bloomfield Pike and Guthrie Drive, East Halstead Avenue. This is going to take it right through Bardstown. Again, not necessarily a tornado on the ground, but it certainly is powerful winds. In fact, we're picking up 60-mile-per-hour winds from the airport in Bardstown, Samuels Field. So as you work your way out 62, Samuels Field picking up 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now we'll go to the severe thunderstorm warning just to the south. This includes parts of Edmondson, Grayson, Greene, and Hart. Again, outlined, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Something we're watching to the south. I'll come back to that in a moment. Uh-oh. I think I lost my, there we go.
There we go.
And let me go back. And again, we're looking at the two warnings that we have in terms of tornadoes, but along this line, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Once this leading edge passes, you're okay. Things are going to calm down quickly. So that means almost all of southern Indiana in the clear minus the flash flooding. Central Kentucky still seeing the strong storms, and our southernmost counties still yet to come with those storms moving through. Powerful winds continue along that leading edge. We've been tracking that with the velocity that we have. I can zoom back into that edge where we have the strong winds coming through. I'm going to point out the wider view, and I'll go to Carson for a tighter view. We look at this, the tornado warning that encompasses parts of southern Shelby County, the northern half of Spencer County. You can see, not far from Little Mountain, that pocket of wind. Carson, what are you seeing?
Rotation's trying to strengthen just a little bit with this Spencer County tornado warning. I'm looking at it from different radar views from Fort Knox and other nearby radars as well. So this rotation is close to the Little Mount community in Spencer County. It's right on top of Little Mount. We'll do some street level tracking here. If you live near Justin Boulevard, Little Mount Church Road, head towards Paul Avenue, Mill Road, Highway 44, let's say State Highway 248. That's where we have this rotation in Spencer County. The tornado warning continues for Spencer County, technically for another 9 or 10 minutes until 10:30, but this rotation has really tightened up just over the last few minutes. Briefly, I'm going to do the debris tracker just to make sure we're not seeing anything being lofted. Remember, we use the debris tracker to indicate if there is a possible tornado or not. Very noisy. You want to look for a confined area of greens and blues on this map to see maybe a tornado is on the ground. Not seeing that at this time, Kevin, but that rotation in Spencer County has passed Taylorsville, but it is quite strong near Little Mount at the moment.
All right, that is one area we're watching. Others down toward Bardstown, as we pointed out, as you work your way down into Nelson County. So let me continue the track south. As I pan the radar down, again, Carson just covered Spencer County, Little Mount, watching that pocket of wind. We've got another one right over the Bardstown area. I'll zoom into that again. This is a fair warning that you folks should be in your tornado safe place. This storm tracking off to the east at about 50 miles an hour. That strongest pocket of wind is right over Bardstown, moving toward the Bluegrass Parkway. So it's going to take it through 245 around the bypass over toward the Bluegrass Parkway. That will move just north of Botland and will eventually pass to the east. Now, the pockets of wind, though they certainly have been gusting. We've seen the Samuels Field gust come in at about 60 miles an hour, and that was outside of the strongest pocket. So it's likely even stronger downtown Bardstown. Our camera has been showing the camera shaking along with the very heavy rain and the vivid lightning that we see. That's moving to the east. Ryan Hoke keeping an eye on power outages. I know we're up to about 20,000 plus in Jefferson County. So big number of power outages coming in along this entire line.
And this is all thanks to the wind, Kevin. In fact, we've got a new report of some damage, pretty significant tree damage now in western parts of Henry County here. I want to show you those wind gusts. There's that 59, 60 mile per hour gust that's been recorded down there in Bardstown, 53 miles per hour in Owensboro. This is significant. 49 mile per hour gust in Fern Creek. That's from a home weather station. Hurstbourne, 42 miles per hour. That's right at downtown Hurstbourne City Hall there. And here are the power outages. In fact, let's get you straight to the metro area here. And you'll see 17,900 reported here so far. That number will likely rise. There's a bit of a delay on some of this data here. And of course, Bullitt County now coming in with a pretty significant power outage down there. 14% of Bullitt County is without power. That's 5,600 customers, Kevin. This map continues to light up like a Christmas tree. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, let's get to that. That new warning includes parts of Grayson, Hart, Greene counties. You can see, let me just take the legend off here. You'll notice Grayson, Hart, Greene in our viewing area. Again, still comes with the threat tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds. You're always probably going to see the tornado possible along that line just because of the environment these storms are moving into. Let me adjust the radar view and then we will manipulate it by looking at the velocities. Again, keeping a close eye on what's happening in Bardstown with the strong wind. This trailing area of wind as well, pushing now into parts of Marion County, severe thunderstorm warning. And then, of course, you see the latest warning off to the south. That will go until 10:45. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. We look at the velocity on this. We still have some powerful winds coming in across parts of Hart County. So that takes us down toward the Munfordville area, past Lyons Mill. That's going to be a push of wind that moves across Interstate 65. The strongest couplet or this blast of wind we can see is still the one moving across Nelson County. It's about to push into far western Washington County. Let me just go back up that line. And again, we're looking storm by storm, individual pockets within this embedded line that are embedded within this line that have the greatest potential for wind. There's one. There's one. Both of those have tornado warnings associated with them. So that's a clear sign that the radar sees the strength of the wind. Is it rotating? Yes, there are signs that it's rotating, but it's not like some of the rotation you may expect where you have greens and reds right together and it's a tight couplet. But regardless, it is a powerful push of wind in both of those locations. I'm going to zoom into that and then we'll go to the severe thunderstorm warning. You see that farther to the north. That's going to include parts of Shelby County, Franklin County, as you work your way up into Henry Montgomery County. So I'll come back to that. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for that line moving out. Let's talk about the tornado warnings that we have. I'll zoom in very close to the pocket of wind that we're watching and the potential for the rotation. It's past Taylorsville, so it's moving past. In fact, it's now past Little Mount. So it's already moved past 741. This is going to be just north of 248. This is going to eventually cross the county line as it moves off to the east in parts of Spencer County. Let me center this back up. And there you see Mount Eden. That wall of wind is moving right toward you. You're in the tornado warning. You should be in your tornado safe place. Little Mount, the strongest of the wind, is just crossed over you. Give it another 5 minutes and it'll be past you and out of your area. We go farther to the south. Remember, that was one pocket of heavy wind we were tracking. We get down into Nelson County. There's Bloomfield. Let's keep going farther to the south. There's the Bluegrass Parkway. There's the other pocket of heavy wind. I pointed out Botland a while ago. It's just north of Botland. It's going just north of the Berg, Fredericktown. This is going to be moving toward Booker and Maud as it crosses over into Washington County. This is Washington County. There's the county line. This is Nelson County. So this is just to the east of Bardstown and downtown Bardstown. You can see that there. So that wind went over the Bardstown area. Power outages being reported in a number of places. We've had 60 to 70 mile per hour winds reported in a number of locations. No confirmed tornadoes, but that's hard to confirm at this time of night. We have damage. That's enough. And that's what we're going to see with these pockets of wind. We're still likely to see damage with this as it moves across far eastern parts of Nelson County into western Washington County. Let's go down the line. That's the other tornado warning. We get into the severe thunderstorm warning. Notice you don't see those bright red, sort of bright spots in the reds, but it's still a wall of wind. There's Holy Cross. There's Dant. I was just in both of those locations yesterday. There's Loretto. I was there too. You can see that that wind is pushing in to western Marion County. We're going to continue to see this wall of wind pass. It's already moved through New Haven and Gethsemane and Howardstown. It will be pushing towards Stiles and Gleanings, again, with wind and rain, but nothing like those individual pockets. I mean, along this line, sure, it could be 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds. But where you have those pockets, we're talking 60 to 70, maybe plus mile per hour winds. All right. Those are the warnings that we have. There are two tornado warnings that we pointed out. Now we have those located across southern Shelby, northern Spencer, and then moving out of Nelson, but into Washington County. So that's the area of most concern. The rest of the area still has some powerful winds moving through. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for parts of Franklin County. Well, that was already out, so that's going to continue over toward the Lexington area, almost out of the viewing area. Let's go over to Carson.
New report of damage, actually kind of several damage reports from Meade County. We've got multiple power lines down in Meade County, trees down on roadways with debris, as you might expect, in Brandenburg. And we also now have a report, this again from Meade County EMA, a tree on a camper in the Otter Creek campground. We had that initial report that was a possibility about 45 minutes ago. We can now confirm that from Meade County EMA of a tree on a camper. Thankfully, there were no injuries in that camper, but still scary, I'm sure. And the big story today is going to be those power outages. They will continue to climb as these storms roll through. Big picture view as we go back to radar. Let's do some all clears rather quickly. Southern Indiana, the severe weather threat is over. We still have that flash flood warning for parts of Crawford, Harrison, Washington, and Orange counties. So keep that in mind. There could be some high water on a few roadways if you're out and about tonight. But the severe weather threat is over for Southern Indiana. The severe weather threat is also over for Trimble, Oldham, Jefferson, Meade, and Breckenridge counties, Kevin.
All right. Again, we continue to scan the skies, watching what's happening across not just Jefferson County as these storms have moved through and left behind some damage and tens of thousands now without power here in the metro. But we continue to track these storms with the pockets of heavier wind passing by. And you're going to notice things may be calming down. Our winds now at 3 miles an hour instead of the 64 where they were. But we are still seeing these pockets of heavy wind push through. The tornado warning for Shelby and Spencer County has expired. Severe thunderstorm warning will carry that past Frankfort. The only warning that we have for the tornado warning, you can see that new warning being issued for the thunderstorm, is the one moving across parts of Washington County. We're still seeing that notch on the leading edge. That is where we still have the potential for some rotation. I'll go to that severe in just a second. Let me go to the velocity, just to point out where we are watching that rotation still show up. And again, the pocket of heavy wind. I'm going to zoom in even more so you know where to take shelter. This is the area of the strongest wind we have in the viewing area at this point. We're really going down deep. A lot of rural area out in Washington County. This is passing over Booker, moving through Mooresville. Hardesty would be next in line, as well as Pollen. This is past Maud at this point. So that's one area that is seeing some very strong winds as we pass by. As we look down the line, moving this off to the east, this is Willisburg. And then if you look farther to the south, you're going to get closer to Thompsonville and then eventually cross back over into Marion County. So at this point, it's just now into the western parts of Washington County. And I'll just square up the radar here. There's Bush Grove, Pollen, Hardesty. That's the zone that should be on standby. That is the tornado warning that we have in place. It's just 7 miles west of Springfield. This is moving at 45 miles an hour to the east. So it's moving fast, but not as fast as they were. They were up to 55 at one point. We'll track this off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So again, this area is north of the Springfield area and will stay north of Springfield. Let me go back to our home view, and I'll mention that we have a tremendous amount of wind along this leading edge, but that is the strongest pocket of wind. It is the only tornado warning that we have. That tornado warning is in place at this point until 10:45. So another 15 minutes or so left on that warning. When we look at some of the damage that we've had across the area, we can check our reports, and we've been telling you about this throughout the day. But we have a number of trees down and hail reports. Actual tornado reports, we don't know and won't know until surveys are completed tomorrow. When we look at some of our imping reports that have come in, we can look at the wind, and you're going to see a few of those, namely across southern Jefferson County. Notice the uprooted tree designation. We've got several of those along the way. And then trash cans and twigs in other places. Snapped limbs, tree limbs in places. We know we have a number of power outages, so that's always an indicator that the winds remain strong. Let me go back to our home view, put the radar back on. I'm going to show you, as we look at the radar and zoom in, let me go back to the velocity actually, because that shows that pocket of wind. And our temperature's down. We're now at 55 degrees. So eventually our winds will change direction and we're going to see a cooler day, only to reset the atmosphere for midweek. We've got more severe weather this week. Notice that pocket of wind still there. Tighter, right over Booker. Going to move toward Pleasant Grove and Willisburg. Here's Springfield. It stays just north of Springfield. Technically, Springfield's not in the warning. That will go from Willisburg to Mackville. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, Kevin, just got some brand new video in from a viewer here. This is actually pretty impressive. This is a transformer explosion near a street light there. This is actually in Middletown. Sorry, I didn't have time to update that line there, but this is in Middletown along Blankenbaker Parkway here. And boom, you can see it right there. Thanks to Amanda Abernathy for sending that in. I'll get that corrected at the top of your screen here shortly. But those power outages continue to be impressive here. You can see the orange down in parts of Bullitt County here, where we're now down up to about 15% of customers without power. That's about 6,000 customers without power there. Let's look at Jefferson County here, our TV station home here in Louisville, 18,417 customers without power. That's about 4.5% of LG&E customers here in Louisville. Louisville currently without power. Want to hit 2 more counties here. One's going to be Meade County, especially hard hit with nearly 16% without power. Again, that raw number is low, but look, we have far fewer customers that are overall in Meade County here. So by percentage, this is quite high, nearly 2,500 customers without power. And we'll wrap it up here, of course, with Breckinridge County, almost 17% of Breckinridge County without power. This has been an area that was real hard hit. We've had at least one storm-related injury there today. 2,500 customers without power, Kevin.
All right, wires down around 11210 Blue Lick Road, so that's going to be over in the Hillview area. So we do have power outages and lines down, so much like that transformer you saw explode. Just remember, don't get anywhere near the down power lines. That's another tough thing at night. Sometimes you can't see them, and always treat them as hot wires. So just try to stay away if you can. If you see them, you can call 911 and report them, or if you can dial LG&E directly, let them know. The tornado warning continues for another 10 minutes across Washington County, Kentucky. We've been watching this little notch on this leading edge. This is where we have some very strong winds. We've noted that both by the reflectivity, but more impressively by the velocity. And this is the zone that we've been talking about, not far from Booker. That's going to continue seeing this move across. We've got trees down in the middle of the road on power lines. That's in Valley Station. So we're getting reports coming in. Sometimes it takes a half hour to an hour after the storm passes by for people to realize, oh my gosh, yeah, we have had some damage. Let's call it in, let's report it. And then the sort of communication tree trickles down to where we can see some of the damage. Wouldn't be surprised to see folks out of this notch on the radar seeing damage as well. That means Booker, Willisburg, Pleasant Grove, and Mackville should all be ready for some very strong winds as they move into your direction. We measured 64-mile-per-hour winds in Louisville, near 60-mile-per-hour winds in Bardstown. We know, and those were measured. They weren't even in the high wind places. I mean, you can imagine, notice that weakened just a bit as it moved toward Pleasant Grove. So that's some good news. Still there, but not as strong. You can imagine that pocket of wind, and let's just say the measurement was here. Well, the strongest of the wind didn't even go across that. So you have to understand that even though we're telling you some of these wind speeds, they've been a lot stronger in places where there were no measuring devices. So that's important to note. It's not like everybody saw a 64-mile-an-hour wind and that was that. We measured that at the airport, but there were some places in southern Jefferson County that certainly had higher wind gusts than that. We're looking at the winds based on the velocity. We go back to the radar view. I'll go back to the home view, pointing out that that is the lone tornado warning that we have. That's Washington County, Kentucky. That storm is showing some signs of weakening. That's the good news. Still very strong all along that line, and they're capable of producing some strong winds all along that line. And that's the reason we have severe thunderstorm warnings all along that line. That goes all the way down into West Kentucky and western parts of Tennessee. Once the leading edge of this line passes, the threat of severe weather is over. So in the severe weather threat still would be places like Carroll County, Henry County, Franklin County, eastern Shelby and Spencer counties. We would also have the threat for Washington, Marion, Greene, Taylor, Hart, and Adair. Those counties still have the chance to see severe weather. If I didn't name your county, you're seeing the severe weather threat come to an end. So that's some good news. All right, more and more trees in the metro are coming in, especially out of Valley Station. Let's go over to Carson and see what he has.
Quick update. You just mentioned the counties that we're still watching for that severe weather risk. The Weather Service has expanded that tornado watch to include all of our southern counties. So we're talking Hart, LaRue, Marion, Washington, Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties. Now, officially, the tornado watch goes until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. That will be canceled well in advance. A lot of times the Storm Prediction Center just gives themselves a little wiggle room when they issue these watches and how long they're in effect. But if your county is not in red, you are all clear from the severe weather. And we'll see more of the counties closer to the Ohio River trimmed back from that tornado watch as we go through this evening. But for now, our far southern communities, basically along and south of the parkways, remain under that tornado watch until 4 a.m. We've got widespread rain continuing in areas where the severe weather threat is done. Otherwise, the only tornado warning is still in place for Washington County. Nelson County is no longer in that tornado warning, and that will go until 10:45. Weather Service also mentioning, Kevin, that rotation is broadening out, but there could still certainly be some very strong wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour or greater.
Yeah, we're still seeing that 60-mile-per-hour winds coming out of Samuels Field down in the Bardstown area. So we have strong winds that are passing by and continuing to move across the eastern parts and the southern parts of our viewing area. A number of severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 more minutes left on the tornado warning. I'm going to zoom back into that, and then we're going to talk about what's happening across the metro, because we still have damage reports coming in. And I want to let folks know that anywhere along this line, it's broadening out just a bit, but we still have that opportunity to see those pockets of heavier or stronger winds moving closer to the Willisburg area. And there you see the strongest of that. And that's probably going to go closer to Mackville than Willisburg. But nonetheless, you'll feel that push of wind across the county as that moves through. Still some strong winds to the north. That's going to be moving out of our viewing area toward Lawrenceburg, part of Franklin County up toward Capital City and the airport there, likely seeing some of those strong winds too. But the only tornado warning we have is with that little blip on the radar that is the strongest pocket of wind. Other strong winds have passed by Ray Rick and Loretto, moving toward Lebanon and Newmarket. That's Marion County. And then we go farther to the south as you get into parts of eventually Taylor County and Greene County. So Taylor County, Campbellsville, moving up toward Badger, and then Summersville, Greene County. This will be moving in with some wind, but it weakens just a bit on the southern edge of that. I want to bring in Fernando Garcia Francischini. He's been out in the storm tracker today. He is on his way to some of the damage here in the metro. Fernando, give us an update where you're headed. I see folks with their emergency flashers going, and where are you? Where are you going?
Yeah, Kevin, right now, and it seems like this is, I'm trying to see what sort of first responder this is. Seems like it might have been police. So we are in the Hunter's Trace, more or less, or we had gotten reports and we had heard that there was damage. We still haven't seen anything, but the reality is that right now it's not really raining that much here, but we were in this area a little while ago and had to stop driving because the rain and the wind were so intense that it was making it pretty much impossible to drive. So we do know that there was a lot of rain and heavy winds that. Oh, there's something here.
Yeah, I think we've
tree again. This is in the Shively area.
So we've got a tree across the road.
Yeah, a tree across the road. You see that car on the other side of the road? That is, yeah. Look at that.
Okay.
Give me 1 second while I play with the camera. This is a fallen tree on the upper Hunter's Trace area in the Shively neighborhood. Trying to give you as much of a visual of this as I can. This is a fallen tree on the middle of the road. You saw that car on the other side of the road turn around. But yeah, this is just one. I mean, and it's not surprising considering, again, how heavy the rain was, how strong the wind was in this area. Just a half hour, an hour ago when we were here and had to stop driving, just, to be safe. But we are going to keep driving in this area, trying to find other damage. But again, if you have to be out and about tonight, please be safe and take extra time and be cautious if you have to be on the road. For now, though, I'll go ahead and send things back to you guys.
All right, we'll check back in with you. I know there are lots of other reports that Fernando will be tackling and looking at. That was a tree down not far from the Hillview area, and we have a number of trees and power lines down. Notice the tornado warning no longer in place, well, further to the north. That will be expiring coming up in 2 minutes. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning that will continue. That's now been extended past that. So this is good news. That's an indicator that they're going to let that tornado warning expire on time. So 2 more minutes on that. And then it goes into the severe thunderstorm warning that will take it out of our viewing area into parts of Anderson, Boyle, Mercer, and what's left of Washington County. So that's good news. Things are improving just a bit, but boy, we have taken a hit on some of the wind across not just the Louisville area, but especially back out across parts of southern Indiana and western parts of our viewing area, Breckenridge and Meade counties in particular. And then those storms tracking across Hardin, Bullitt, Nelson, and now moving along and just south of the Bluegrass Parkway. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
All right, Kevin. Yeah, I got some new video in from our own Brian Good, southern Jefferson County here. This is a tree down along Cooper Chapel Road near Charleswood here. You see it's a very large tree. It's split almost in half there. Very large diameter tree across the road there. He's also got a report of Locust Way near Mount Washington Road. Trees and lines down in that area. We showed you a little bit earlier this transformer explosion in Middletown. That's Blankenbaker Parkway. Thanks to Amanda for sending that in. Additional damage reports now coming in via Imping, which is an app you can download for your phone to make storm reports on. Right along the Gene Snyder there, southern Jefferson County looking to be one of the hardest hit within Louisville here. And you'll see additional storm reports from the National Weather Service down that way as well. And in fact, this includes like West Point, Dixie Highway, Stites Station Road, report of trees down. You've got a tree down the middle of the road on power lines there in Valley Station. And of course, wires down Blue Lick Road that Kevin was talking about a little bit earlier. Here's the latest on the power outage numbers for those who are curious. All my neighborhood apps are going crazy with folks going, hey, when is the power going to come back on here in Louisville? It's going to take some time for crews to be out in the rain to do what they do best to get these 18,417 customers within Jefferson County back into a situation where you have power. Meade County right now about 8.8% without power. And finally, let's get you over to Breckenridge County, which was very hard hit, nearly 17% without power there, Kevin. So these reports are coming in fast and furious, and the power outage numbers going up too.
Yeah, we expect those numbers to continue to climb. We still have plenty of wind on the forward edge of these storms. Everybody's seeing severe thunderstorm warnings at this point as that moves through parts of Carroll, Trimble, down into Henry County, Franklin County, Shelby, passing through Washington County, and even northern Marion County. So the counties that we're still watching would be Hart County, Greene County, Taylor, Marion, and Adair in our viewing area. And you see the flashing polygon. Yeah, that's a tornado warning now for Bowling Green. So this too is moving to the east. So our southern counties are not out of the woods, both with what's to your north, but especially what's out to your west. Going to take a little while to clear our southernmost counties. But if this line has passed you, then you're in the clear and you'll get some sleep tonight. All of this will be out of the area within probably the next hour to hour and a half. All tornado warnings in our viewing area have ended. It is 10:46. We're going to stay with you until the top of the hour when Wave News at 11 o'clock will begin. Carson is putting together his show, and he has a lot to talk about too, because today is not the only severe weather day that we have to watch. Wednesday and beyond next week still shows signs that they could be rough with the chance for severe weather. So we're watching that closely. We've already flagged those 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as alert days. Severe weather on the front end and possible flooding by the end of the week. So that's what we're watching. What we're watching today happens to be the radar, and that is still the strong push of wind and the heavy rain and lightning moving across our easternmost counties as they approach I-75 in the Lexington area. That will be moving away from Louisville, but our southern counties still stand the risk of seeing strong winds and possible tornadoes. We can't rule that out for our southern counties who are still seeing the storms yet to move through. Now, when we take a wider view of what's happening and sort of now look at individual cells within that line, I'm going to point out some of the pockets of wind. They're not as strong as they have been, hence no tornado warnings that are issued. I'll put on the velocity so we can see what is happening. There it is. Oh, boom. And new severe thunderstorm warnings are coming out for Grayson, Greene, and Hart. They're expiring, that one, and also expiring the LaRue, Marion, Nelson. So most of our warnings are also starting to expire. We continue to see over near the Frankfort area still some gusty winds, but easing back. And notice even our winds here in Louisville now out of the east at 6 miles an hour. That wind direction from the south and southwest to the east, an indicator that the front is passing by. And once that happens, temperatures fall in the 50s where they are, it's 56, and that's where they'll hold tonight and tomorrow. So we don't have a boost up. The temperatures are going to be cooler tomorrow, but the weather's calmer. That's the trade-off. We're going to see that same story as we roll into the day on Tuesday. Let's go down the line here. I'm going to pan down. Frankfort, That's our easternmost county. You push to the south, this is Shelby, Spencer, Nelson, Washington. Still seeing some of that wind in Washington County. Not much in the way of rotation, but still a forward push moving across far eastern parts of Washington County. Some strong wind. We have wind, but not as strong down into Marion County. Consequently, even less strong or weaker into parts of Taylor County. And same story into northern Greene. But this will continue to slowly sink to the east or south and push to the east. But really, you have to watch what's going on farther to the south as you look over toward Bowling Green. And will that hold together as it moves to the east and impact our southern counties of the viewing area, including Adair, maybe southern parts of Greene County. We still have to wait and see how this plays out, but that's one area we're watching. All right, let's go over to Carson just to get a quick update. It's 10:50. We've been on, what time did we go on, Carson? We were on our streaming platform, Wave Weather, now at what, 6:45?
6:45. So we've been on the air for 4 straight hours now, both on the digital side. And of course, we came on air here on the television side just after 9 o'clock. We'll show you Futurecast here in a second, but let's just do a big picture reset on where we are now and where we're going for the rest of the night. We're going to load up the live radar. You know, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Washington County and Franklin County primarily. Those severe thunderstorm warnings in place for another 25 minutes or so, 11:15 for Washington County in particular. If you are north of this line of severe storms, your severe weather threat is over. And thankfully, this is a fast-moving cold front. This is a fast-moving storm system. So most, if not all, of the severe weather threat will be done likely just after midnight. What we're going to have to watch will be this portion of the line of storms with a tornado warning near Bowling Green, because that portion of the line is moving a little more east as opposed to southeast. So there's still an outside chance that portion of the line near Bowling Green could clip Adair County. We'll keep an eye on that over the next hour or so. But in general, the worst of the severe weather is starting to wind down, but now it's the cleanup left behind. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke. He's got some new viewer video from earlier tonight here in the Metro.
Oh, Carson, cleanup indeed. This is from our own Brian Good again. Locust Way near Mount Washington Road in South Louisville. Look at this big tree branch down in the road there. We also got this from the Wave Weather app. This is a Ring camera that's outside of somebody's garage here. Meade County, of course, and you can just see the chaos of the storm as it moved through earlier. There are lots of wind, lots of rain, lots of lightning. No surprise there. We've got the damage reports on MPing. It's an app you can download for your phone. They're now stacking up across parts of Spencer, Nelson, into Hardin counties at this time. So those continue to pour in, as well as the official storm reports from the National Weather Service here, especially near the Hillview area of northern Bullitt County and just south of Highview in southern Jefferson County. That seems to be a particularly hard-hit area here. The power outage numbers are new, they're updated, and they're sobering. 22,497 customers in Louisville now without power. This is 5.5% of customers within Louisville. If you can imagine 2 to 3 people per customer household here, you can double that number, and that's about how many people are actually experiencing a power outage right now. Let's go down to Bullitt County. That's a hard-hit area. 6,000 now without power. That's 15% of tracked customers in Bullitt County now without power. Let's go back over to Meade County. Numbers not moving there as much anymore because the storms are well past you guys, so the data has caught up, and then it's the same story down at Breckenridge. Actually, Breckenridge has gone up just a little bit, nearly 21% of Breckenridge County without power. Some new counties now added to the list as storms have gone through, including Henry County at 3.3%. And finally, we'll take you over to Oldham County, another area that's just now lighting up on our maps here, and they report about 164 customers without power at this time. So, man, this is one of the most active power outage maps we have had so far in 2025. This is like our 3rd or 4th severe weather episode here in Wave Country. And boy, you can just imagine with all of the power outages we have now, some of the loose tree branches, we'll have more of these power outages going through likely Wednesday night into Thursday, guys, because we're not done with this yet this week.
No, we're not. And that is the bad news. This time of year, we always have to be ready. We hope you had a plan to put in place and are all safe. We know we have had some damage, but we also know it could have been far worse. At this point, we're down to a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. Washington County will will last the longest for another 22 minutes on that. The flash flooding going on in parts of southern Indiana is also something we've been watching. We had a car get stuck in that. On the radar, severe thunderstorm warnings are moving out of our viewing area toward Frankfort, over toward Lexington. We look to the south. We have the tornado warning near Bowling Green. That is one we'll watch for our southern communities. But at this point, the threat of severe weather is slowly coming to an end. It's 10:54. I'm going to stay with you for another 6 minutes here until we begin Wave News at 11. We've talked about some of the damage that's happening. Fernando Garcia Franciscini has been out in the storm tracker. The last time we checked in with him, he was driving down a road and all of a sudden there was a tree across it. Now, power was still on to a lot of the houses surrounding him, and I know they're out getting some video at this point, so we can't check in with them now, but we will do so at the top of the 11 o'clock news. Power is out to tens of thousands of people across our viewing area right now, and the good news is we're all going to get to sleep tonight because these storms are moving out and they are slowly weakening. The exception, or the ones that will have to stay up the longest, are going to be our southern counties until we can track the storms past places like Munfordville and Campbellsville and Greensburg and Columbia. We'll get those storms past you folks probably within the next hour, hour and a half, and then all will be quiet across the area. Southern Indiana already starting to dry out just a bit. Lots of lightning and heavy rain with these storms as they pass by. In the wake of that initial punch with wind and rain and lightning, we still have residual rain that's falling, and we'll do so for a couple of hours. All in all, from start to finish, it's probably going to take about 3 hours to get it all past you at any one given point. So we're probably within the last hour, hour and a half of it moving past us here in Louisville. We'll get that rain out of here. Shouldn't cause a whole lot additional problems than what we've already seen. So that's the scenario of where we're standing now with the severe weather moving out of our viewing area. Let me just zoom into that to sort of ease people's minds in the eastern part of the viewing area. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Franklin County, that's our easternmost county, it's moving out, so this will be passing you. New warnings coming out over toward Owen County, pushing up closer to northern Kentucky. Again, that's outside of our viewing area. We have pea-sized hail being reported in Versailles, so that's moving closer to the Lexington area. And you can see some of that hail likely affecting places like Georgetown as well. In Louisville, at the airport, so the trees down blocking a road, we've seen that. So we've got a number of reports still coming into Louisville even an hour after the storms have passed by. So this is a slow process to see the scope of the damage and how it has occurred. Has it been an actual tornado? Tough to say at this point, but we do know the winds were strong enough to produce damaging winds with or without a tornado, and the possibility of rotation has certainly been there because of the wind fields that we have in the atmosphere. It's 10:57, right before the top of the hour. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We've got Wave News that will begin right at 11 o'clock. We're going to show you some of the damage live, and we're going to roll through the forecast for the next 10 days. It includes 3 more alert days that you need to be aware of. So we've got a lot of information to share with you. I'm going to roll through the guys here in the studio one more time just to see if they have any additional information. Let's go over to Carson Meredith before we come on with Wave News at 11 o'clock.
No additional damage reports at this point, Kevin. I'm sure we will have more damage reports coming in throughout the night. Keep in mind, it's a little tricky to get a lot of these damage reports in the darkness of night. You notice how quickly these severe storms had rolled through over the last 3 hours here in the metro across southern Indiana. The severe weather threat is done, but we keep an eye on far southern Kentucky and our southern counties. We still have that risk for additional severe storms over the next hour or two. Let's go to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, yeah, the power outages continue to be significant in Breckenridge, Meade, and Bullitt counties. More than 5% of tracked customers there without power in those areas. And of course, here in Louisville right now, 22,500 customers, about 5.5% of Jefferson County, Louisville, LG&E customers here served without power. So a lot of folks this evening going to be going to bed in the dark. Thankfully, some cooler air has rolled in here, so at least your house, your condo, your apartment will cool down on its own progressively through the night here, Kev.
All right. right. We appreciate that. Again, warnings moving out of our viewing area. We still have Franklin County down into Washington County, still technically under those warnings. We're coming up on 2 minutes to the hour. Back to the home view we go as we prepare to look at the damage that's been left behind. You can see the storms are moving out of the area. The ones that we're still watching closely will be our southernmost counties. You still have the potential for impact across Hart County, Greene, Taylor, and Adair. If you're not in those 4 counties, you're in the clear, or soon will be. These storms are moving through, and they're moving through at a good clip, so we'll all get at least a decent night's sleep tonight. It's not like we're going to be up past midnight for very many of you folks. With that said, we still have lingering rain behind that system, and that will take a little bit of time to press through. It's 10:59. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Wave News at 11 with live reports from Fernando Garcia Francischini. Our team will recap what's happened and what's to come. The next 10 days look active as well. You've been watching nonstop severe weather coverage from the Wave Storm Tracking Team. We'll be right back.
Now, Wave News at 11.
If you're just now joining us, strong winds, heavy rain, and even possible tornadoes rolled across our viewing area on this wave weather alert day, with reports of damage and power outages continuing to roll in. You're watching Wave News at 11. I'm Noelle Friel. Tonight's weather has swept across large parts of southern Indiana and Kentucky, and we've been keeping you up to date on all the latest conditions. The Wave Storm Tracker is out getting a look at the damage. But first, let's go to Kevin Harned with what's happening right now on this wave alert day.
Yeah, thanks, Noelle. I'll start with right now. We'll go to Carson to see what's happened over the scope of the last few hours, and then Ryan Hoke is standing by with some of the damage that we've seen. Here's the current setup. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings off to our east. All of those are out of our viewing area with the exception of far eastern parts of Washington County. Outside of that, we do still have our southern counties under the threat of severe weather. Places like Hart County, Greene, Taylor, and Adair. Those folks have not seen severe weather yet. They still have the potential as this continues to move through. Notably, we're watching the storm over near Bowling Green with the tornado warning that's moving east. That could impact parts of our southern communities over the course of the next half hour to 45 minutes. We've got a close eye on that. As this line of storms has passed, you can see it's left just rain in its wake, some flooding, flash flooding. It's taking place across southern Indiana, but the threat of severe weather is over. For those wanting to know if they can go to bed, if this line has passed you, if you're not in Hart, Greene, Taylor, or Adair counties, yes, you will get a night's sleep. We have seen a decent amount of severe weather pass through. We've been on the air on our digital streaming channels and Louisville's only streaming weather channel, Wave Weather Now, since 6:45 tonight. Let's go to Carson Meredith to sort of get a recap of what we've watched over the last few hours.
Certainly been a busy evening, Kevin. No doubt about that. We came on the air on Wave Weather Now, Louisville's only 24/7 weather live stream around 6:45 this evening. We've been on nonstop ever since. What you're looking at is a radar loop over the last 3 hours, and we kind of had two pieces of energy with this line of severe storms tonight, one of which went across southern Indiana first, where we had the first warnings of the evening. That's where we saw quite a bit of hail reports, at least in the beginning of this severe weather episode. We'll show you some of those in-ping hail reports. That's an app that you can download on your phone to tell us what kind of hail or wind damage you might be seeing. We saw a lot of pea and dime size hail reports earlier, around 6:37, 8 o'clock tonight. Then the atmosphere and the storms took advantage of the untapped energy that we still had in the atmosphere across central Kentucky, especially. That led to widespread wind damage. And again, not too many damage reports, at least on this in-ping map just yet, but we have received many photos and videos of storm damage tonight across not only the metro, but much of the region. Ryan Hoke shows some of those videos right now.
Thanks, Carson. Yeah, we've had a lot of these sent in. A transformer explosion, Baker Parkway there in Middletown. Wow, quite the sight there. Tree down in the road, Cooper Chapel near Charleswood, southern Jefferson County there. We've got Locust Way near Mount Washington Road. Look at this big tree branch blocking the road there. Thanks to Brian Good for sending that in. Meade County, big old rush of wind, lightning, and rain there from the ring camera on this person's house sent in via the Wave Weather app. You see, of course, a lot of the wind damage reports concentrated now in the metro Louisville area from northeast Jefferson County all the way down toward Hillview and Bullitt County. At this hour, the power outages have been pretty significant here in Jefferson County here. In fact, we've had about 4.7% here of the customers in Jefferson County, about 19,000 customers right now without power. So guys, what we're seeing is these power outage numbers not going up anymore. They're starting to go down very quickly, which is good.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate that. Again, the threat of severe weather over for most, but not for our southernmost counties. That's for tonight. Looking ahead, Carson's got the 10-day forecast for you coming up in just a bit. 3 more alert days to talk about, so stick around. We've got the full 10-day forecast coming up in just about 15 minutes. Noelle?
All right, thank you, guys. Well, we've been giving you a live look of the roads from the lens of the Wave Storm Tracker throughout the evening. Fernando Garcia Francischini joins us now. And Fernando, I saw a little bit ago you came across a tree in the road. So what does it look like out there now?
Yeah, Noelle, I mean, it's a chaotic situation, to put it mildly. I'm going to show you what it looks like right now. Literally minutes ago, we saw how that car slammed into this falling tree. This is on Upper Hunter's Trace, the intersection between Upper Hunter's Trace and Krause Drive in the PRP area. You can see the car right there. Neighbors had to come out of the house to start using flashlights to warn people to stop right there, because, and the thing is, Noelle, it is so dark out here that it is hard to see that falling tree. And that's kind of like a situation that you could run into throughout the city, right? If you have to be outside tonight, you have to take it really slow because it's dark and it's hard to see if there are fallen trees or fallen lines. Again, I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit more to this scene right here on Upper Hunter's Trace in the PRP area, where this car just slammed into a fallen tree, and neighbors are now out there with flashlights trying to warn people of that falling tree. And we're going to keep driving around the area trying to find more damage, and we'll keep you posted when we find more of that damage. But for now, Noelle, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
Okay, hopefully no one was seriously hurt there. Fernando, thank you. The storms led to a number of power outages across our area, as we've been reporting. LG&E's outage map shows that close to 20,000 customers are in the dark right now. Most of those are in the St. Matthews and Jeffersontown areas. You can keep track of those blackouts and the progress crews are making at stormcenter.lge-ku.com. There are also thousands of outages outside of Jefferson County. Meade County Rec is reporting 5,600 people in the dark across their service areas, including Meade, Breckenridge, and Hardin counties. Most of those outages are in Meade, Breckenridge, and Hardin. They're still trying to figure out the extent of the damage, but say they will have crews working to get the lights back on as soon as it's safe. They're also reminding people to stay away from downed power lines. Severe weather will continue to affect parts of our viewing area well into the night. To stay up to date on the latest conditions, download the Wave Weather app or go to wave3.com. Well, some Louisville pets got some free health care today, thanks to the city. Council members Ben Reno Weber and Andrew Owen partnered with Metro Animal Services and other groups for a free clinic. 50 dogs registered for spaying and neutering, microchipping, vaccinations, and heartworm testing, all at no cost to their owners.
This is a direct kind of effect of things that we can sponsor in our office and then have people take advantage of it, but it is a benefit to the entire city. So it's kind of hands-on direct effect in a way that we maybe normally don't see quite so much.
The councilman said they are already working to hold more free clinics in the future. Cyclists are almost ready for the Tour de Lou. Today, they showed up for another one of their training sessions. For the last 4 weeks, the Kentucky Derby Festival has been putting on a program to get people ready for the big ride, with the Louisville Bicycle Club providing training and safety tips. There's still one more session before the Tour de Lou. That will be a 25-mile ride next Sunday. It's free to register. The Tour de Lou itself is on April 19th. Depending on what ride you go on, signing up will cost you between $40 and $90. Coming up on Wave News at 11, with Kentucky's General Assembly wrapped up, we'll have the bills lawmakers managed to get passed in the 11th hour. And we'll have how students in eastern Kentucky are helping out after the intense flooding.
This newscast is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Now, Wave News.
A woman has been charged for driving around a school bus in Indiana and nearly hitting 2 kids who were trying to board it. The incident happened last week in St. Joseph County. The children were about to get on the bus when a car drove onto the shoulder on the side where they were getting on. Their mother said she was furious when she saw the video captured on her own Ring doorbell.
Extremely angry and surprised, because who does that, for one? You know, like, it is extremely negligent. It really upset me. It shouldn't. You know, it's a law for a reason that you're supposed to stop for a school bus. Like, it's not going to kill you to stop for a school bus.
Police say they've charged the driver, 23-year-old Cherie Sparkle Ray Rose. She's facing 2 counts of criminal recklessness. The judge set her bond at $3,000 cash. Kentucky lawmakers scrambled to pass last-minute legislation Friday. Legislators passed bills to help expecting mothers who are teachers and to enhance safeguards for students in the wake of more teachers and volunteers using cell phones or electronic devices. Phil Pendleton reports.
2 education bills highlighted the last day of the session. One would set up a tracing system for teachers and volunteers who may have inappropriate communication or contact with kids.
Started relationships with children in the school system, and I think it was testified in committee that in those cases they found that 70% of those situations started from some form of electronic communication.
That bill cleared both chambers unanimously. The House voted 90-9 to advance a bill to give expecting teachers 30 maternity days and up to 13 sick days.
Because there is an additional liability to that. There's nothing right now in the pension system, in the pension plan, that pays for that. So that is an additional obligation to the state. It would cap that at 13 days.
Many of the bills passed unanimously or with very little opposition today, including some that passed in the House with all 100 members voting for them. House Bill 544 would provide disaster relief to cities, counties, and public groups in the wake of flooding like that which happened in eastern Kentucky last month.
Our homes have been flooded and our families are hurting and our economy is fractured. Our counties and cities are worried about rebuilding infrastructure like crumbling roads and mangled water lines.
The House also concurred with the change the Senate made in school bus safety and one to strengthen investigations by alcoholic beverage control officers.
A bill allowing vehicles like ATVs on state roadways has passed into Kentucky law. Senate Bill 63 lets all-terrain vehicles and side-by-sides drive on those roads as long as they're registered, insured, and meet certain safety regulations and criteria. It does not apply to farm or agricultural vehicles, focusing instead on people who are riding on the trail systems. Business owners in eastern Kentucky say this will bring more people in and help grow the economy.
What I saw so far was a business owner ecstatic because this is going to be in direct line for them to start getting more traffic and legally do it and have people come to their restaurant versus doing it illegal.
Governor Andy Beshear did not sign the bill and sent it back to the legislature, but it still passed without his explicit approval. Students in eastern Kentucky are giving back more than a month after a flood devastated their hometown. Hazard high schoolers in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes were already making supply bags for the homeless when the floods swept through last month. That's when they added flood survivors to the list of backpack recipients.
It helped us out a lot to be able to support these people that is in need. Our community is one, so it's just, we're all family, and it just helped us out a lot to be able to help others. That's what's so good about Hazard.
These kids really do care about the community. They just have that servant heart.
This week, the students handed off 10 bags to the Hazard Police Department so they could pass them out to people who need them. Well, we've been warning you about the dangerous driving conditions this weather has been causing tonight, some of which we caught on camera just moments ago. Let's send it over to Fernando Garcia Franciscini in the storm tracker. Fernando, we hear someone's car hit a downed tree.
Yeah, that's right, Noel. This is at Upper Hunters Trace in the PRP area. I'm going to show you what the scene looks like right now. So an ambulance got here, I would say probably about 5 minutes ago to come assist in this situation. This car, and I believe we have the video available, which I would want you guys to see, of this car hitting a downed tree, again, in the Upper Hunters Trace area. It's kind of like in the intersection with Krause Drive, but this car just slammed into a downed tree here. And the problem is that the camera actually on TV, you can kind of like see it a little bit brighter than it actually looks here on the scene. It's pitch dark. So if you're just driving and you're not expecting, of course, to see a downed tree on the road, it is very likely that you could run into it. And so what's happened is that neighbors have had to come out and use their phones or flashlights to try and warn people of the downed tree so that other people don't run into it. And again, that's something that you should keep in mind if you are going to be driving out tonight, that there could be downed trees, downed power lines. So if you do have to be outside, please plan for extra time for your drive and be extra careful. For now, though, Noelle, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, thank you, Fernando. That video is just so shocking. And Carson, it just shows you how careful you really need to be, like Fernando was saying, because you know there's debris with those heavy winds all over the viewing area, and it's hard to see when it's really dark.
And Noelle, quite honestly, if you don't have to be out tonight, stay home. If you do have to be out tonight, please give yourself plenty of extra time. It may not be a tree in the road like you just saw, but it may be these little tree limbs. That could still cause problems, and there is some ponding on the roadways in a few areas too. So if at all possible, we just recommend you lay low and stay home tonight. But if you do have to be out, please take it slow, keep your low beam headlights on, and just allow yourself plenty of extra time. Here's the big picture at 11:17. That tornado warning for Bowling Green has been allowed to expire. The severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, Kentucky has also been allowed to expire. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings along I-75 in Lexington. The only warnings we now have in our area are severe thunderstorm warnings for far southern Grayson County, as well as all of Hart County. That severe thunderstorm warning lasts for about another half hour until 11:45 tonight. We'll dive deeper into that severe storm in just a second, but let's talk about some of those storm reports we have seen here in the metro. Every single one of these little dots you see in Jefferson County is a storm report from the National Weather Service office here in Louisville of some sort of wind damage. That could be trees in the road, like you saw on Upper Hunters Trace just a moment ago. That could also be power lines down in certain spots. We've had many reports of power lines down across Meade and Breckenridge County. So it doesn't look like too many damage reports just yet, but I guarantee you we will have many more damage reports coming in throughout the night and even into the day tomorrow. We had a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern half of the metro as those storms rolled through around 9:30 or 10 o'clock. But in the south end of Louisville, right along the Gene Snyder, from Valley Station through Fairdale, close to the Jefferson Memorial Forest, into Okolona and Hillview, we did have a tornado warning, and that rotation was rather strong. We'll see if there was indeed a tornado touchdown in the south end of Louisville. We'll likely have storm surveys that take place as we go through the next couple of days. Now to that severe thunderstorm warning in our far southern areas. Technically, this includes a very small sliver of Grayson County, but this is really now a Hart County issue. That warning goes until 10:45 Central Time. Hart County, of course, on Central Time. And notice the severe thunderstorm warning still has a tornado possible tag. That means we can't rule out some embedded areas of rotation, similar to what we've seen so far tonight, that could drop a quick spin-up tornado. This portion of the line of severe storms will continue to push east and remain an issue for Greene, Taylor, and Adair County through about 1 a.m. If you do not live in Hart, Greene, Taylor, or Adair County, your severe weather threat is done for the night. Big picture across the region. The cold front continues to move in from the west. You notice tornado warnings now in effect west of Nashville. Our tornado threat is slowly winding down, but again, we'll have to watch our far southern counties through about 1 a.m. After that point, the severe weather threat is done for our southern counties. The action got started early tonight around 6:30 in our northern counties. How about this video from Rita? I've posted this on the Wave Weather Facebook page. Notice that large hail that fell in Medora in Jackson County, Indiana earlier tonight. Look at all the holes in the siding of the house. My goodness. We had reports of ping pong ball size hail with those initial severe storms across southern Indiana earlier this evening. Another photo of a spectacular shelf cloud in Scottsburg. Kelsey sent this photo in. as those storms rolled through Scott County earlier tonight. You see on Futurecast, the line of severe storms continues to exit. We should be severe clear by about 1 a.m. Eastern time. A few showers could linger throughout the overnight and into the day tomorrow, but the big story will now become the cooler temperatures. Will drop into the low 50s overnight tonight, and will be in the low 50s tomorrow morning with falling temperatures throughout the day. You also notice on Futurecast a few spotty showers possible across central Kentucky on Monday, but many of you will stay dry, cloudy, and chilly. Now we turn our attention exclusively to Wednesday night. Folks, this could be a very significant severe weather episode for wave country, even more significant than what we've seen tonight. Severe weather is almost certain nearby Wednesday night. But here's the problem with that system Wednesday night. That frontal boundary gets here and it parks right over wave country. That means we'll have several waves of heavy rain and flooding that continue into Thursday and Friday of this upcoming week. That's why we have 3 straight alert days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Noel, we could see upwards of 6 to 8 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen tonight, starting Wednesday, going all the way through next weekend.
All right. Yeah, we will definitely continue to stay on top of it.